Is this better?
No. I mean, it sounds good. I was just saying it sounded different from. Because I don't think we've chatted for some time. So yeah, it just sounds different from then. But yeah, man. No.
Well, I got older.
You got older. Fair enough. I guess we all did a bit.
Yeah.
But yeah, man. Cool. Welcome.
Thanks.
So I, for one, am looking forward to next year in terms of flat Earth. I think we're in a not a calm before the storm, but almost just like ready. I think we're ready for whatever's next. You know, I think that a lot of other people are going to take heat politically and emotionally. You know, the kind of crap that's on the news, and we're sort of an undercurrent. So,
what's your take on the what's next part of that?
I've got plans personally to try and introduce more apps that are off of Google and off of Facebook, and off of YouTube. So,
shoot, I didn't know you have an app.
Well, there's bunches of them coming out. So it's just we're all in my future. I hope to do something like an internet TV guide where you could find out what's on. Because when we all go to different .coms and can't find it through Google, how are you going to find this? How are you going to find a truth movement? I think we're still allowed to be it and allowed to do it, and we need to figure out how to do that right.
Yeah, I think so. I don't. It depends on what you're considering the truth. Is there a definition between the truth movement and the other?
That's an excellent point. Yeah, that's an excellent point. And could there be moderation of any kind? Can we exit the forms of debate that we enjoy as men, that are basically like boys watching wrestling? We tend to poke at each other as part of the pecking order. And that's not healthy. Turns out, under good diagnosis, debate can never be scientific because you're coming in with two biased views. So it's like we're pretty far off.
Sorry. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, it's just we're pretty far off from understanding who and what we are.
Yeah,
for instance, it ain't about flat Earth. When you really press a flat earther, they don't care about topography or geography. It's really about bullshit elsewhere. We're just using this as a strong platform because we can see it like a giant billboard. Look, shit isn't what they tell us. Look at the Earth. Just look. And people aren't really that willing. They're not willing to look around. It's not normal for herd behavior to look around.
Yeah, I think it's always good for a good discussion about things in general, for sure.
At the same time, conspiratardation can be a serious thing. If everything's a conspiracy, you can't really rely on anything then.
Well, yeah, I mean, you could say me and Geo conspired to let us all be on the server and have a discussion at that point,
Yeah, call it a conspiracy. Any form, any form of cooperation.
Yeah, but I hear you on that. But I do think the word conspiracy also indicates like a criminal activity. Like, it's like people coming together, but it's also like with some kind of criminal intent. I think so. Like if 5 people just got together to play tennis, is that a conspiracy? Not, I mean,
well, maybe technically. Yeah.
Did you see that Chappelle thing about white guys hanging out and it doesn't mean shit, and then the the black guys hang out and it's a gang? I think it was some dig on the Jews. He did it on Saturday Night Live. It was really good.
I don't know. I like to go back. One of the funniest things I've seen is the Key and Peele skits with the substitute teacher. That's hilarious. But I think in general, it's about having a discussion about the topics of what's on point for the server and what's appropriate like that.
Well, at the same time, the server has to vary. Otherwise, you're spending the entire time talking about the same thing forever,
Yeah.
So you have to appreciate the variance in the day, you know?
Yeah, 100%.
And moderation sucks. It's really hard.
No, it doesn't.
And you're gone.
No. No, I think it depends on what you think of moderation. I think of moderation is good in the sense of exactly what you're talking about. It is having a discussion about multiple different topics before so they don't get out of control. That's what I think is good. Yeah. That's why I come from that.
Like, it'd be cool to be a cop in a town where there's no crime.
Like Barney Fife.
Yeah.
Or Barry or whatever it is. Yeah.
He's living the life right there.
Yeah, I guess. Like, how much detective skills is he actually, utilizing or whatever, right?
Well, I think I heard Jeremy say earlier, it's like, and I agree, it's like we really shouldn't have to moderate at all, like nobody really deemed any of us, like we're allowed to be moderators and moderate other people. I mean, we're all just humans. I don't really think that it really even, we're all adults. We should be able to hang out and, have conversations and without having to even moderate. But I think go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to kind of backtrack on that. I didn't mean to equivocate at all, like to demean it with Barney Fife and Mayberry. That was not my intent at all.
If anyone's offended by that,
yeah, I didn't mean that. Yeah,
any Mayberians out there, super simpletons from a small town.
I don't even know that I know that reference, actually.
The Andy Griffith Show is where Ronnie Howard came from. Ron, who is the director, Ron Howard.
Yeah.
Wow. Yeah, it's old stuff.
That discussing the shape of the earth, it just seems like there's a tremendous amount of toxicity that comes with it. Just all the insulting. So it's like a lot of other communities probably wouldn't even have nearly as much of this. Like if it was a community on basketball or something else, so it does seem like this topic seems to just a tremendous amount of that kind of comes with that. It seems, unfortunately.
It does seem like that, and I'm guilty of it myself.
I just want to embrace the part where they say we're mental, because it in some ways we're mentally superior, and we're not the same as them. Guess what? We like that. And it's not to say everyone sucks. It's just that middle ground is only middle ground, and you have to have extremes on both sides to get that average dude. If there's an average dude, an average Joe, that means 49% of the people you run into don't even come up to average, man.
Well, that's cool, but what do you want to talk about?
I wish I was nicer. Like, I'll have a stupid guy tell me I could be nicer, and he's right.
You want to talk about how you could be nicer? Hang on, I'll be right back, actually. BRB.
You know what I mean? Like, you go, oh, you're ugly. And he goes, but you're mean. He's like, ugh, man makes a point. So I like being direct and to the point, but I guess it hurts people sometimes. And then again, it's only my opinion, right? But it seems like we live in this vision of our world based on our opinion. So, like, I keep thinking about Neg and Ruhif, the civilized Globers, and how their position is clearly mirrored to ours. Just an absolute mirror on a graph. And it just shows me right now, I'm dealing with someone living with me for a week that's Filipino. And it's a different culture. And the culture of the globe is a different culture than we prescribe to, I think is the right word. We didn't fit in that culture. And it's a culture of money and war in the United States that they shelter us from. Like, I don't talk about the news, man. I mean, like, the news is so filtered that people have no idea that as Americans, they're feared across the globe. They're literally feared, and the big guys fear us too because Americans are armed. It's the only country that's really armed like that. So it's interesting. It's kind of cool to be an American at this point in time, especially like I dig the Constitution big time.
Sorry, what I miss out on?
I talked about the Constitution. And the room went silent.
Well, okay. I do think. Is Jeremy? Are you still here? Are you active, or are you just kind of listening in?
What's up?
Hey,
What's up?
would you like to pick up where we left off as far as the ideas that you have?
No, I'm good, man. You guys are goofy as fuck. You told me you guys told me there was no still water because of evaporation. I'm good, bro.
I don't believe that. I don't believe that I said that.
You're just grilling me for no reason, man. What's up? What do you want to talk about?
I don't know. It just seemed like you had some ideas for other people to do rather than doing them for yourself. And
yeah. Oh, I remember now. Yeah, definitely. The people that have all the tools and the knowledge on how to. Yeah, the people that have all the tools and the knowledge on how to use the tools. I had this crazy fucking idea that they would actually go use them and record it so that when they debate people on what's going on out there, they'd have something to show them. Fucking nuts.
Okay, I didn't know that was kind of the language that was able to be used on Livestream.
What's up? What?
Well, okay. So
I didn't hear what you said. Something about language?
Yeah. I didn't know. I didn't know that because it being live streamed. I didn't know if that was okay language.
You swear? Yeah, we could swear.
Okay. Well, no. So I guess my whole point on that entire thing the last time we talked was, yeah, a water level is a tool to do stuff with, and it does establish a horizontal plane of reference. So I actually offered to give you $10 so you can go to Home Depot or whatever to get one so you can experience it for yourself. And I think that the contention there was that you wanted other people to do something for you and then tell you what it meant rather than you doing it yourself. And I think that's where the contention really kind of. By the way,
yeah.
You just happen to be here, and I'm talking to you about it. My intention wasn't to seek you out or anything like that. SE sent me a thing. It's like, okay, I'll see what's going on in Geos, and so just so you know, I don't mean to be confrontational. Just so you know,
a $10 thing from Home Depot or Lowe's is not going to show anyone anything. I can sit and look at a tub of water and see that it's flat on top.
Yeah, but I think that's kind of missing the point. That's
you got to measure it. We need an actual measurement. That's the point. You're arguing with people over if water measures flat on the top or not, or if water level is horizontal, and they're telling you no, it's not. You're saying yeah, it is. You've done the measurement, didn't record it because you have a cameraman, not you personally, maybe other people. I'm saying the guys with the tools. $10 isn't going to buy me an auto level, give me the time to learn how to use it, go out, set all this stuff up. But the guys that do have the auto level, do know how to use it, do have the tube with the $10 tube of water, they can go out and do it.
It sounds to me it sounds to me like you're conflating a couple different things. An auto level and a water level are two totally different things. In the sense of one of them costs a lot of money, one of them doesn't. One of them is a tube. You just put water in it. and it's literally you
Yeah,
hold
the
it
tube.
up, and that's it. It's literally a tube
I
of
know.
water.
I know the thing with
So
water being level. That's the thing in contention. So that's the thing that needs to get measured. Now, how do you measure it? You got to make a horizontal. How do you make a horizontal line with an auto level? So the dudes that
You
have
don't. That's what I'm saying,
so,
dude. You're conflating the two things. Quit saying auto level is the same thing as a water level, and it's
I never
literally
said that. I know it's not the same thing. I would never say that. I know it's not the same thing. I'm not conflating them. I'm telling you,
sounds.
level is and levels horizontal. That isn't the whole thing that this whole argument is about. That's what's in contention. So, in order to show that it is or isn't level, we need to make a measurement. So, you need your $10 tube of water, but you're also going to need something to make a horizontal line to compare it to, right? That's where the auto level comes in.
No, that's what I'm saying. Is there's a couple of things that I'm hearing you say, where I'm saying you're saying we need to do all of this stuff, and my thing is no, we don't need to do anything. You should do it. I've done it. I've got it. I got a tube of freaking water and put water in it, siphoned it through. There's no air bubbles, whatever. Didn't have an auto level. I didn't have any expensive equipment. And the other part of what I hear you saying is we need to do stuff. It's like, no.
Yes, we as a community. Yes, yes, we as a community, because we're sitting here debating people.
Be the change you want to see and do it yourself. You know what I'm saying?
Well, I figured
I'm
since
tired of that.
I figured since there's
Everyone tells me
I
to
figured
do it
since there's
myself.
guys
Doesn't happen.
I figured since there's guys in this arena that have the tools, they know how to use them. They have it. Yeah, they should do it. Exactly. They should do. They should be the ones to do it.
That's my whole point. Is with you saying they should do it. You're just going to sit back and backseat drive and armchair quarterback the entire time without you doing anything. What's the problem with that?
I don't have the skills, the money, or the time to be able to do this.
I told you I would give you $10, Jeremy, to go to Home Depot to get a freaking tube. That's it.
Okay, a $10 tube doesn't do anything, because the thing that's in contention is what this tube is doing. You can't just go get a tube and be like, look, it's horizontal, level's horizontal. That don't fucking work. You got to have an actual measurement. Hold on, bro. Hold on a second.
Okay.
You got to have an actual fucking measurement of this happening. Otherwise, you're just making a baseless assertion.
You don't measure horizontal. Horizontal is not a measurement. It's established. That's what I'm saying. And if you're asking other people to do something for you, you will never get answers yourself.
Yeah, so you go establish a horizontal, you put the water next to it, and then you see if level actually is horizontal.
No.
That's how you do it.
You don't put water next to it.
Underneath it, next to it, wherever you want. You need to have it close enough. You need to have the water close enough to the horizontal to be able to tell people, yes, level is horizontal. Here's the measurement. We established a horizontal. We have the water under it. We measured from the water to the horizontal. Yep, it all checks out. Level's horizontal. But you don't have that. You're just chatting shit all day about how you've done this and you didn't have a cameraman and maybe I should go do it even though I don't have an auto level, but you want to give me $10 so I can get a tube of water that's going to show nothing. I don't know what kind of stupid fucking game you guys are playing, but it's boring.
Yeah, it's bullshit because it's on my screen right now. And I'm paralleling the water. There's 3 lasers. It's been done. I'm sorry.
Excuse me, Dan. What exactly is bullshit for having somebody do something for themselves to find out for themselves about something?
Because to be effective, we had to have
who's we?
On both. Well, you had to have people on both.
Where's your screen? What? I'm not looking at your screen. Can you show me your screen?
It's just in chat. It's right there. It's some laser stuff. It's right there. It's just not far away. Go to chat.
Okay.
And it's like it takes people on both sides. It takes people to document it from both sides. That's without sound.
Are you looking through? So Flat Earth Hungary Moon, that one where what are you doing there? Are you looking through?
There's 2 separate things there. I'm talking about the bottom one with the lasers.
Okay. Let me look at that.
So, as best we could, right? Paralleling water as the only guide that we had handy, and so are these lines parallel?
That was a lake, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
So it's like, are they parallel? Are we proving anything? Did we get it documented well enough with enough personnel and enough K, enough
So
high quality enough.
Yeah, that's cool that you actually did something. Are you trying to prove something with that, or are you just doing?
Yeah, I'm trying to prove that Jeremy does a job for me here, so I'm doing a job for him there.
What's that?
Well, he's helped secure this place, and he helps secure.
So he's on the other side of the lake.
Some of the jabbering and some of the talking and some of the education that we get out of Discord, in particular these days. I'm not saying he's solely responsible for it, but he helps make sure it's there for Geo and us. And if you think do you think I don't tell him how he should do his job here? You're wrong.
I have no idea what you guys.
Everyone comes along.
I have no presuppositions for that.
Listen, sugar cookie. I'm just saying, dude. I don't have time to go check to measure to establish whatever or to check or to verify that level is horizontal. What needs to happen is our people on our side. We're on the same team here. Our teammates our teammates have access to this stuff. They have the tools. They have the knowledge on how to use them. They're very proficient in them. They're the ones that need to do this. I'm not going to go do heart surgery tomorrow. I'm not going to go do some crazy shit that I don't know how to do. I don't have time for that. I have a family. I'm running things in my house. I'm helping run the server. I don't have time for shit like that. That's other people need to do. I can't do everything.
I'm not saying you have to do everything. I understand you're part of a community that you want to kind of help out. Is that the vibe I'm getting, right?
Well,
I want us to all help each other out. Yes, we should all be helping each other out. And what would be a giant fucking help right now is if we had a measurement or something to show that horizontal level is horizontal.
Yeah. Okay. Well, please listen, because that is what a water level is. Not a carpenter's level with a bubble on top of it, but a tube. Literally, it's as simple as a tube of water.
Hey, I got a tube of water. Right now. Now what? I just go around telling people that the water's horizontal.
Well, that would be silly. Why would you do that?
I don't know. You kept offering me to buy me a $10 water tube. What does that show? What does that prove to me now?
So one of the things that will show you if you actually do that is that you don't have to have a line of sight. You can level something around a corner if you have to, or if something's in the way. You don't have to have a line of sight.
Fucking awesome. And then how do we know that it's horizontal or if it's curving or not?
Because it's established. It is a tool it's a tool to establish that horizontal. Now you can think whatever you want. It doesn't mean Earth is in the shape of it doesn't matter.
Well, that's serious implications on the shape of Earth.
It doesn't.
Despite what you guys think over there, it has serious implications on the shape of Earth.
Okay, no. Well, hang on. What you guys think over there are people that think different things. But here's what I'm going to tell you from what I've learned is that water level that you fill with water, that tube, you go to Home Depot or whatever, you go tube it. Now what? Well, yeah, it doesn't mean jack about what's underneath of it. It establishes a horizontal. And that's what you use. People use it. I posted so many videos over there when you were over there the other day or week or whatever. Like, people are using a water level to see how much their foundation has settled when they bought a rental house. People use water levels.
A real world question. Real world. If I took this over, let's say
people use water. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm exactly what I'm saying. Real world is that. Hang on.
Let me ask you a logical question.
Okay, Dan, can you hang on one sec?
No, because we know what you're saying, man. So let us comment on it. They fucking work. We get it.
Okay, dude, hang on. Chill out. Just chill out.
So if I take a long one and I drape it across the top of the globe I'm supposedly living on, wouldn't I, even though I had a center, wouldn't both sides make a level and not prove the line I was on? In other words, Well, let's say I draped it across the globe for 5 miles.
Dan, hang on.
I'm just saying
No,
that both sides would
argue.
show level and not prove the ground you're on. That's what I'm saying.
Well,
Both sides would show level. Yes, they would be level, but it wouldn't prove the ground you're on.
I'm sure you're shouting because you're passionate.
Trying to get you to acknowledge me.
Yeah. I know.
So what do we do about that with your level experiment?
Okay, so
it doesn't prove the flat Earth. It only proves that both sides were equal in height.
It proves that both sides are horizontal. In real world, like you were talking about just a bit ago when you started shouting, real world is people planting gardens with a water level, with a tube.
But it doesn't make
it all you want.
It makes equal heights. It doesn't make a straight line. It makes equal heights.
No, it does. It does make it 100% makes a straight line.
Is anyone
in addition, it makes a horizontal line. And that's why people can make gardens. That's why people can make decks. That's why people can see how
I'm sorry, they grade after they find.
Why are you interrupting me?
Because this is how it really works. They find the 2 points and then they grade. They even it out between the two.
Yes, that is definitely a way to level ground.
Hey, Sugar Cookie. I just hopped in here, but I've been around the block enough that I think I grasp the situation. So, what you're saying is correct because
probably not. If as soon as somebody says what you're saying is, I'm going to cut somebody off right there because that's probably.
Okay, he did say you were correct,
but yeah, I mean, yeah.
Well,
I
how do you understand what I'm saying?
Let me just finish what I was saying. Cool.
Yeah, sure. You interrupted me after Dan interrupted me, so go ahead.
I didn't interrupt anyone. All right, calm down.
After Fundy, you're gonna go, Sugar.
Yeah. I know you've been around the block. Go ahead.
Okay, so what you're saying is true because the Earth is flat, but it's not indisputable. People are still free to dispute it, and it's going to come down to a nuh-uh debate at that point because it is disputable. It's true, you're right, but it's not indisputable because the philosophy, which is like available to your opponent, that Waterman is outlining for you. That alone isn't enough, even though it's true.
Okay.
Yeah, it works. It's level. It's flat, sure. No. But go ahead.
Yeah. So I appreciate that. Have you got a tube and filled it full of water and actually used a water level? Have you actually used it yourself?
Yeah, I mean, I install plumbing in houses.
But have you used an actual tube with pipes?
Dude, even if somebody did what the globe's calling for, anyone using it?
Jeremy, hang on, please. But Fundy,
yeah,
is that okay if I call? How do you say it?
That's what it's fundamental. But yeah, everyone calls me Fundy. That's cool.
Okay, cool. So yeah, actually, that's cool that you have real world experience with pipes. Somewhat very similar to a water level, but not a water level. Have you actually done that? And I agree. I understand your point, but I'm just
fucking retarded. We understand how they work. Can you just say more, please? Then explain to us how they work.
Excuse me,
Let's
Dan.
Try to be nice, please.
Thank you for muting yourself again, because I was talking to Funny here.
All right, let's try to. I'll just be calm. It's a very heated topic. I understand.
I don't know why it's such a heated topic.
It's lame. I'm splitting because we're allowing him to do this to us, just like it happened earlier. It's stupid.
What's he doing?
He is assuming we don't know what he means by water level.
No, I'm not. I am not. I'm literally not assuming anything.
We've all held long tubes full of water in order to establish height before. That's
No,
why I asked you.
It's not.
what
It's not. I think that's the thing. Is I'm not established. First of all,
equal height. Equal.
I am not assuming. I'm not
Both
assuming or pushing anything on you. I'm not doing that. I don't assume you know anything, and I assume that I don't assume that. I assume that I'm the dumbest motherfucker here, personally.
I'm not falling for this.
Listen, the point is, bro, we need to have this measurement. Bev's actively debating people. We're actively debating people on this. If Earth is a ball or not. Now we all know that if the water's not curving and it actually is horizontal, Earth's not a ball. So it would help if we had a measurement of this. Now, in order to have a measurement of this, you need to make a horizontal. And then you need to put water near it, somewhere near it, where you can measure from the water to the horizontal you've made.
Like
and show people, hey, look, the water's not curving.
Yeah, like a canal.
Anything, something, some still body of water, yes.
That's the thing. It's like horizontal is established. It's not measured, and it's established very, very super duper fundamentally with a freaking tube of water.
Yeah, I know, but that's the thing that's in contention, though. We need to use a different way to establish a horizontal to show that it matches the other horizontal.
Well, it's been proven for, I don't know, millennia.
Who proved it?
I'm not trying to piss anybody off. It was just so.
Bro, I'm not trying to piss anyone off either. I want what's best for this community, and what we need as a community, as a group of people. Like it or not, we're on the same side, and what we need is this measurement of water being horizontal.
Okay, the only thing I can say about that is individually, as the community that you want to be in, and I am probably in it also, whether I like it or not, right? Do something for yourself that will help the community.
Dude, I play my part, bro. I play my part. I don't play the part where I'm one of the guys with the auto levels and the long tubes of water.
No,
right? That's not my part. That's somebody else's part, and they need to play it.
Okay, well, that's my contention with what you're saying, is because you're saying somebody else go do stuff, and then I'll have an argument for whatever the fuck the argument is. That's not what the argument. That's not what the water level is supposed to do. It's not there to give a argument for somebody else, for you to go evangelize somewhere. It's for you to do it for yourself. And I don't think you're going to get anywhere in your entire life, honestly, if you're waiting for somebody else to do something for you.
Dude, listen to me. If I had to do everything myself, you would die. I would die. So would you. Okay, you got to go get your own food. What do? We wait for the.
We're not talking about
deliver the food to the store. I'm just talking about doing everything yourself in life. You just can't do it. It's not possible.
That's a false equivocation, dude.
You think the CEO of a company does everything himself? He tells people what to do. The boss, the managers, they tell people what to do. They can't do everything. That's not in the cards, bro.
Yeah.
The guy that knows how to run the machine, the guy that knows how to run the machine that presses the metal, that's his job. That's what he does.
Jeremy, calm down.
Boss or the CEO does.
I don't think I'm not asking you to run the world. Just asking you to get a freaking tube and fill it with water.
The tube filled with water on its own, in and of itself, doesn't tell you anything. It doesn't tell you anything. You need to have a horizontal to measure it again.
That's what it does. You're bypassing it because you're overlooking it. It seems like to me.
I think the water's horizontal. Okay, we need to show people. It's time to show. Talk time's over. It's time to it's show and tell part. You did the tell part. Now you need to do the show part.
Okay, cool. How about if other people need to show something, I can show you videos of people using this real world, making gardens, making fences, making decks, making they're knowing if their foundation in their house is settling on one side or the other. This is real world, and it's super duper freaking simple. And those are things that I can show you that other people have done that you can take with you if you don't want to do it yourself.
I can't doing it myself's not in the cards. I already told you this.
Well,
I don't have a way to.
So then that's fine. Okay, cool.
Also, hold on.
Giving you at least 5 other ways. I'm giving you at least 5 other ways for you to see other people doing it themselves in different kind of scenarios, so that you can take that back for yourself to do your own arguments for whatever you want.
All right. So most of the people building houses.
Hold on, Gio, real quick. Did any of the people you just mentioned, did they establish a horizontal plane, then put water next to it and measure down to the water to see if the water's curving or not? Because that's what we need.
See if the water is curving. No, they just used it. They used the tool with a bucket and some tube. Sometimes they used not a bucket. Some people use a bucket. Some people use different ways to do it. I can look up some YouTube videos and post them here if you want.
Well, is the goal here to find whether water is curving or not? Or what's the main goal here that's trying to be accomplished?
That would be my goal, yes. Is the water horizontal or is it curving? Yes, that's my goal. If anyone else has a different goal, I don't know.
All right, so Sugar Cookie, are you saying you have a solution that's really easy to do that? What would it be? Like, walk us through it. We got the tube in the water, then what?
That's what establishes a horizontal plane of reference. And I can post you videos for real world people, like literally, I don't want to repeat myself, but I can post videos for different people from not even in this arena, just using that to make horizontal and measure from it.
Right. And they all believe Earth's a globe and water curves. So now what? They believe the Earth's a globe and water curves. So what can you do differently to show them
their beliefs behind anything other than using that tool is irrelevant. They're using that tool to measure height differences based on a water level in a
local area, like 30 feet, 100 feet, whatever it is. They're not doing it over longer distances. So Earth curve would have. I don't know what's your criteria that you want to have me somehow prove to you something that I don't know what you want me to prove to you. I'm not really personally asking you for anything. I'm just saying what you're trying to say. You're saying that this tool does something that just definitively. So I'm just asking what is it doing? Like how would I? You're telling Jeremy to go get a water.
Yeah. I'll look up some YouTube videos and post them. Where's a good spot to post them in here?
Live stream text. The thing is, dude.
Okay,
you
cool.
can show somebody building a fence using a water level or a deck or going around a corner with it. That's dope. We know what it does.
Yeah. All right.
I believe you. I think it's horizontal. I'm with you on this. We need to be able to show other people that it actually is horizontal.
Okay. That's cool. Hang on, man. I'm not trying to cut you off. I am cutting you off because I'm going to not be listening to you while I look up the videos to show you stuff.
Okay.
That's nothing.
What was Fundy going to say? Because I feel like that got cut off too. I was kind of listening.
I think I finished everything I had to say, but I do have another thing to say now after listening to you guys. I think you all are being really polite. We'll see how this pans out. But Sugar Cookie, I think everyone is just being really polite. I think it's even become overly polite, and you might need
it's going
some
better
tough
than
love.
It did at Bev's. It's going better than it did when I was at Bev's the other day. I'll tell you.
Yeah, I think
started off good too, though. So
hold on, was that poisoning the well? Was that what that was?
No.
I stopped doing your research for you on YouTube. So I heard
he wasn't. He was just being saying, giving us a compliment. We're all being like,
either you're going to blow us.
This conversation should go. This should be a nice, easy conversation without the yelling and shit and the name calling.
Absolutely. I think either you're gonna blow us all away, Sugar Cookie, or you're just unaware of how flawed what you're saying is, and
Okay.
these guys are trying to help you understand better.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to set any expectations that I was going to blow you.
No, there's really only two options here. These are very experienced
Well,
people, and we all think we know
go
what
for
you're
it.
saying, but we all understand the flaws in what you're saying that you seem to think is like watertight or airtight, but
No,
it's
dude.
really not.
I'm not bringing something to. I'm not coming over here with some magic of any.
Yeah,
And I don't. I'm not. I don't feel like I'm presenting it in that sense. And if I have, I apologize. I'm not like some. I'm not going to give you some flat Earth proof. All I'm doing is giving you like a thing that's kind of cool to look into. That's it.
okay. I'm gonna give you the tough love that I think everyone else is thinking. Everything you've said is kind of worthless to us.
Hold on there, chap. Don't speak for me.
Okay, not for Montreal. I take that back.
I happen to think that you guys are not understanding what Sugar Cookie's trying to lay down for you guys.
Okay,
Dude, I believe what he's saying. Not
Horizontal.
only do I understand, SC, not only do I understand what he's saying, I think the same thing is happening. I think the water is horizontal on the top.
Yeah, and I just want to say one thing to fundamental.
okay.
Horizontal is not made. Okay? You don't make horizontal.
Okay.
Horizontal is there. You find it.
Sure. That's a good choice of words.
Yeah, bro. That's what it is. That's what Sugar Cookie's trying to tell you.
That's
Yeah, we
exactly
got
what
that.
I said when I said it's established. So here comes an onslaught of videos for you to do your own research with.
I mean, you could do that with anything. You could get a box full of sand and shake it. Oh, look, all the sand falls flat. You find your horizontal. You do this with anything.
Yeah, I mean, I think probably everyone in here is aware of how water levels establish.
Yeah, you're showing your ignorance when you say something stupid like that.
How to check your laser.
Are you talking to us, or is that a hot mic? But the
What
question,
just happened there?
I don't know. I don't know if he was hot micing or what. So a water level within a local region is one thing, but if we're talking about how that relates to the Earth, there needs to be something on a larger scale that's done and something that matches it to a horizontal to actually compare the water to it, to actually show something if we're talking about the Earth.
Yeah, with
Right. Your issue is
extreme.
large scale. I understand how you guys are thinking at large scale. This is what they're thinking, Sugar Cookie. Large scale.
Well, are we
Well,
talking about
you
the
could-
Earth? Are we talking about the shape of
you-
the Earth and whether water curves the way that they say it does, or are we just not talking about that at all? Because if we are, then it has to be something to establish a water level in a long enough distance that would be able to decipher whether the water is curving at 8 inches per mile squared or not.
Okay, well, whatever your criteria is, I'm probably not going to meet that. I don't know what that criteria is for you guys or for what you're after.
It depends on the distance.
All I'm saying is this is this. Take it for what you will.
Yeah,
And
it's fine.
I've posted 1, 2, 3, 4, a handful of videos in there to show you how it's practically used and how, you take it for what you want. I'm not going to be able to prove anything to anybody.
See, I understand what Jeremy wants. It's not that I don't understand what he wants. He wants something to show a non-believer what that level is horizontal. That's what he wants. Something tangible, something to say, look here.
Oh, man.
And you're telling him, look, it's the water level, right?
Bro,
And
do
there's a
it with the
disconnect
auto
there.
level. I don't care. Just make a different horizontal plane, something else that makes a horizontal. Put the water next to it. Measure to the water from the horizontal. Then we can see if its level really is horizontal. We'll have something to show
Jeremy.
people.
Jeremy, you are gosh, it sure is frustrating for me to hear you say that, because you're saying use water, put water next to water. It's like this is a thing that does.
No, I'm not saying put water
Nah,
next
you
to
don't
water.
understand, man.
I'm saying put something else next to water that makes it horizontal. Your auto level, whatever you guys do to make it horizontal.
Do you not? Okay,
Hey, man, can I tell you something, Sugar Cookie?
I don't know. Yeah,
So
sure. Go ahead. Tell me something.
if you have a like a 5-inch diameter metal rod, right? It's like 5 inches thick, and it's like stainless steel, right? If you hold that rod up horizontal from the center point, both the left and right side will bend down because it's not perfectly ultimately rigid, right? It has a little bit of elasticity to it. It'll have give, right? Now, if you suspend a metal rod from its two ends, the middle will dip down, right? The middle will be lower than the ends, right? So the only way to compare the surface of water, if it's curved, is to measure its distance to a perfectly rigid beam, like a metal rod, 1 inch above it, above the center of the rod, or below the center of the rod to the surface of the water, and it also be 1 inch above the surface of the water on the right and left side. You know, with something to be noticeable, say like a mile long, so that each side is like 4 inches higher than it should be.
Yeah.
Right, but we don't have materials that sort of material strength doesn't exist. We don't have an object that firm.
I'm gonna
So
go ahead.
Go ahead.
I'm gonna go ahead and pretend that you listened to me, and I'm gonna try. I'm gonna try to pretend that you.
I heard everything you said, man, and I know that's not where you're going.
No. It's not a 5-inch metal pipe that you can hold rigid. That's the whole point. It's not that. It's different than what you're saying. You're not. It seems like there's something that's getting glossed over that's not sinking in one. Maybe it's me. Maybe I'm the dumbest. I don't put it past me.
No, you're step one. Water is level. Then we're talking about
that is not my point, dude.
I'm on. Okay.
My point is water is level. That is not my point. My point is a water level is a tool, and it's a tube, and it establishes a horizontal. It doesn't matter what's underneath of it, up and down and stuff. It'll still level its shit out. It'll be horizontal. You can't measure that. It's established. So now, hang on. That's not a metal pipe. It's not rigid, which is kind of the beauty of it also. You go around, you don't have to have line of sight. You don't go around a corner. It's going to be, like you can get a soffit around the corner and still have it leveled out. Now,
yeah, I don't think he wasn't bringing it up to compare to a water level. Well, he was bringing that up. Hold on. What I mean is that he wasn't trying to say that your thing is a metal rod or a metal rod. What he was trying to say, I think, is if you have something that's straight, you could then compare the water level to it to see if the water is curving or not.
Correct.
Yeah, exactly.
That's the thing is, like, this is all inclusive is what I'm saying. It's kind of a redundant thing in my opinion. It's like you're wanting to hold up water to a thing that has water in it.
All right, so
no.
You can use a water level to establish a local level, like you said, building a house or things like that. And people have done that since the beginning.
How far can you? Yeah, exactly. I get it.
Okay, so what have you done to decipher that the water level is deciphering whether water curves at 8 inches per mile squared, or is that?
I have no reason to think that to begin with.
Well, that's step 2, and step 2 is very valuable to verify. That's where we're at, because we already accept step 1. Now we're on to step 2, and that's where a lot of us are interested in figuring out.
Okay, I don't know what the steps are. I don't know how far you want to go with whatever, but I mean, straight line segments.
We're trying to go all the way.
Yeah, straight line segments attached to each other. That's why there's straight line segments. So I'm not here to convince you. I'm just saying to Jeremy from earlier that we had a discussion last week. It's like I wanted to leave it as the case of do something for yourself rather than having someone do something for you. Now, that being said, I have posted 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 videos in Livestream for you to kind of get a handle on how that kind of idea works and how it's used practically in everyday life. And yes, you can consider it local, but how far can you extend that? And the ground underneath of that flimsy little tube doesn't matter. And I think if you don't take my word for it, look at it and figure it out. It took me a bit to fucking actually wrap my mind around it because it is really super duper simple. But
the thing with the water level,
how does that actually work? Yeah, go ahead.
The thing with the water level, you can extend that forever. That'll be level forever. You can just keep going and going. Yeah. That'll always be level.
Yeah.
What we need to do is we're trying to verify if level's horizontal, because that's the big, that's the claim. That's the claim on the table. One side saying it is, okay. One side saying it isn't. So we need to make a different horizontal, a different way to make a horizontal, so that we can match it, try to match it up against this other level that we think is horizontal, but they don't, and then we can show them, look, it in fact is horizontal.
So horizontal is horizontal in one situation, and it's horizontal in a different situation. How are those two horizontals not parallel to each other? Hang on.
Because the magical gravity.
That's the whole thing that's in contention. Is that
fine, whatever, call it whatever. It's still horizontal. It doesn't. Horizontals don't bend. They're still horizontal.
I don't think they do.
Well, look at what Blue is
Nobody
saying.
Thinks they do.
Listen to what Blue's saying about pi and the radius and all that shit changes.
I know, that was good.
Blue has a different. Blue's talking about pi.
Good shit. I heard him.
Not pi. He said pi is 2.00. No, he literally
said it's not a constant.
No word. Nuh-uh.
I ain't worried about Blue's goofy ass though. What I'm more worried about is you're being able to show people. What I'm more worried about is us being.
Sorry, go ahead. But my case is that you are worried about what other people are saying, or else we wouldn't be having this conversation. And with that, I'm going to take a time out. I'm going to go have a smoke break. So I don't want you to just be arguing at me and me not here to listen. So I think it's pretty good intermission in general, don't you think?
I'll argue with his sorry ass. That's what you did say. You want something to show the people. Now, don't be saying you don't want that. Now.
Yes, I want something to show them. Not Blue.
Okay,
you think there's anything we can show Blue or Xanac or Rumpet? No,
never.
This is for
ever
normal
in
people.
The history of the world till you turn blue.
This is for normal people.
Yeah,
it's something to show normal people, bro.
Yeah, so Sugar Kick is right. You are trying to, and I'm not putting you down, but you want this for other people, and I get it. I understand.
Well, let's be dramatic in a minute. Let's just say, just in a dramatic, total fantasy thing. Let's say there's a panel of 30 people. They are the globalists of the world. They're dominating. They're enslaving humanity. They're printing the money, all the crazy shit. Big pharma, big oil, the whole thing. They're just dominating the world, causing pain and suffering and war and poisoning and genetically modified foods and all that. And there's 30 of them right there on the panel. We say Earth's a globe. We say Earth's a globe. The water curves at 8 inches per mile squared. Over on the other side, you got 4 people. It's you, me, Sugar Cookie, Jeremy, SC Montreal. Five? Fundy. There's just us in here.
Thank you.
5 of us. And X-Bomb, whoever that sock account is. So you got five of us plus a sock account. No, I'm just kidding. Okay, so you got us. And these globalists are saying, prove to us that water doesn't curve at 8 inches per mile squared, and we'll give you the keys to the kingdom. We'll finally give up our control. We'll stop murdering people. We'll stop doing all this crazy stuff, but you got to prove it. Are you going to hand them a tube and say, go 30 feet down the road, and that's going to do it? What are you going to do to actually establish that the water isn't curving?
Who cares? You're gonna be okay. I'm gonna have a cigarette in a second here. Why are
Have your
you?
cigarette. Let me answer to him what I did. Have your smoke. Let me answer, and then you can go when you're.
I mean, it's a dramatic example, but my point is that if somebody just wanted to
It's a good
establish a local
You wanna
horizontal,
convince-
you
why do
could
you
do
want-
that
I'm
because
sorry.
the world is in peril, bro. There's a very
You
severe
want to convince
situation
somebody
going
that doesn't
on.
want to be convinced.
Hey,
That's your
don't
problem.
interrupt
The
the
world
server
is
owner, please,
ending,
especially not the
Sugar
server owner.
No, it's in peril.
in peril. Sorry.
What did you
They're
say, Foggy?
poisoning us daily. They're controlling us crazy. Like, come on, dude. There's evil people out there calling the shots, and they're not doing the right thing.
Hey, Gio, do you have any ideas on how you might establish like a straight rod? Like I was saying, like a metal rod. Like how would you keep that like absolutely straight?
Yeah, I know. That's a big question.
Vertical is not a problem. You can make it straight vertically all day easily, but
Right.
when you transfer it to the horizontal, you now have this thing called rigidity. Who just knocked on my door?
You deal with that, Jeremy. But yeah, I mean that is the toughest question, right? How do you create a straight horizontal object that doesn't have any give or bending to it? Because you can't use a level.
They
Because
use
I told you, bro.
they actually use water to create glass.
Thank you, whoever said that. Who
No.
just said that? God
Your
bless
You
you.
mom.
can't do it because every object has no object has 100% rigidity in space, so you'll always have shit bending essentially.
you're not
Malform-
allowed
All
to
you need
use
is a water level, and you could establish.
You're not allowed to use a
horizontal.
water level to establish it straight, though. You'd have to establish, even though it may be true. You'll never like it's not it's disputable, right?
That's
Like
the thing
even though
that's in contention.
yeah, exactly. It's in contention. It's disputable. It's not
They're saying the
indisputable.
water's dropping. Saying that you put
So
a water
you can't
level
use
out
water
there and you
levels.
make the horizontal at one point, you'll see that there's drop by the end of it over such a distance. Like you can't use
I don't
water
know.
to prove the water is not curving. You got to have some other way to establish the horizontal. We got people that have those ways. They use these tools that do it.
Can I try something with you, bro? Something that you can show somebody. You're dying for
It
this,
ain't gonna
right?
work, but go ahead. Yeah, it ain't gonna work, but go ahead.
Okay.
Let's hear it. I'm willing to hear
Give
you
me
out.
a fair shake, because you've been asking, and I'm trying this. I gave you levels,
Yeah, no,
lines on walls. Nothing went through, right? Maybe this one.
Go ahead. What do we got?
You remember those lines, right? With the chalk and the laser I was telling
Dude,
you, right? I was trying to,
concrete
yeah.
tunnels and fucking lines on. Yeah, all that shit. I had a wall that flipped up at one point.
No, that's not me. That's not me. That was the level and the chalk. But okay, listen to this one now. If you want to show baller something, right? If it's the end of the world, whatever you guys are thinking, you want something solid, right? You bring them to the beach, right? And you tell them the stupid fantasy that their sphere Earth says, right? It says that a boat, blah, 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 right? So you bring them to the beach, you stake out an 8-mile spot or something, and you watch the freaking boat, and you're going to see, Jeremy, the boat ain't going to disappear. Bottom first, like they say. How's that for you? Is that a demonstration that you can show a regular baller? How's that?
Well, none of this is for the ballers, dude. Let's get that straight right now. None of this is for Zanuck or Rumpus or Blue. None of them guys. Those guys are dead to us.
Oh,
I
sorry,
don't know.
sorry. Well, when I said baller, I meant a regular person. Sorry. Is that sufficient enough? That's not sufficient enough.
Montreal,
no, that's not sufficient.
But on a flat Earth, boats are going to disappear from the bottom first as well, though.
But they don't. That's my whole point. They don't disappear at 3 miles. Have you been to the beach, bro? Have you tried this?
I wasn't making that point. I was only telling you that things disappear bottom first on a flat Earth.
Yes. Okay. I'm not disputing you that point. What I'm telling you is, on whatever you want, pick a surface, right? Doesn't matter. Pick whatever surface you have on your mind, right? Go on the beach, right? Now, you're going to see that a boat, you're going to be able to see it further than 3 miles away. Now, why I say 3 miles, right? We're going to have to go to their fantasy, right? Because Jeremy wants an example. Yeah.
6-foot observer.
Yeah. And if you do that in their fantasy model, if he wants to show a regular person that doesn't know anything about it, show him proof like he says, I think that should do it. How's that?
Well, I hope they understand
that ain't gonna do it.
refraction to an
You see,
expert
no
degree.
matter what you give Jeremy, bro, fundamental, no matter what you give him, he ain't going to be satisfied.
Bro, we got to have a measurement, dude. That ain't something you could just eyeball.
So why don't you come up with this fantastic idea? What would work for you, bro? Tell us.
What would work for me is if we get these guys with the auto levels and shit to go out there, establish a horizontal plane, because that's what the auto level does, right? Then you put water up next to the horizontal plane you've established and see if it matches.
And how far of a distance?
Bro, we're trying to falsify the globe Earth claim of 8
Yeah, but you
inches
got
per
to
mile
understand
squared, right?
something, bro. That's why I'm asking this. How far are you? You and Gio are both saying distance, and I get that, right? I'm not arguing with you, but this test that you want to do with the auto level, how far do you think that you can do this for miles? How far are you? Like, what's on your head? Because you said distance, right? So obviously you mean multiple miles, not short distance that you guys
I
were
mean,
saying,
however
right?
long it would take to clearly and definitively falsify the globe model of
Well,
8
what
inches
would
per mile
satisfy
squared.
you? 2 miles? Give me a number, Jeremy. Give me a number.
Bro, I don't know. I don't know what the exact number would be. And maybe 100 meters. It could be 400 meters. It might have to be 3 miles. I don't know.
You can easily do that with 100 meters. But Jeremy, listen to this, bro. The distances that you require, that you have in your head, right? Miles, you cannot do that with an auto level, bro.
What was the
You have to
distance?
understand that.
Rakia said he's done this. What was his distance? Do you remember, Essie?
He went 2 miles. The thing
He
is with
went two
what
miles, but he did it with poles, Gio, if I remember. He had
well, the
Go
thing is
on.
the method Rocky used, he when he set up his auto level, again, he just used level again. So the Globers say that the verticals aren't parallel. So that doesn't really debunk it because then that fits into their model. Like you have to use it in a way to where you establish level once and then don't do it again. You just carry on with your horizontal plane.
I know that's who you're trying to appease, and that's why I gave you a ball model, a ball example model.
No,
That
dude,
still wasn't sufficient for you.
we need something to show people so that when they see it, they don't run back to the Globers and the Globers just go, "Oh yeah, well, we already knew that because that's supposed to happen on a ball. They're just going around in a disco. They're making a disco ball basically around the planet." You know
Okay,
what they
let me
say.
put your mind at ease, bro. Okay, if you want to do 100 meters, 200 meters, and you want to compare, which you really don't have to, right? People are laughing at me now, even for me to say this. But if you want to do that and show somebody, a regular person, you can do that with a water level, an auto level, sorry, and a water level. But you can't do it for long distances because if you can't read your pole, right, you can't do nothing with an auto level. It's completely useless. Don't listen to these guys, Blue and B-Ball, that tell you they're shooting out 16 miles and that's total ridiculous, bro. You know that, right?
Yeah, I realize you wouldn't want to go too far. Yes, I do also realize that there must be a way to continue this horizontal line without having to use level again.
Well, Sugar Cookie was trying to explain that to you. You can extend a line like that forever, Jeremy, but you're not. You see, you're not thinking properly, man. You're trying to go into a model to appease ballers, and we're trying to show you what it is, but you're caught in between these two things. You're not seeing it, bro.
No, I'm just listen. All I'm trying to do is falsify their claim, right? They got a very well-known claim on the table that water is curving 8 inches per mile squared. How do we falsify that?
I told you on the beach.
Oh, dude, that doesn't falsify it, SE.
Why not? Why not, bro?
If that did falsify it, this would be over already. That obviously
Well,
doesn't falsify it.
Obviously, I don't care about what they think. I know I've done it. I went to the beach. I know how water flows. Me, for myself, I don't need to prove it to anybody. I'm just telling you, if you have the need to prove it to somebody, I'm trying to give you suggestions because you keep asking, and I've given you like I don't know how many, but none of them seem to suffice for you. So you should come up with something, bro. And you said the
But we
auto
need to
level, and I
measure.
told you that it doesn't work. It won't work for a distance that you require.
We need a measure, bro. We need a measurement, an actual measurement of this happening. Just going out to the beach and looking out there, it's not going to do it, bro.
I told you, you can have a measurement up to a distance. Up
How?
to there,
What
you
distance?
cannot have a measurement. Up to
I think
What
that's
further
what,
than
distance?
that.
I think that's
What's
what
the
it,
distance?
that's what it comes down to is if you're sitting there looking for something to evangelize to somebody else, you can't do it. You're not gonna convince somebody that doesn't want to be convinced. And that's what you're asking for.
No, I'm not trying to do this for the Globers. I don't care about those guys. It's the normal people that can be convinced, that want to see a measurement. You claim a board's 8 feet long,
You don't
and the
measure.
guy's like, "Well, I don't know. Maybe it is. Maybe it isn't. Show me." And then you put the tape measure next to the board and show him, "Look, it is 8 feet."
Yeah, well, that's the thing. Horizontal isn't measured. It's established and it's measured from. That's all.
Yeah. So you establish a horizontal, you measure from it to the water. Real simple. This is like super simple.
Yeah.
Now, how far can we go, SE? How far can we go? What distance?
Yeah. How far
Well,
do you?
with my eyes, I've seen. What was it, Sugar Cookie? You remember 300 meters? I think past 400 can't see shit, depending on the given day. That is,
What can you see at 300 meters?
you can see the pole. You can read the pole correctly.
That's looking ahead, and then you can. So what? 150 each way, or 300 meters in one direction?
I think he did 300 meters, if I remember correctly. I think up to
In what
300, and then it
direction?
started getting fuzzy. Don't quote me exactly, but it's near around there.
But that's in one direction, though, right? That's not foresight front.
One
Foresight and
direction.
back.
One
So
direction.
that's 600. That's 600 meters.
No, Jeremy.
Yeah,
Well, they started off at one
You
point,
can look
right? And
in
then
front.
then they went 50 meters, then they went 100 meters, then they went 200 meters, right? And up until, like I said, up until around 300, if I remember correctly, it's been a while, we were able to read the story pole. Further than that, forget about it.
100 meters in one direction, and then you rotate it 180, and then you look behind you in 300 meters. Now you got 600 meters.
Yeah.
A
If you
600
turn
meter
around, of
horizontal.
course. Yeah.
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 So you got 600 meters. That sounds plenty. How much is that in miles? Is that like a half a mile or something?
That's 600 meters, roughly, what is it, 2,000 feet around?
Perfect.
I'm tired. I'm doing it in my head, so don't quote me on that.
No, I'm right. I wrote it down. It's fine.
Yeah, it's 2,000 feet, which is less than a half a mile.
Oh, right on.
There we go. See?
1,968.
Thanks, bro.
So that sounds doable. Let's do it. We got to get the guys with the auto levels, though. I don't have time and money and all that to go do this auto level thing.
Yeah, but the amount of curvature of water is what, 3.5 inches or something for that?
It's
3
very
inches?
little. I don't even think it's that much.
Well, if it's 8 inches at a mile, then less than a half a mile is going to be less than 4.
This thing, how accurate was it on the 300 meters? I mean, could you barely see the story pole, or what's up?
It was, if I remember correctly, it was not bad. It was doable.
Well, I mean, dude, you understand we need to put a horizontal plane next to water, right? You know that's what needs to happen, right?
Next time Bev goes out, Jeremy, next time Bev goes, I'm going to freaking DM you personally, and I want you to come and see it for yourself. This way you will understand, bro.
Bro, why don't we just record it? Is he having issues getting a cameraman? Because I can get a guy over there.
Well, the reason he
around
couldn't
with a
record it
camera
is
and shit.
because he was on the beach and he was streaming it live, bro. So it gets kind of complicated.
I know. I know
Yeah.
I can get a cameraman over there for him if he needs a guy to hold a camera.
Well, talk to Bev.
Need
Man.
that?
Go talk to Bev.
That's not an issue. We got all kinds of peeps in the UK that would love to do this.
Well, now you're talking.
We need to
Bev
get it
will listen to
recorded
you.
so
Just
that we
go and
have
talk
shit
to
to
him.
show people after.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Wouldn't that be good to have something to show people after when you get in these debates about levels horizontal? Like, hey, look at this video I took. It shows us levels horizontal. Now what do you got to say? What can they even say after that?
Look, they got all the equipment. All I can say is I can't speak for him.
It's
Go and
like
talk to him.
it's like people have been trained apparently to have an argument handed to them that they can take along and they're put in their back pocket and throw out there. But like that's not,
Bro,
that's
it ain't about that, dude. It's about if I had an auto level and a fucking whatever 2 meter or a body of water still like that, I'd be out there doing this. I don't know how a fucking auto level works. I don't have an auto level. I don't have time to do this. I'm raising a family. Like,
quit
that
saying
shit
that.
ain't in the cards for me.
Please quit saying that. It bugs the shit out of me because you can get a freaking tube and put water in it. But
Jeremy, just so you can understand, I ordered an 100-foot tube, right? Now, shame on me, I haven't used it yet, but I freaking ordered one. I have it downstairs. All you got to do is just go on Amazon. You don't even need the big one. Just order a 20-foot clear tube, bro. That's it. It'll blow your mind.
I done it. I did it. That's why I'm saying for other people to do it. I'm not
serious.
going around and like, oh, hey, neighbors, look at this, motherfuckers.
It'll cost you $15,
Listen to me.
Jeremy.
Okay, listen
Seriously,
to me.
man.
I understand. I can go get a tube. I could go get a 10-foot tube and some stakes and take this fucking horizontal and take this water level as far as I wanted to with the stakes.
Yeah.
All right, that's not an issue getting a level line. The issue is making a horizontal plane to measure against that level line.
That's what you're doing. You're
That's what you're not getting, bro.
By doing that, you have that horizontal plane. I think that's getting overlooked big time.
But it's kind of like all right. I mean, it's sort of I'm going to use the word presuming, even though I don't think it is a presumption perhaps necessarily, but it's basically saying water is level. This is, the theory that you might have water is level and then, or horizontal. And then you're just saying that it just establishes that. They might have a theory and say, well, water curves at 8 inches per mile squared. The point is how to decipher between them without just having a theory and then pushing a theory.
It's not a theory. That tool does that. It establishes that just like an auto level would, but as something as simple as a tube with water in it does the same thing. It's not like people can't do it. So like this argument that I'm kind of hearing here and there about like, oh, we don't know all of the things or whatever. Like I've heard crazy cool kind of stuff like let's get hot air balloons and shoot lasers at each other. It's like what? No, you just have a water level. It's the simplest thing ever. And if you want to evangelize that, then that's cool. If you don't,
it sounds like you have a water level and an assertion. You don't really have a way to decipher whether it's curving it. I mean, if you don't want to help people decipher whether it's curving at 8 inches per mile squared, I hear you. You don't have to do it. You could just say, I got my water level.
Yeah.
Fuck the shape of the earth discussion. I'm going to go smoke a bowl on the beach and that's it. You don't have to care about it. But if you want to care about it, because the thing is, most of the world, this huge majority of the world is deceived into thinking water curves at 8 inches per mile squared. So telling them to go get a tube at Home Depot ain't going to establish anything.
Okay, well, show them the 7 videos, like people actually using it.
Those don't establish that that occurs at 8 inches per mile squared either. Not in those short distances.
It establishes a horizontal, just like the horizon.
Okay, so how can you use that to prove that it's not curving at 8 inches per mile squared to make it definitive?
Because it's horizontal.
That's your theory, but you have to prove it in physical reality.
Okay, well, horizontal doesn't curve.
So you don't have a way to prove it to someone if they think water curves at 8 inches per mile squared, and you're just telling them, but it's horizontal, but it's straight, it's horizontal. With the tool you mentioned, you don't have any way to establish it. It sounds like.
Yeah, it's very axiomatic. If you're asking me to prove to somebody else that doesn't want to be convinced, okay, that's not my.
I'm not really talking about like belief or convincing. I'm talking like if I wanted to show someone, demonstrate that water boils at a particular temperature, I could sit them in a room, I could light up a flame, we could take the temperature, and I could show the water is boiling. If they don't want to believe it from therefore, that's fine. They might be schizophrenic, they might not want to believe it, they might not be able to see whatever it is. That's fine. But you could establish that. Or like Jeremy said earlier, if you wanted to, hey, this table's 8 foot long, and they say, I don't believe you, take a tape measure, you do what's needed. So the point is that with the water level that you're suggesting, is there any way that you can do what I just said? Like, is there any way that you can actually establish that it's not curving at 8 inches per mile squared with the way that you've described it?
So you want me to prove something that it's not doing?
In this case, unfortunately, the entire Earth has been deceived that the Earth's a globe and that water's curving at 8 inches per mile squared, and that level is actually a curved line. So yes, that's the task.
Okay, so logic and reason goes completely out the window in what you're asking then.
Yeah, not zealotry or belief or anything. Actual physical, tangible proving is what I'm talking about.
Well, physically, tangibly proving.
Correct.
That the water level is horizontal is established. I mean, you don't measure horizontal. It's not a measurement. You
establish a horizontal, then measure from it. We went through this already. So what needs to be done is a horizontal needs to be established, and then we need to measure from that horizontal to the level of the water to see if it is horizontal or if it's actually curving.
It's almost axiomatic at that point. Like, it's not an argument. It's really not an argument. It's just a thing that is a thing. It's a tool that does that. Like a hammer, you can use it to, hammer nails in. Like a water level establishes a horizontal. It's established. It's not measured. However, you can measure from it. And that's, if you would please at least watch 1 or 2 of the videos that I posted in the live stream. Please watch one, pick and choose which one you want. And then, I mean, honestly, it took me a while to get a good understanding of it.
Did any of the videos you posted, did any of them show someone establish a horizontal plane in a different way than using water, and then putting water up to it and measuring from the horizontal established plane to the water?
Dude, it's using water to do that.
So no. So those videos are worthless to me.
No. So yes, that's my point is, yes, it is doing that with water. Like, does somebody have
You would have to use something other than water. Water is the thing that's in contention. You can't use the thing in contention to prove the thing in contention. That's not how it works.
Right. Just because you have your theory or idea. And I think you're correct. I do think it's horizontal. I think you're right. Yeah, but from somebody who believes it's 8 inches per mile squared, it's really no better than a theory. You're just saying it does that, but you're not establishing it.
No, it does establish that. If somebody believes that it's curving away from 8 inches per mile squared, then okay, where is that measured from? It's obviously measured from a horizontal.
I mean, unfortunately, the task at hand is we have to establish something that doesn't exist. We have to show that something that doesn't exist, and we have to show it not existing. So we have to show that the water is not curving at 8 inches per mile squared, and that level does not curve. That level actually is horizontal, and so on.
That's cool.
So what you're doing is, I mean, no offense, but I mean, what you're talking about with this water level, I think I could just speak for myself. That's like years ago. I mean, that this is nothing new. You're bringing it as if it's something new, and oh my God, you're going to blow our minds at this water level. No. That's for sure. But at the small distances that it's used, it doesn't establish the 8 inches per mile squared claim of the globe. That's what needs to be done.
Okay, first of all, it's not new. I'm not. I tried to establish that earlier. I am not bringing some new found glorious thing for a proof of anything. All I'm saying is that this tool does work. Gio, how many of the 7 videos that I posted have you taken a look at yet? How many of the people here have taken a look at one of the 7 videos that I posted?
They don't show
Probably
anything, though.
zero.
They don't show anything we need to show.
Probably 0.
We need to show a water next to a horizontal plane, and the water either staying with the horizontal plane, meaning not deviating from it, or
sorry.
What's up?
Or some other way to establish that a water level at distance is not, the water's not.
Who was the guy that did the pipes? Was that Fundy?
Well, for example, if you had a water level with a bunch of
water flows,
like if you sorry, go ahead.
I was just going to say water flows downhill. So somebody that has pipe work and plumbing work would know. It's clear as day. Water flows downhill. This is the simplest kind of thing. And if somebody
goes to
doesn't
a lower elevation,
open,
right?
There you go. If somebody
and elevation is flat to us, but it's curving to them. So I mean, elevation doesn't really tell us anything either.
Well, that's the thing. If you would, any of you, please watch at least one of the videos that I posted, because the water level doesn't give a shit about what's underneath of it. And that's how you measure if you buy a rental house and the foundation is like slanted to one way or another. That's real world use of it. So if you want to extrapolate that the entire thing, you want to go evangelize something. I don't have.
Hold on, Sugar Cookie. Hi, my name's Riggs. Nice to meet you.
Yeah, man.
You seem like a really nice guy. Why does it matter to you what we believe? Just curious.
I don't. I mean, we're just having a discussion.
Well, you sound like you're trying to save us. Like, you ever watch that movie Cliffhanger? You know, Sylvester Stallone. Oh, we're falling off the mountain. No one here is desperate for your help. So, like, why are like you so? You know, like, you have to watch this video now or else. Like, what's
no, dude. I think you've got it. I think you might have it twisted, because Jeremy and the gang, colloquially, are saying, "Oh man, no, we need to come together as a community so we can rebut somebody that doesn't. Some people that think a certain thing." And I'm saying this isn't that. You're not going to convince somebody that doesn't want to be convinced.
Okay. All right, well, that's fair. It just sounds like you're desperately trying to convince us that, like, so what we're doing is, like, we're refuting some of the things that you're bringing forward, or, like, you know, maybe we're being a little lazy about it because we've seen all this shit before. So
I think so. I think it's being very lazy, because I posted 7 videos in there trying to make kind of the case of how easy it is to do this shit, and not one of these you guys have probably watched one of them.
All right, your strongest case is this auto level. Is that what you're saying?
No.
Well, tell me what's your strongest position.
It's not an auto level. It's a water level.
Water level. Okay, so out of all these, you're saying a water level is the best way to show curvature.
No.
Okay.
A water level shows horizontal, and it's established. You don't measure it. It's not a measurable thing. I mean, it is an established thing. That's how things can get built. And my point is, if you want to have something as a flat earth proof, take it if you want it. I'm not saying that it is. I'm just saying, okay, this is the thing. And so, cool.
All right, well, I'll just say real quick that I think the FE is more of a conclusionary thing. It's not necessarily this one thing proves everything, you know?
Okay.
But that's just my position, though.
Yeah, that's fine.
Well, so, okay, let's say we get a 50-foot tube. We fill it with water. We hold it up at both ends. You make like the shape of a U, like the letter U. So you got, let's say 5 feet off the ground, the water is going up in the tube on the one side. 5 feet off the ground, it's going on the other side. I agree that you have established a horizontal via water being level. What does that do for the shape of the earth?
Nothing.
Nothing. So what we're talking about doing is trying to establish something for the shape of the earth, which involves water curving, etc. So you agreed that the thing you've been posting here does nothing for what we're actually aiming to do. And that's why I think we just spent the last 2 hours or hour, however long it's been, just to get to that right there. What you're showing, but you're bringing it as if it's like some new thing that none of us have heard. Like, oh my God, all I got to do is get a tube from.
I tried to establish that when I first came in. This is not some new thing. It's not new. This is not some savior for the flat Earth argument of any sort. Please don't let it get misconstrued as that whatsoever.
Well, I know that Jeremy went over to Bev's or whatever, and he was asking those guys that, and so on. All I'm saying, that's not something that I'm not asking Bev to do anything at all. So just me personally. Now, whether Jeremy wants that or whether he thinks people with the equipment could do that stuff, that's his thing. But that's not something I'm asking for him to do. But in this discussion right here, it's more of a discussion of what can be done to establish this and can be shown to, not necessarily to convince people in some evangelistic thing, but just simply to show the world, as it were, that water isn't curving. It's pretty simple. Well, it's not simple to do, but it's a simple thing. And that's why I brought up that ridiculous idea. I was like, let's say you had a panel of 30, globalists, and they're, waging wars and all this stuff. And it's like, if you could show them, and it's just a ridiculous kind of like out of a movie kind of thing, but if there was some way to establish that water isn't curving, then they would stop destroying the world.
Well, there you go. I think that might be a thing that you could use as part of your overall argument for that.
The thing is, we're sitting here arguing with or debating with or whatever you want to call it. We're having conversations with, heated conversations, might I add, with the people that are making the claim that the water is bending at 8 inches per mile squared. We got people that know how to use. And we have people that know how to use tools that establish horizontal planes via an auto level. You can establish a horizontal plane with that. Now, the claim is that the water is horizontal or the water is curving at 8 inches per mile squared. Those are the two claims on the table. So I am expecting some of our people that know how to use these tools, that own these tools, that are proficient with using these tools, actually do that.
Yeah.
I know that sounds crazy. I know.
Well, I think there's multiple things there where you're not going to convince somebody that doesn't want to be convinced. Number one, I think we can all agree on that. Can we?
Yeah, sure. But a lot of these people are blank slates. There's like 8 billion people or however many billion people they say there are. They're all blank slates. These Globers are fucking goofballs. We're wasting our time with these people.
Right. So you're actually trying to talk to people who have an open mind and are looking into stuff.
Yes, so we can show them an actual measurement of water not curving and not show them a fucking beach or something that everyone's seen.
Right. So to me, it's if people think water is curving around the globe and they can also see that a water level establishes a horizontal and water doesn't behave that way, then to me, that would be a way to show them that they're holding two different ideas in their head that don't match up. And so that way
they just think water is curving at 8 inches per mile squared because that's what the globe told them. They don't know anything about this water being horizontal thing. That's our claim, that the surface of the water is horizontal.
Well, that's what I'm saying. It's not the surface of the water. That's where I think it could be. Maybe the argument might be able to be switched.
Okay, do you think the surface of water is level?
No,
still water.
The tool.
The surface of. I know, but is the surface of still water, is that level?
Yes, at rest. It's
water at rest. Yes, still water. Water at rest. Water now.
Show me water at rest. Like even your bathtub's not really at rest.
So there's no such thing as water at rest.
But your bathtub isn't a tool to establish a horizontal.
Is there such thing as water at rest?
Yes.
Okay, and the surface of that is level, right?
Between the 2 points of a water level, yes.
So you don't think the whole surface would be level?
Well, the water is in the tube.
No, we're talking about just an open body of water, a canal, a canal where there's no wind, there's water at rest, not flowing.
Yeah, in general, yes, that is level.
Yeah, and level's horizontal. Now, there's people that are claiming this surface of this body of water is not horizontal. They're claiming it's curving. We need to show them that it's horizontal.
No. Yeah, I know. People claim all kinds of shit, like the surface is a 2D
but
thing.
The whole world believes it, though. The whole fucking world believes it. We need to help these people.
Man, you gotta talk.
I'm trying to actually be Superman. Despite what some people claim to be Superman, I'm trying to actually help people.
Yeah. Okay. Well,
people wake up from this bullshit they've been indoctrinated with since birth.
What's your media plan? What's your go-to-market strategy? I mean, come on, you're not gonna do it.
Not with teammates like this. I'm not.
Well, then there you go. See, there's gatekeeping involved, Jeremy. That's it. You just said
definitely not going to do it with.
So
I'm not going to do it either.
You put his foot down and said you're not going to do it. So that's there you go.
No, come on, man. That's I'm not a
sugar cookie the gatekeeper.
No, dude, Jeremy, get off Discord, dude. Go away. You don't belong here. You're done. Get away. Your career's over, Jeremy. You're done.
Dude, you're not. It's not going to happen. It's going to be an uphill battle. That's all I'm saying. Good luck to you.
Yes, we know it's an uphill battle. There's like 300 of us and like 7 billion of them. So yes, it's definitely going to be an uphill battle.
I don't know what the answer to that is, dude.
The answer is we may establish a horizontal plane, not using water, using a different method for establishing a horizontal plane. Then we measure from that horizontal.
Show me a better one. Show me a better way to do it.
Is there another way to establish a horizontal plane other than water?
A better way to do it? No.
Not better, just another way.
Yeah.
Not better, just another way.
Yeah.
We do that other way. We match it, we measure it against the surface of water so we can see if it matches or not.
How are you going to do that?
You establish a horizontal plane, you measure from the plane to a body of water. You can stake out water level, you can have a bunch of tubes, whatever you want to do.
Okay.
And then you measure to the water level.
Okay.
This isn't really like a crazy idea. Then we got something to show people. When you're sitting here arguing with these people, wasting our time, Blue and all them and all these hardcore Glober nutcase people, we can actually show them something.
Yeah, I mean, Blue destroys himself every time he talks. Almost.
He's off the rails, bro. He said pi's not constant. He said
Holy shit.
3 points on a horizontal line weren't coplanar.
He's pi equals 2.00.
I know. That's what I mean. These people are. This is more for regular people.
Even if the radius does change, pi doesn't. No matter how big or small your circle is, pi is the ratio. It doesn't change.
The thing is, if you think about it from this perspective, let's just say you've got this group of controlling psychopaths running the world. And if we, the people, could actually come together, perhaps we could actually sort of transcend what they're doing. Like if we could actually come together, and exactly what they would want is big kind of gatekeeper globe channels, and all the flat earthers banging on with those globe channels. Fight the flat whack earth guy, the MC Toon ballooners, all these guys. That's what those controllers would want. Yeah. Get them going with those guys. Get them looping with Fight the Flat Earth for hours, just getting the floor mopped with them. That's what they would want.
Well said.
Gio,
exactly the plan. Yep.
Exactly. And please don't call me a gatekeeper. I'm a fucking nobody, dude.
No, I was joking just because you said like you're not going to do it. I was just saying that.
I mean, that's the thing. It's like I don't know what the gate. I mean, to me, like the Oakleys and things of the world are gatekeepers in the sense that people do get funneled through there when they're trying to kind of learn some stuff. That was my path. that's like, oh shit, I didn't really know about logical fallacies until I listened to Nathan Oakley years and years ago.
Yeah, but I mean, the thing in this discussion here, like, can we the people come together, or are we just going to keep getting wrecked by these globe channels that think that they have the proof and they're just going to keep running us in circles? Is that the goal?
I think one of the ways to do it is just to showcase the stupid shit that they say.
I think that's maybe wasting time to focus on them instead of ourselves.
Definitely, man. You think when Xana comes in here,
yeah.
that's a good. You think when Xana comes in here, it's a good use of our time?
That's kind of one of my points. Like, you have to get these fundamental truths for yourself, and then you can take them to somebody. I'm not taking this water level argument to you so that, like, for a proof of anything. I'm not trying to convince you of. I don't know, man. I don't know.
Yeah, but like that idea
that play.
Well, the idea that I had of like the idea that there's like an evil group of controller people and they're sitting in their ivory castle and they're just sitting there laughing at the fact that we can't get our shit together. We the people, we just can't do it. People are going on with MC Toon and Fight the Flat Earth and Blue Marble Science till the sun comes home. Zanuck and all these guys. We're just totally getting just drowned in all of that. So what I'm saying is, if those controller guys, if we actually could come together, what would that look like? What could we do to actually establish something? What could we do to actually move something forward and actually get information out there that would help people, and not just, running in circles with these guys? And so that's
here's a suggestion. And I say this because it happened just the other day. And over at Bev's, somebody said, "Hey, my dad wants to talk to you." And his dad happened to be a science teacher, retired, like high school or whatever. And it's obvious that they had there was a father and son kind of going back and forth or whatever. And so the guy came in and nobody jumped in. It wasn't like a mad rush. It was just the father talking to Bev about whatever the topic was. And it was a very cool conversation. And by the end of it, I mean, you could kind of see the psychological part of it too, which is, I'm very interested in that, where he would kind of jump from like, oh, okay, well, I get that. Well, what about the basically Coriolis or whatever, these different things? And the argument just stuck to, how Bev is. He stuck very much to the geometric things and going to the root of it. Like, well, why would you think it does that when this does this? That kind of thing. And it was a very cool conversation to just listen in. And the guy, the son came back afterwards, and the father said, "I really appreciate this conversation. It's really good." He was like concerned about taking up so much Bev's time. Like, that's how cool the conversation was. And then the son came back in. He popped back in. He's like, "Man, my dad's questioning Newton and all this other shit." Like, he's like, "Oh man, I don't know what to think now." And I was like, the only thing that I could tell the guy was like, "Man, it's a lot to fucking take in. Don't go, make sure he doesn't go mental over it." So I think long story short, I think that's the way to do it, is kind of like a one-on-one when you have your fundamentals together.
Well, here's the thing, man. It's really fortunate when you can meet someone who isn't already a flat earther but has the ability to be honest, because when someone can be honest with themselves and they're paired up in conversation with someone who can shed some new light onto some topics they haven't considered too deeply, then they will be left with a lot of questions and having the rug pulled out from underneath them on a lot of the things that they held steadfast to probably their entire life since their education as a child. But hold on.
Yeah.
Now hold on. That's not a polite thing to do to someone. Now, it is necessary, but it's not polite if that's all you have for them. Now, the second part, to make it a little bit more like courteous to them, is, and it's not something that I really know how to do besides tell them, hey, tune into Geo's server every day at your leisure. That'll fill it. Like, but here's the thing: what I really desire is to have some sort of very well organized like book or a playlist or something, like very well curated, for when you rip the rug out from someone's belief of cosmology. Like, something needs to take that place so that they're not just like lost in a tornado whirlwind. You know, like you need to give them something to then like replace that with, or to consider afterwards, because it can create a very lost feeling in someone dealing with, and that can almost make them double down and even create more cognitive dissonance, having to try to like psychologically handle this event they just went through.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think the another thing is that just kind of leave it open-ended. Also, like, not necessarily prescribe somebody something, but like, hey, talk whenever you want about that stuff.
You got to be there. If you're gonna destroy their world, you at least got to be there for them to help build it up again, to whatever degree you can help them. Yeah,
you're right. Though it is like you are totally destroying their entire world.
It's a big deal, man. Like, you're like there's nothing larger than someone's worldview, because every aspect of everything has its foundation in your worldview. You know, and for most people nowadays, it's just sort of a nihilistic, floaty balls in space, meaninglessness worldview that they have. And even though it's nihilistic, it's still meaningful in that way. As oxymoronical as that sounds, meaninglessness is something you can cling to. And when you rip away that, like it's so oxymoronical, they cling to nothingness or meaninglessness. You know what I mean? It's weird like that.
For sure. And I think you patented a few words there during that, so congrats.
I think oxymoronical.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, it is, because when that guy was going over, that kid's father was talking, and you could hear him being genuine and genuine, and kind of, you could hear him going through the steps that I think we've probably all gone through. Like, because he was
armor cracking.
It's not going to, kind of hear the justification kind of part of it go. It's not going to matter if I go to work tomorrow or whatever, but like, it's not going to make a difference my day to day or whatever. Like, that's kind of the justification, but you can tell that that's that part creeping in underneath it, like, oh man, it's going to make a dent. So yeah,
when you hear them say it's not going to change my world, when you hear a normal person, because I've had that conversation before, that means the gears just started turning.
Oh,
That's
yeah. Were you over there that day, SE? Were you over there?
I freaking missed that, bro. I missed that.
Yeah, it wasn't recorded either, and if it was, I don't think it should be let out. I mean, that's good. That's like what should happen.
Do you guys think we could team up though to like almost create like a starter kit or some sort of like brief educational like playlist, or like, just to make it as like distilled as possible?
Yeah, but not like that's fucking. I think that's hilarious. But like, imagine somebody coming off that like grief play, like grief of the glow, like, oh fuck you assholes. You want like, I get the idea though. It's like, man, how do you approach that after somebody's gone through a conversation? They're starting to question everything.
Well, you provide both sides with absolute honesty, and you admit the shortcomings of Flat Earth, where we're still working on the completed model, and you also describe all of the answers the globe gives, and also you describe the shortcomings of both, but they'll see which one takes them further. And I mean, I value my understanding of both models. You know, I wouldn't want to only know one side. I value my understanding of both perspectives. And that's what I wish upon everyone in this debate. You know, I want everyone to know as much as possible. And I think if they know as much as possible, they will, you know, come over to our side. That's just the nature, that's just the consequence of knowing all there is to know about it, I think.
So I agree. And I think some of the things that we're kind of seeing in this whole, I hate to call it arena because to me that
Sure.
presupposes fights, but like that's what we call it, right? This whole entire arena and this whole discussion of whatever, there's a part of it, I think, that there's, God damn it, I forgot what I was going to say. It was going to be really good too.
Well, you're saying about not viewing it as a fight, even though we call it an arena.
Yeah, that's what got me sidetracked. What were you saying before that?
I was saying about providing people something.
Go
ahead.
I got it. So I think the entire thing is really coming down to, even with all of the drama, if you want to call it sides or whatever, it's coming down to a geometric argument. The sextant argument, they're saying it's a geometric thing. The Bev has been claiming geometry the entire freaking time. You can go up, down, sideways with the Book of Elements with Euclid. But now I think that's the one commonality, is that it is a geometric argument, even though like it didn't start off that way. I think it's kind of coming toward because of the optics. Now
there honestly might be more to it than geometry, though, as strange as that sounds.
Yes, I agree. There is more to it than geometry. But I think at the time, where we're coming to like a head, basically, in my eyes, is that's the argument that you can't get away from, is the geometric part of it. And
sure.
you can like the QE, the Black Swan and stuff, that's optical. They're using, modus tollens. I love the logic part of it, and I'm still learning it. But I think that the geometry and the logic is where it should go as a whole. And I think what's out there now can be kind of, mushed into something that could, make sense for like the people you reach out to. My opinion.
If you're talking about the shape of the earth, well, then geometry is basically one of the more important things in your argument.
Absolutely. There's something weird about it, though, and don't take this too seriously, but I often think there's like a different spiritual nature to different people on this plane. Like I'm not sure that like everyone like that part of the Declaration of Independence or whatever, that we hold that all men are created equal. Like I'm just not sure everyone in this world is of the same cloth. Like,
well, that's what
that's a weird thought, though.
I heard Jeranism on his. Oh, sorry, I was gonna say real quick on that. I heard Jeranism say on his show the other day that, like, kind of hinting that he was saying that something with people that are really hardcore with the globe, like there's actually something biologically. I don't want to speak for him, but it's just kind of the sense I got. He didn't really go into it from the part I heard, because I only listened to a little part of that when he was saying that. But he was saying that he thinks he was sort of hinting that there's like something physically different in their biochemistry or in their makeup of some sort.
I think people are taught that. We're all taught that from such a young age. It's one of those things that's foundational to your upbringing. And to kind of deviate from that, is what we are all doing, and questioning that and going, well, that's bullshit. That's
right.
bullshit.
But what is it about the difference between people that can say, oh, wow, that's bullshit and start to see through it, and people that just defend it with every last ounce of their might, you know? Like, what makes that difference? Is it just logic? Is it intelligence? Is it intuition? Is it what is it that, or is it something like almost like a species difference, blood type, genetics?
I don't think, no, I don't think it's blood type or species or any of that. I think it's just a psychological thing. I think people have sometimes have a vested interest in just being secure in their worldview. And I think other people, I think, have if you pull that rug out from under them, then what do they have left?
Well, if there's one thing I think is like the largest driving force of most people, it's comfort. You know, like change is painful for pretty everyone. Like a lot, some people can accept change in certain areas, but it's pretty universal as far as it applies to people, that at least in a lot of categories of a person's life, change is something to be resisted against.
Yeah, it's
hard.
hard.
As far as comfort goes.
Yeah, it's hard. Just in general.
Yeah. And some people are more resistant to change than others, which can be to their detriment, I think. You gotta be flexible. You gotta be now. There's flexibility is a virtue, but firmness is also a virtue, and that's why balance is key. Of course, you gotta apply both, and everyone's gotta find that balance for themselves.
I agree, and I think that everybody has their own bullshit detector, and some people's bullshit detector are calibrated differently. Let's say, like, for example, like QE's bullshit detector is on high alert all the time, or Essie, his bullshit detector is probably on high alert all the time, but he probably doesn't. I mean, he obviously doesn't vocalize it the same way, and we're all individuals in that sense, where everybody's bullshit detector is kind of going all the time, but I think that's where it comes in, where the convincing of somebody that doesn't think the same way comes into account, where that bullshit detector hasn't been calibrated to, I guess, our bullshit detector. And so that's, I guess, what we kind of want to do. Hey, recalibrate your bullshit detector so it calibrates with my bullshit detector. I don't know. I'm just making shit up as I talk. It just seems right, though.
You're right, but it's people are complicated, and so recalibration is a very intricate process. There's it's how like you might have like your wired headphones knotted up. Like people are a very knotted pair of wires, like we're very hard to untangle and get straight.
I thought I knew how to do square roots. Like, oh yeah, you put it in a square root. Yeah, you put it in a calculator and you click the fucking button.
How is that complicated? Go ahead.
Yeah. Right. Well, like when you so I had a long discussion last night with the guys on the server over at Bev's, and I was like, what? It's okay, so it's actually geometric. And so like a squared plus b squared equals c squared can be done with literally with squares on the side of the hypotenuse and all of that. And the first time I saw that, I was like,
Pythagorean theorem.
Yeah, it's holy shit. Yeah, okay. We actually but like with square roots, like what is Bev said, what is the root of a square? I'm pretty sure it's just like that.
Side length.
Like, what do you mean?
It's the side length of a square compared to the area.
Yeah, exactly. And
Yeah,
so I'm going through the.
Let me say this real quick. Let me say this real quick.
Go ahead.
I just want to say real quick because it is just I find this very profound that what you just brought up about the Pythagorean theorem being shown like visually with a right triangle with squares built out of the side lengths of a right triangle.
Yeah.
Like this is one of those things where it's like when it comes to like phi or all sorts of beautiful aspects of math that kind of reveal divinity within mathematics. Like that's one of those things that I say, okay, I'm very suspicious of the educational system for never once showing me the Pythagorean theorem explained visually with the three squares built
literally,
out,
literally with squares.
It's so good. It's so good, and the fact that I was taught it with letters and numbers and not shown it visually is just like, why didn't you motherfuckers ever explain it to me this way? It's so simple. Oh my gosh. And I know that ancient Greeks who are teaching it to their children would have been the first thing they showed it to them. And so yeah, I'm very suspicious of the educational system never portraying the teaching me the understanding of the Pythagorean theorem in a visual manner like that. I like that. That's pure evil not to give you this tool. Yeah.
You know why they do it that way? You know why?
It comes
Let
down
me say this, Sugar Cookie. It's just 2 seconds. You know why they do that? They do that because they don't want to show you how to think. They want to show you what to think.
Yeah. A squared plus B squared equals C squared. Yeah, just memorize the numbers and letters and the equation. Don't worry about understanding it visually, even though that would be a shortcut.
That's how I got it. When I saw those squares, that's how I got that theorem.
It's
beautiful. When I saw those
beautiful.
that's how it clicked in my head. I remember.
It's a piece of beauty. It's so amazing.
It is, man. Yeah.
Why it took for me to like search on the weird corners of the internet to come across that, I don't know. Well, I think I do know actually, but you guys understand already.
Well, no, that's the thing. I don't understand. I thought I did. That's what I've like. That's what I was saying earlier today. It's like, okay, so I'm posting this in Livestream 1, and I'll probably get in trouble by Saragaki for posting this, but posting it anyway. Livestream 1 text, that's all legit. Those lines, he colored them, and this is what we went over last night, just inside the server, going, wait a second.
That's the Vesica Pisces at the root of it, you see.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, the man knows his shit. Listen to that.
Yeah, there's several Vesica Pisces in there for sure.
Several.
But look at the square root. So this is what started this conversation is, like I said, my Bev impression is, what is a square? What is the root of a square?
It really comes down to circles and the relationships between circles and radiuses. It's beautiful. It's divine.
So yeah, him and Saragaki were walking me through all this stuff, and I'm like, so it's a quarter of a square, and it's actually a hypotenuse. A hypotenuse is a side of the square. The root of a square root is the area. If somebody asks you for the square root of something, they're actually asking you for the area of that square. And it's like, so we just walk through all that stuff. I'm 48 years old. It's kind of the same thing where it's like, why wasn't I fucking taught this? Like, what?
Yeah.
What the hell?
And have you ever heard of a classical education?
Well, yeah, like the trivium.
Yeah, like the trivium, the quadrivium.
Yeah.
Like these are the sorts of things, especially like the relationships between, especially the flower of life. God damn it.
Yeah.
It's like all of this sort of stuff in ancient times was part of a classical education, and why we aren't even taught the fundamentals of a classical education anymore. I think that speaks volumes to the control and like the retardation they want to impose upon us.
Well, look at EH. This line EH is the square root of 2. It's not a number, it's a ratio.
The square root of 2?
Yeah, the mathematical enigma. No, it's
it is.
ratio.
The square root of 2, 3, and 5 are all contained within the Vesica Pisces.
Yeah.
And all of them are transcendental ratios that have no, end to their decimal and no repeating pattern. Like we like, it's impossible to write them down in numbers because it'll never end and it's not repeating. It's beautiful.
It's a fucking ratio, just like pi.
It's a transcendental ratio,
just like pi.
Yeah, just like pi and phi, the square root of 2, 3, and 5. It's all very special. And it's all contained within the Vesica Pisces, this golden key to like the beauty of mathematics. And we weren't taught about. We got to go to the weird corners of the internet to come across this shit.
Well, I think.
Have you ever been over to Next Level?
What's that?
Have you ever been over to Next Level server where Bev's at?
Oh, another weird corner of the internet? No.
Yes.
Well, you fit right in by listening. You like this shit more than I do. I can tell you that right now.
Sure. Right, if you send me a link, I'll head over there later.
I will send you a link. Sure.
I appreciate that, man. Thank you.
You're more of a geek on this than I am.
But thank you, man. I felt like a fucking dumbass. That's what we're talking about. It's like one of the guys posted a video of like, "What if you're the dumbass?" I'm like, fuck. I'm definitely not the dumbass. And then I was talking about this with some other guys in the server. I'm like, oh yeah, I'm definitely the fucking dumbass. Like, this is awesome because he did this is just something that Saragaki made, and I was like, you didn't even fill in the left hand side. You're leaving this to other people to figure out. And he's like, yeah, I didn't have enough time, first of all, but yeah, you're right. Yeah, it's the fundamentals of stuff is.
Shout out.
I think that advanced simplicity idea, it really holds strong with me because of this. It's something else when you look at it like, oh, well, it's fucking square root. Who gives a shit? You push a button on your calculator, but it's like, well, there's a little more to it than that. Same with the water level. Same with the other kind of stuff.
Hey, man, just as a slight side note, a cube root, right? It's the same thing, but the reason they call it a square root is because it's the length of a side of a square, right? And a cube root is the length of a side of a cube, right? So if you say like, what's the cube root of 9? It's going to be 3. Right, because 3 by 3 by 3 gives you like 9 cubes within a cube. Just like
you're basically doing the same thing. You're asking,
I might have messed that up actually, but sorry, 27, right?
Yeah, but you're basically asking for the area of that by asking for the root.
How you're really saying like how many units inside of this thing? Yeah.
You're asking for the area.
But it always comes to like the thing about like squares and cube, like to the power of whatever. For some reason, it's all about cubes. Like you don't use triangles, you don't use pentagons. There's something very beautiful and special about the square and the cube. I'm not sure what makes them so special, but I don't know. There's something very special to all shapes and solids. Like the triangle has its own sort of majesty. The circle has its own sort of divinity. The square has its own sort of rational level that nothing else is on the same degree of. Like everything sort of has its own sort of place and beauty.
Yeah, look at what I just posted in there. That's done with nothing but lines. And a compass, basically. That's it.
He's definitely gonna geek out over there, at Next Level. Oh,
yeah,
he's gonna geek out there.
I'm getting ready to delete this because I don't have Saragaki's permission to post this, so I'm gonna delete it. So if you want it, screenshot it now or else. I'll give
Okay.
you like seconds.
I don't see it in Livestream 1 text. Where is it?
Livestream 1 text 25 after the hour.
I already got that. Yeah, you posted that a while ago.
All right, cool.
Yeah, that's a real good one. You don't have to delete that. That's some good stuff.
Yeah.
Whatever you want, man. I got it.
Just showing the point.
Hey, I'll send you some real cool stuff later if you want.
Yeah, hey Riggs, just credit Saragaki for that, at least.
I just posted a link for you to the geometric server. You can geek out to your heart's content there.
Oh,
When did
thanks,
they change
man.
the name? Wasn't it
On the level?
Yeah, it's been a couple of changes, if I remember correctly. Now it's on the level.
Okay. Let's see.
Trust
It
me,
looks
you'll
like...
never run out of people to talk about triangles, squares, anything like that.
I appreciate it, man.
No worries.
Trying to figure out how to get permissions. Rules, maybe? Click the thumbs up below to accept the rules. Boom. All right.
That's the thing, is like we're talking about this kind of stuff, and like people over there are like way smarter than me. And going through the basics of this, it's like, wait, what? Oh fuck. I really am the dumbass.
Same here, bro. I'm not no genius on geometry. That's where I never had an interest in it, to be honest with you. And it's not a big secret, right? But I am starting to get into it, though. I'll tell you that.
Yeah, good stuff. It's all ratios. So that's the kind of stuff that kind of, I mean, obviously, like for me, it's like invigorating in itself too. But like that's the kind of thing when you first get a water level and you put fucking water in it too. It's like, what do you actually do? You're like, holy shit, that's actually fucking horizontal. I'm gonna hang a picture, or whatever. Like it doesn't matter. Like those are the kinds of moments that you go, oh, I've got to prove for myself.
Absolutely. Even geometry, when you get into it and you see how the shapes fit in and how ratios are, and how you can find the side of this with that angle and the way it fits in, it's almost like freaking poetry, or whatever you want to call it, a jigsaw puzzle or whatever.
Yeah, it's like it when you see it. And it's like, oh, it resonates with you.
Yeah.
I should have put a better GIF in that. Yeah, that's the thing. It's like Riggs, like they'll go back and forth, and they'll say that you can't have proofs, even scientifically. They'll go back and forth with you. It's like, well, if you want a proof, you ain't gonna give somebody a proof that says there's no such thing as proofs. So that's what, like, kind of the things that talk about over there. It's like, well, you're right. You kind of have to just do it for yourself. That's why I was so kind of like dickheadish a little bit sometimes with Jeremy. It's like, you gotta do it for yourself. Quit asking other people to do it for you. That's my whole thing. Because it means more. It means more.
Yeah, but I think he was asking for. Well, he's not asking to just do a local water level. I think what he's asking for is somebody that has the tools to be able to somehow create a horizontal plane and then compare water to it. That's what he's asking for.
Right. No, but that's my point too. Somebody else to do something. I get it. I get it. It's kind of like a stalemate at that point.
Yeah, somebody that has the tools.
Right.
That is also saying the Earth is planar and stationary.
Right. But my point is exactly that. Like asking somebody else to do something for you when there's other things that you can do to get something for yourself that you can actually own and feel. Like, did you hear the guy that was just talking about the square root stuff? Like that's excitement and that's energizing for that person. And he can own that kind of feeling. That's not what Jeremy's looking for.
You know what's crazy is that guy fundamental. He's got like 100 of those.
I do.
Like he just collects all these amazing ideas and stuff that people haven't really thought about,
and does nothing.
Hey, I just want to say happy holidays or whatever you guys celebrate.
Not fair. It's really not fair to talk about somebody that are not here, and I wasn't my intent.
Yeah, happy
holidays, Riggs.
Yeah, happy holidays and a happy new year.
Yes, sir. Thank you, guys.
Hope Santa brought you some good stuff.
Oh, he always brings the goods, yeah?
Hell yeah.
Is he the Grinch? Is Zanuck the Grinch, the cocaine Grinch?
There's no such thing as a cocaine Grinch, is there?
There's a Zanuck.
Jeremy's the Grinch. He wants to take the level away from Christmas. I mean, the horizontal.
Oh, now come on. Don't talk about somebody when they're not here.
It's only Jeremy. It's all right.
Yeah, well, whatever.
He steals all your cocaine. That's what Zanuck does.
Smoke break.
I don't know why I guess you're working off a computer because, I mean, this is my smoke break. I'm chatting, drinking, and smoking and whatever, you know. But maybe you're on a computer, got to go outside.
I am building a bed, brand new bed.
Oh yeah, my hoity-toity computer. Yeah.
You're building like a bed frame or a mattress?
Nothing.
The frame, everything. I got to move all the furniture. It's just it's a mess.
What are you using to level your posts?
Yeah, probably. I'm like a really lazy, what do you call it? Like I don't have like a lot of stuff, and I've been putting off this bed thing for a long time. Like I actually like sleeping on the floor, and some people think it's weird, but I like it. But I got a bed now, so
very Japanese.
Yeah, actually, like it's very like I don't know. I enjoy it. I feel grounded, and my back likes it. So
yeah, and you can't, like you have so much room when you sleep on the floor. Like you can stretch out as much as you want. There's no like edge that you got to be cognizant of.
Well, what I found is that like, okay, when I did have a bed, I have this really weird habit of like I'll sleep with almost half of my body hanging off the side of the mattress.
Oh, you're one of those people.
Like all of those, like all the time. I don't know how to stop it. Like I'll even wake up where like my back is hanging off the bed and just like my legs and arms are on the bed. Like, I don't know. Can't stop.
It's a little weird, but I've heard of people like that before. You're not alone.
It's a little weird, except the problem is that like it actually ruins the mattress too. Because that edge of the mattress like slopes and like molds to your weight. So it literally ruins the mattress.
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, unless you can get like an expensive, like well-made mattress, I ruin them because I sleep on the corner or on the edge.
That sounds very edgy.
Yeah, it's very edgy. So yeah, I've been sleeping on the floor for like a few months, and have been really enjoying it, and I finally got a bed. So yay!
It's a Christmas miracle. Hey, has just a quick question, poll the room. For some reason, so many of my family members and a lot of my friends' family members and a lot of my coworkers and their family members all got sick on Christmas Eve, including myself. Did anyone else experience that? Because it's just like a weird uptick in sickness. Like all of a sudden, it's really unrelated people. I don't know. It caught me off guard how many, like, everyone's texting me like, Christmas is canceled, I'm sick. And like I missed out on Christmas this year because I was like, you guys too?
Yeah, I've seen, actually, I get to see a lot of the public with my work, and everybody's coughing, sick, something. Yeah, everyone's immune system is fucked, and kids, like everyone all at once, is messed up right now, and a lot of sour stomachs, barfing, and like the flu, and
it's the weirdest thing for me though. I've never been sick in the way I've been sick for the past 4 days. I've just had a fever. That's it. Like no other. I've never just had a fever, but I've had a fever for 4 days, and that's it. And that comes along with like a little bit of like a headache. You know, I guess my like brain is swollen or something. You know, but like no sinus, no respiratory, no nothing. Just a fever, and like this is the first time I can remember of like just having a fever. You know what I mean? Like not paired along with any other symptom. So that's weird for me. Have any of you guys ever just had a fever? Hello. What, something happened, guys?
I can hear you. I don't know. I'm trying to think about that. I haven't had a fever in a long time.
Yeah, tough question, I guess.
Well, I'm not really convinced that you know, the V's are what they say they are, but I do think there's some agents in the world, as it were, that cause these different things, and they seem to can cause all kinds of things, like, you know, fever or no fever, sneeze or no sneeze, cough or no cough, all the different kinds of cough, the different kinds of body aches and stuff. So I wouldn't be surprised if there is one that maybe just causes more of the fever. Yeah.
Yeah, you and I were having a conversation the other day with someone, I forget who it was, probably like a week ago. And as far as I could tell, you and I are on the same page about admitting what we've experienced and what we think about stuff and our issues with buying any sort of side completely on the whole sickness topic. It's really confusing. But yeah, this is the first time I like. Usually, so when I was like I don't know, like 11, I got pneumonia, right? And you know how that goes. Like your lungs fill up with liquid, and you have like a really hard time breathing, and you're lethargic and tired and weak and stuff. I remember like my mom set me up watching TV in the ground floor level, right? And I was like, I want to go upstairs to my bed. And I remember like falling asleep on like the second stair, trying to get up to my bed just because I was so exhausted, even putting that much effort into just walking, you know, couldn't even get upstairs all the way for just passing out. And after that cured, the doctors told me I was left with asthma as a result of having such severe pneumonia. But the thing was, like, I was very athletic, and exercise never induced my asthma. As like you see the nerdy kid like running a mile at school or something using it as an inhaler. Never needed that. But what they told me I had was allergy or sickness induced asthma, right? So, and that seemed to be true my entire life, even up until like the last time I was sick, except for this time. where it's like whenever I get sick, doesn't matter if it's the flu, the cold, whatever, my lungs always fill up with mucus, and I wheeze, and like when I breathe, you can hear like the gurgle. Every single time I feel ill, my lungs fill up with fluid. And so this is the first time in my life where I've ever just had a fever where there's no wheezing, there's no cough, there's no nothing. And I've just never experienced this before. And with the whole like once in a generation cold front that the people I know are going through, right? Like you guys know about this storm, right? Or this cold front. It being paired up with that, I don't know. It just tickles me the wrong way. Just all these different things added up together. It just, I don't know. I just got a weird feeling about it.
That they modify the weather and put shit in the chemtrails that cause illness and weather change at the same time.
And maybe some weird electromagnetic radiation. I don't want to like claim anything, because I have no fucking clue. But just the uptick in all these people getting sick, like not because like a flu is going around school. Like my grandpa, my aunt, who live in completely different towns, who have each had their boosters, right? Like all getting sick, including myself. I know I'm rambling, but because I don't want to go into all the details, but just I just send like my spidey senses are tingling with something, I don't know. I got nothing for you besides that. So sorry to leave you empty-handed, but I'm just getting more suspicious of this whole sickness thing. Ever since the past 2 years, I've been putting more thought into like what sickness is, and I'm not satisfied with any of the answers I've come across. But I don't buy into what they tell me it is. To a partial degree, I think there's, like you said, those agents, those active agents. But other than that, I got no clue. Maybe there's more than one cause. They want to sum it up to just these invisible microscopic agents, and I don't know. Maybe sickness is something that can be induced selectively. Sorry,
Yeah,
that's just me venting.
No, I mean, it is a very interesting topic and very relevant. So, yeah.
I asked my girlfriend, I said, hey, you know how all our family members like got sick like randomly all of a sudden? I'm like, I find that kind of suspicious. Do you know anyone else? And she's like, oh yeah, my favorite YouTuber, she said, hey, I won't be uploading videos because all 4 of my children got sick on Christmas Eve. And she was like, yeah, I thought that was weird too. I was about to say something to you. And I was like, wow. Yeah, I mean, it's just kind of keeps on compiling on top of itself the more I ask people. Then again, this doesn't get us anywhere. I'm just kind of spreading the word, just kind of picking it up on my radar. We should move on. I mean, there's nothing really more to say about it. Sorry. Sugar Cookie still here? You can nerd about math some more, or whatever he wants to talk about.
Looks like this guy in the chat said that he's still on the VC, but I don't know if I think he said he was going to go out and smoke last I heard he said. But this Agent Cats guy just said that everyone in this family got sick on Christmas Eve as well.
Yeah. 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 I mean, exactly. I got nothing more to say about it than that. So, I mean, I'm left empty. I mean, I leave you guys empty-handed, but just I thought I'd ring, alert the siren. What's the terminology? Ring the bell,
Well, I guess with YouTube's crazy policies around this, I don't know what we can and can't talk about, but I assume we could just talk about getting sick or whatever. But do you think there's more happening now than there was, let's say, in the 90s or something? Like, do you think it's more now, or is it about the same, or what do you think?
Well, numbers are something we could probably look up, right? But numbers are tampered with in all sorts of ways, especially over the past 2 years of what's considered a positive case or not, right? Or or a cause of death or not, right? So numbers are something we could look up, but I mean things are definitely different because I don't know how long ago people were say getting uh, measles or polio or stuff like that, or or flu rates and stuff like that, and how much they drop off or have been completely. I mean, I've heard some crazy stuff that I can't. What do they say? I can't I can neither confirm or deny. Right. Um, I heard some crazy stuff about like measles or polio like that. They say it's gone. They say it's the world's been like removed of it, right? Or it's been removed of the world. But I've heard that it's really just gone under a different name, right? So, and the statistics we can look up, I'm not sure how much we can actually use them to support any sort of case. So maybe there's a different question we could ask. Like, what are we really interested in talking about when it comes to sickness as far as history goes? Like, I don't really know what the focus should be.
Yeah, I don't know. I guess it was just an open-ended thing. Like in your experience, is it more now than? I mean, I could say for myself, my whole life, I never had the flu. I never had like one of those more kind of severe, pneumonia type things. Maybe I had little colds or whatever here and there. And then in 2018, I had two really bad in the same year. One of them seemed like a flu, first time I ever got one. And then the second time was a pneumonia thing. And they were several months apart, but the pneumonia thing was absolutely horrible. I was like gasping for air, just like liquid in the lungs and suffocation.
Yeah.
It was horrible. And then I hadn't been sick until, about 2 weeks ago, I got something. So it had been about 4 years since I had anything. And then just about 2 weeks ago, I got hit with something pretty hard. And this one, I mean, if it was a cold, it was like a cold on steroids, but I didn't have any fever, but body aches, a lot of fatigue, really bad cough. Like I lost my voice for a while there. Like I was really hoarse and a really respiratory cough thing. It didn't seem like it was a pneumonia type thing. If that one I had in 2018 was pneumonia, I'd never got it diagnosed, but it seemed like it was because the fluid in the lungs and the extreme suffocation, like it felt like I was drowning level of suffocation, just not getting oxygen. Whereas this thing this last week or two was more just a cough. But this thing, whatever I got this last week or two was pretty unpleasant. That's for sure. It was like I don't know if you know what RSV is, respiratory syncytial virus or whatever. So it may have been that I got. I don't know, but it was, I'm finally kind of getting over it. I still have a little bit of fatigue, but so I guess for me, I don't know. Like I wouldn't say there's any more for me, although I guess, I mean, never really having any of these things. And then 2 of them in 2018 and 1 of them in this year. So.
Well, the thing about pneumonia and asthma is that they aren't actual things, right? They're like nicknames for what you're going through, and nothing to do with like the cause of it, right? Like asthma just means that like your breathing passages are inflamed or constricted, right? And pneumonia just means fluid in the lungs, like. But there's so many things that cause that symptom, and we have a name for describing what you're going through, but we don't have that doesn't have any sort of attachment to like what's causing you to go through this pneumonia experience or this asthma experience. You know what I mean? Like you can't like you know what I mean, right?
Yeah, I mean, I guess they say it's an infection, but I mean they claim it can be caused by a virus, a bacteria, or fungi. In terms of pneumonia,
no. I mean, like you can just climb a mountain too fast and get pneumonia. Anything can cause, like you can climb Mount Everest And if you get too high, your lungs will have a hard time dealing with the altitude, and your lungs will fill with liquid, and you'll die of pneumonia. And so there's no one or even few specific causes of pneumonia. It's just a description of, oh, you got a bunch of mucus and fluid in your lungs, but anything could cause that. But assuming you're not climbing a mountain, there's a cause for it. But it's the weirdest thing. When I got pneumonia, my mom took me to the doctor, and they said, "Here, we're gonna give you this shot for pneumonia." Hey, and the weirdest thing is like there was never any sort of question about it. It's like, we go there, and I'm gurgling every time I take a breath, right? Every out breath, in breath, and doctor's like, "Oh, he's got pneumonia. Take this giant shot into your thigh," right? And no questions asked. Like I don't blame my mother or whatever for just accepting it, but I don't know. I would have liked a few more details or understand the reasoning behind the doctor of like, well, what the fuck are you injecting me with? And like, what's your diagnosis of what's even causing this fluid in my lungs? Because there's gotta be a reason my body's acting this way. There's no such thing as pneumonia. All there is to accept is that, yeah, my fucking, I'm drowning inside of my own body. You may be able to fix that, but what the fuck is causing it? That's what I'm interested in.
What you're discussing is the difference between Eastern and Western medicine philosophies. Here in Western medicine, we treat symptoms, not the underlying cause. The Eastern medical system is more involved in the cause, which is why you get a lot more of the holistic healing style practice.
Yeah, and I'm about understanding both, right? They're both of value, but one-sidedness is never a virtue.
Here's why the two systems still coexist. At the end of the day, if you're feeling better and you're healthy, it doesn't really matter why.
Well, there's long-term and short-term consequences, and they can be avoided, approached from the right manner, right? So there's definitely a reason to choose one treatment over the other.
The overprescription of antibiotics is definitely an issue that we face here in the West that is almost unheard of. But that doesn't say that antibiotics don't work. They do.
Oh, they do.
They should be used as given by your medical professional at all times.
Or less or more, I mean, they're trying their best. They're not perfect, but yeah.
Right. They're practicing medicine.
Right.
But, it's you can look for the root cause, and sometimes you can find it, and quite a few times you're going to find the cause is the problem. So as long as
how does anything of what you're saying proves the Earth shape?
Okay.
I'm just messing with you.
You jokester.
Just messing with you. Well, that was a question that I had excuse me, posed to me earlier. But it's like, well, it doesn't.
You're trolling.
No, I was just interrupting your monologue. That's all.
I wasn't the one talking.
We can talk about the ongoing Golden Globe race if you want, but
I'm not trying to say anybody can't talk about stuff.
Kool-Aid says that boat races prove the globe. That's his go-to, I think, right?
Yeah, the Vendée Globe and the Golden Globe race.
I would say they're great evidence, but other than that, I completely agree with what you said, Gio. Yeah, the Golden Globe's doing great. They just finished their second portage, and they got the bottoms all scraped off. All of them got through the treacherous South Pacific, round Antarctica, and back up. There they go.
I want that GoPro footage of the entire 300 days.
Yeah, okay. You're not going to get it from this race.
I mean, I really do though.
Holy
I mean, no,
shit!
we got terabyte micro SD cards. We got that. I mean, it's literally like less than a pound to like record the whole thing. Less than a gram, probably.
This race, they're not allowed to have cell phones or calculators. I don't think.
Okay, well that's sketchy. You can't have your cell phone.
No.
That's kind of sketchy, don't you think?
No, your cell phone has a GPS receiver in it. It would taint the honor of using old school navigational techniques if you have access to a GPS unit.
Well, luckily GoPros don't have a GPS in them, and we got terabyte SD cards. Want that footage? And I'm not saying that's like a gotcha or anything. Like I'm just honestly saying, like I want it. Like I really, and I would assume you would want that too.
No, it's boring as shit.
Oh, come on.
Yeah,
I don't buy that.
Is 99% boredom and 1%.
You can put it on 10 times, 100 times speed if you got the footage. You can do with it what you will.
Oh, we have cool things. You know, we have Pipare repairing her rudder in the middle of the ocean. We have Alex Horn doing all of the crazy crap he did on Hugo Boss.
I love it. That's cool too. Right. I want that 300 days of footage that I can time lapse, and play on 100 times fast forward speed.
If you want to see a really cool one that just happened, Team Ineos, which is the UK, or I'm sorry, not UK, New Zealand America's Cup team, just set a brand new land sailing record over 200 kilometers an hour.
Well, I subscribed to those two channels and we're checking them out that you told me about last time. Although I couldn't understand what you're saying because they're I don't know if you know the reason why you're coming through like you're talking through a pillow or something now. I don't know if you can help that.
Oh, crap! Headphones. Hold on.
Are you calling him a pillow biter? Is that what's going on?
Cut it out.
I'm just talking shit. It's been a while since I've heard Drink the Kool-Aid.
Is that
He's
better?
around every once in a while. Yeah, that's much better.
Yeah, I've got a new service dog I'm training up, so he takes up most of my time now.
You got a what?
Service dog?
Oh, a service dog. What are you like handicapped or something?
He's psychiatric service dog.
Okay.
I'm training him for Wags for Warriors.
Is that like a veteran emotional support animal sort of program?
Yes, it's service animal. We train our dogs to the highest level, and they're granted full access to all public buildings, including airplanes and taxis and whatnot.
That's fucking awesome.
Beautiful creatures. Beautiful creatures. Those dogs are.
Is it only
magical, really?
No. According to the Americans with Disability Act, you can have any animal that can perform a task. One of the ones that is really great is miniature ponies are used as stability animals.
Yes.
No way.
A miniature on an airplane. That would be awesome. Yeah.
Oh, that's wild. Miniature ponies. That's great. Oh, that's wild, right there.
Everybody would be on board for that. Like, hey.
Hey, them horses are smart though.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I've never met a horse.
Oh, they're smart creatures.
Are they like dogs in that sense then?
Yeah. Pretty comparable intelligence, actually.
You ain't gonna get a feline to obey your orders though. Well, I mean, there are some house cats that can learn some pretty complex tricks or whatever, but I mean, they're just not as I don't know, servicing as a dog.
A cat will shit. I'm speaking from experience. A cat will shit in your bed if they don't like something.
Sure, they'll let you know. They'll take it out on you.
Yeah.
I once heard the difference between a dog and a cat explained as if you die inside of your house with the doors locked and there's no one coming to save you, a dog will starve to death, but a cat will eat your body if you don't feed it.
Wait, what?
Yep.
A dog, like if you die inside of your house and your dog is inside the house with you, it'll starve to death, right? But if you die inside of your house with a pet cat, the pet cat will eat your body before it starves to death, unlike the dog who will never eat you before it starves.
I hope my dog will eat me.
It loves you too much, man.
Yeah, that's true. I would eat my dog if I had to.
Oh, you're worse than a dog.
No, my dog is right here. I would pretend she didn't hear that.
This is why I don't train my dogs in English. I can say whatever I want. He doesn't know.
Cats don't willingly allow you to put Christmas sweaters on them.
What do you just use grunts or like Spanish or something?
No, I just
currently I'm using Hebrew.
I just use a sweater.
What a weird choice.
I just talked to my dog and I put the Christmas sweater on it. On her.
When did you learn Hebrew?
I didn't.
I'm currently learning Hebrew so I can teach it to my dog.
That's hilarious. I love it.
I've got a couple of friends who are from Israel and they're working on teaching me.
What's the most like mind-blowing thing about Hebrew you've come to recognize about that language?
Right to left, probably. Or left to...
So with the pronunciation, the hardest thing is they don't emphasize any syllables.
What do you mean?
Like there's no emphasis in any of the words.
Like it's monotone?
Yeah, kind of. It's more sing-songy, but they're like your emphasis doesn't change. How to explain it?
Okay. Like, could you give us an example of pretending to emphasize, like improperly speaking versus not emphasizing properly?
So, the order for my dog to go lay down is "Me Luna." If I was to say that with an American accent, it would be "My Luna."
Well, what would your dog do differently?
Say what?
I'm sorry, I did interrupt. I apologize. What would your dog do differently based on how you said it?
He'd probably get it still. Dogs are smart.
You know what I mean.
Oh, right. And there are a few words that I have to put an emphasis on just so he understands it, but...
Do you do like the sit, come, stay, heel?
Yep.
All that?
Yep. Left side, right side, between my legs, guard, orbit, spin. He's got
Is it a healer type of dog then?
He is German Shepherd Black Lab.
Oh wow! How many pounds?
You ever heard? Sorry.
How many? He's still a baby. He's currently about 60 pounds.
Oh shit! How old?
It's pretty big.
He was Christmas present to some asshole last year. Just over.
So your ex's boyfriend? Is that what you're saying?
No. Some farmer who kept him outside and didn't let him in the house and wanted him put down at 4 months old because he tried to chase a truck.
A what? A what?
A truck,
Oh, a
a
truck.
lorry.
Gotcha.
Yeah, and that so they wanted to kill this beautiful boy. People are assholes.
Yeah, some people are. Yeah, most people are. What was I gonna ask? I forget.
I'm sorry.
Oh, so the last thing I got to say about the Golden Globe, the entire fleet has actually made it through the region that was shown in the Next Level movie, where they said you can't sail further south. The entire fleet just sailed through that area.
What do you mean below 60th south latitude?
No, that's not where they were in that movie.
I'm a little lost. What are you saying?
Did you see is it the Next Level or the Level 2?
Yeah, I think I did a while ago.
Who did that one?
Hibbler Productions, probably.
It's the Satan Myth.
I didn't see it.
Well, it's there for you. It's free.
Okay.
It's free, and you feel like you're getting ripped off. But anyway, they're on screen. They say we're being turned away because we are trying to go south of the 60th parallel. In reality, that boat was in the Bass Strait, which is the strip of water between mainland Australia and Tasmania. And the entire fleet just sailed through that water.
So, because they have the coordinates or whatever, that's how you know that?
Yeah. Well, that and the guys are wearing T-shirts.
Wow.
I mean, it doesn't do anything to negate the experience that people sailing too far south were, approached and turned around, or I don't know what ended up happening to them for entering those waters, but I mean that did happen, right?
So the reason that happened is because the Australian Navy was conducting live ordnance training in that area. There are people who live south of that. There's cities south of that. That is normally not restricted water, but due to live ordnance, it was restricted for that day.
Oh, what a
how do you know that?
Opposite a serendipitous occasion then.
No, it was actually planned. It was planned and staged so that they could put it in their movie. And
what are you, some sort of conspiracy theorist?
No, that's what Hibbler said.
So how do you know that context? I haven't watched it, but that's cool that you know the context of that.
Yeah, I didn't know that. I hope I'm thinking of the same footage you are. I'm not completely sure, but I hope I am.
There's a couple frames of the chart screen is visible, and you can see it. Plus, you can, if you now you know the location and you know the time, so you can work out the day by the position of the sun, and it's really easy.
That's a little bit above me, but I've been trying to I can't find that footage by searching keywords in a search engine, But are you saying it's in the Level 2 documentary?
Level 2 or the Next Level? I can't remember exactly what the name.
I think it was actually. Okay. I think it was Next Level.
Because I've wanted to bring that up as some sort of flat Earth, propaganda, right? Look at these people who try to sail south, and then people are like, I've never seen that. And then I go looking for it, and no matter what I search, I can never find it. But if it's in that documentary, I appreciate you letting me know that, because I mean, I want that footage, but I don't even know how. Say I watched that. Okay. I still want the original upload though. I hope I can figure out where that was originally uploaded by.
So if you want a better story on that, look at the story of the Berserker and the Berserker 2. These are Australian flagged ships that actually both made landfall in in Antarctica without permission.
What? Oh, that's crazy shit right there. That's awesome. Yeah.
What
The
year?
Berserker and Berserker 2. Yeah, what year?
Good question. Let me look it up. I don't know it offhand.
What is like modern or like in the 80s or set? Like, what do you think?
I
Spitballing.
want to say it was back in the 80s.
Berserker.
Okay.
That sounds German.
A little bit, sure.
Not that there's anything wrong with Germans.
Not that there's anything wrong with that. Not that there's anything wrong with that. We love the Germans.
Well, I mean,
okay.
I'm Irish, you know.
I was wrong, guys. It went missing in.
Wait, what missing? We're talking about missing ships now? I didn't. Hold on.
The Berserker.
What?
The Berserker went missing. Was missing for 7 years before the wreckage of it, after having been crushed in the ice pack, with all hands on board dead except for the captain who had escaped and
dude, there's a movie
took back with all due respect, I don't want a rabbit hole. Just,
that's the premise of a movie called The Prometheus on Netflix, I think.
No, it's called 1988 or something, or 1898 or something.
That's it.
Yeah, I watched the first 3 episodes this morning, and it's just a big old rub it in your face to conspiracy theorists. It's got all the it's got all the. I mean, these Netflix shows, man, like the movie or the series Dark, where there's a time loop happening every 33 years.
Yeah,
I
watched the whole fucking thing. I was like, at the end of it, I was like, God damn it! I should just fast forwarded the whole fucking thing.
They love rubbing all these things that we're interested in. They love just applying them to their narratives and their fictional stories. Just they know what we're about. They love utilizing these
fictional stories, dude. It's a fucking movie. Come on.
So feel free to delete that if it's not allowed. But there's a Outside Magazine portrayal of the story. It happened in 2011. The hunt for that cost United Nations, I think it was $7 million.
Come on.
Boats are expensive to run.
Hell yeah.
It's the real reason that the Antarctic Treaty is enforced in the manner it is. It's not because they want to keep you safe. They don't care about that. The reason.
What's the real reason?
Because they don't want to spend money on your ass.
What does my ass have to do with the Antarctic Treaty?
That's the reason that you're not allowed to go to Antarctica without proper gear and supplies, and knowledge. Because they don't want to spend money on you.
What is me having the freedom of travel upon the globe have to do with them spending money on me?
Because when you get into trouble, it's not an if, it's a when, they have to go rescue you. And
hold on, what? Hang on, don't let him get away with that. What globe? The globe is a toy.
No, that was me. That was me. I'm just playing the part. Don't worry about it. There's better questions. There's better questions to be asked, homing in on his point here. That for some reason, like, all right, who is responsible for spending money on me if I say get shipwrecked somewhere?
Who holds your passport?
Well, that's the thing. Like, nobody wants to save your ass. It takes a lot of money to save your ass if you get all stranded and shit, probably.
All right. Well, hold on. Let's say there's like between Japan and California. Okay, let's those are maybe around the same latitude. Let's take it down in the Pacific down to like negative 30 degrees latitude, right? Like if there's some island out there and I choose on my own accord to set sail from California to this island or whatever, and I happen to have some sort of radio beacon or whatever that could communicate back to someone. I say, "Oh no, me on my own little private boat. I just own a boat. Decided to sail here, and shit, I'm out of fuel, guys. I just didn't bring enough fuel. I'm stuck here.
All the
Give me a ride. Give me a ride back. Can I call someone and say, shit, I stranded myself out here. I didn't think ahead enough. I need a ride back, guys.
Yes.
Am I just going to call up America and say, hey guys, I need a ride back?
The equivalent of the Coast Guard. Yes, you can.
I can?
Yeah, you get on your radio and say help.
And what punishment do I receive for being so ignorant in my decision making?
I don't know. But would you rather die or get saved?
You might have your captain's license restricted.
That's a pretty small slap on the wrist there.
Yeah, probably a fine or something. Who knows?
No, if I had my license restricted, it would really change a lot. It's pretty big.
All it costs is the fuel of a one-way trip, and also never sailing again. But yeah,
it also costs.
Yeah. So
okay, yeah, it would. I wouldn't be able to do one of my jobs anymore.
Yeah. So drink the Kool-Aid. So you're avid sailor. That's your thing, right?
Yep.
So that's it. That goes into the question is, so you have to have a license for that?
So a captain's license is needed when you get to certain tonnage or certain value. And then insurance likes captain's license.
So tonnage means how much weight you're carrying?
How much the boat weighs.
Yeah. But isn't that just commercial? Like people can 1,000 people can voluntarily put themselves on side or on onto your own vessel. You can do whatever you want with them, right? Like
yeah, but that was the same kind of thing on land because I had a Class A CDL. I mean, you put people back in the back of the truck, but that's not really what you do. Like stowaways or whatever, right?
That's actually a real apt analogy. You could do a lot of shady stuff, but you don't because you don't want to. It's not worth the fine or the hassle, right?
Unless you're getting paid by a cartel.
Sure.
If we're talking hypotheticals, right? I'm sorry, go ahead.
But that's the reason the Antarctic Treaty is enforced the way it is. That's the reason that the Berserker shows that, or Berserk rather. Sorry.
I mean, you can get fined for running a lemonade stand on your front yard for more than 2 weeks or something, right? Like 1 week is fine, but if you run that lemonade stand for 2 weeks straight on your porch, are you licensed or not? We're gonna fine you.
Oh, it depends on if you make $600 or more, and you gotta have file a I-9 or whatever. I don't think that's necessarily what we're talking about. But I'm interested in what Drink Kool-Aid's talking about because it's very interesting. I don't know if I've always heard about the Antarctic Treaty, and it is between multiple countries. I can't cite all of the countries or whatever, but I've heard about that. Can you speak to that at all? Drink the Kool-Aid?
Yeah, so it's like a 26-page document. You can download it. Take you about 15 minutes to read the whole thing. More or less what it is it's an agreement to keep Antarctica free of military and also to go save the dumbass people when they go there and get hurt.
Free of military by having military protected.
No, free of militarization.
Oh, okay.
I apologize. I didn't make the distinction.
I gotcha. I didn't mean to be pedantic.
Yeah, you can't have military, offensive or defensive military base. Military there on a humanitarian, scientific, or peaceful mission is just fine.
Well, that's why they keep the aliens.
Exactly.
Kool-Aid, let me ask you this. If you had like undeniable, tangible, verifiable, definitive, let's just say measurements that the Earth is not curving and that water is not curving, if you just had that, would it change? Would just that change? Like, would you become skeptical of Antarctica? Because it sounds like right now you're 100% believing that there's nothing shady going on there. So I guess my question is, if you believe in the globe now and think it's all good and there's nothing shady going on, if you knew for sure without any question or doubt that the water isn't curving in that sense and that the Earth isn't curving, would you all of a sudden question Antarctica, or would you still believe their story about it?
That's a good question. I would have a lot of questions. I'd be jumping in a boat real quick.
Yeah, how many times have you sailed downhill or uphill?
Twice. It was scary as shit.
You have never sailed uphill. Come on.
So you're right. It was downhill both times, and it was from water spouts. Scary as shit.
Through water spouts. Explain that. That sounds like...
Oh, go ahead.
Basically, a geyser of water that happens in tropic oceans, and the water shoots up about 10, 15 feet in the air and scares the shit out of you. Methane gas does it.
So when you're sailing outside of those anomalies, you're not tilting backwards and you're not tilting downwards. Would you say that's accurate? Unless you're up and down on the waves and shit, right?
Right. Yeah, within reason, your swivels, like say on your stove, are mounted front and back, so it can swing side to side as you tip, but it stays pretty level the other way.
Let me ask you this. Have you ever used a sextant while you're doing that?
Yeah.
How did you do that? Can you explain that? Or at least not explain it, but like I'm not trying to put you on a high seat. Can you educate me on that?
So you grab out your sextant, you grab out your plotting chart, and you grab out your almanac. Sit down on the deck and you wrap your feet around the stanchion with your butt as low as you can get it. On most of the vessels that I deal with, that puts your butt at less than a meter, so you don't have to worry about dip angle correction. Because it's just so small at that point, it doesn't. You then take your sextant, you calibrate it, and you find your astronomical object. You bring it down until, with the split mirror, one side of it you're looking at the horizon, the other side you rock back and forth until it just kisses the horizon line. At that point, you stop and you get the measurement from the sextant of the angle. Jot that down, and you jot down the time. Do this 3 times, at least 3 times, looking at different stars and whatnot. And you end up with a paper full of numbers. You then take it to the ephemeris and you go, okay, I was looking at Sigma Octantis. I was looking at Betelgeuse. Sorry, I'm forgetting names of stars at the moment.
It's all good.
I was looking at Betelgeuse at 1741 and 15 seconds. Okay, Betelgeuse was directly over South Africa at that time. And it registered as being this far away. Okay, well, you take the angle you had, subtract it from 90, you get the co-altitude angle, and take that number times 60 nautical miles, tells you exactly how far away from the GP of the star you were. So let's say we got a 45-degree angle. It makes math easy. And Betelgeuse is over South Africa, 45 degrees up. 45 times 60 is, or 45 complement is 45, so 45 times 60 is 1,250 miles away. Sorry, I've been drinking. That math is wrong, but
yeah. So we've all been drinking. We're not going to hold you to the math. It's fine.
And so then you draw a circle on your plotting chart that is that far away. Then you do that for the other stars. You're going to get a place, and in this community, when they talk about it, you usually get a single location that all of those circles will intersect. In reality, it's a little bit more spread out from that because you have differences in where you were when you took the location. Like, obviously, you're sailing along. So the transit.
That's what I'm saying. It takes you a while, right?
Yeah, some of them can be.
A while. Like you're wrapped your legs around the pole and you're fucking doing your shit. And you're like, hey, boss, here's what I got. And like 15 minutes has gone by, maybe a half hour. Is that accurate? Or at least roughly?
No, it's like 2 minutes tops.
Oh, 2 minutes. Okay, so you're like,
hey, knock out an
2 minutes. Where's your so you're like, okay, here's what I see, and then this is what it looks like. And I'm like, okay, cool. Like, here's where we are. Basically,
the plotting chart is a 1-for-1 representation of the oblate spheroid Earth because of the nautical mile having the oblateness of the spheroid taken into account.
I'm going to disagree with you on the oblate spheroid thing.
Sure.
Basically, you know where you are because the stars are a clock, right? You're not lost.
Yeah, so
I can
somewhere.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Usually, you end up with a triangle, and you're somewhere inside that triangle. If you can get under 5 nautical miles, that's good.
Okay. So what are you doing? What is this, an old-timey boat that you're out doing this shit with? You got to bust out the sextant?
Well, it's also an emergency procedure. One of my favorite types of sextants is called a Briss sextant. BRISS. It is.
Hang on, you want me to look that up? Is that why you're spelling it?
Anybody who's listening, you can if you like.
Yeah, I'll look it up.
It's a really cool sextant with no moving parts on it. So
okay, how do you spell it? How do you spell it?
BRIS.
That's it?
Yep.
Okay. Can you use it on land?
Sure. Why not?
No, well, why would you?
Yeah. It's really cool. You can actually stick that in the ephemeris
would work better
in a like 35 millimeter.
You can stick that in your pipe and smoke it.
Well, you stick in a little 35 millimeter film canister, and you throw that in your ditch bag. So if you start sinking at sea or whatever, and you got to get overboard, you can grab this, and now you can at least figure out where you are and how to get home.
What about just the basics of a compass? Where did that get lost?
You said this is the size of a 35 millimeter camera.
No, it's way
smaller.
It's a mini emergency. Yes,
those little cylinder film cases, the black ones with the gray lid.
Yeah,
right. That and a couple pieces of ephemeris fit in there, no problem.
Wait,
It's that small.
You can wear it around your neck, man. You can wear it around your neck.
But it's not going to fit in a 35 millimeter thing, though.
You're talking about the breeze? The breeze?
Yeah.
It splits the sun in four. Yeah. It's a piece, a remarkable thing. No moving parts. Yeah.
You clip it on your glasses. It's tiny.
Yeah, you can wear it around your neck, on your keychain, anywhere.
That's awesome. It's like the smallest protractor almost. I love mini protractor.
Zero moving parts. Zero moving parts.
Love that.
And because there's no moving parts, that style is really easy to use.
What do you mean there's no moving parts?
Yeah.
Apparently it splits the sun in four. I just read up on it briefly. I just found out a few days ago, actually.
Yeah, but how does it not move? How is there no moving parts if you can't get an angle?
There's 3 plates, I think it is, and they're like see-through, and somehow the image goes in and it splits it in 4. Now I forget the details.
That's cool. Hey, drink the Kool-Aid. Is that it? That I posted?
Let me look. No. So that's a regular marine sextant.
No, you told me how to spell it. I'm trying to learn.
BRIS, man. BRIS, I think.
I might have misspelled it. Let me pull up Sven's YouTube channel.
BRIS. That's what I tried.
Is there 2 S's on it, Montreal? Do you remember?
I don't remember, bro. I don't remember. It could be.
No, it's BRIS. So you know what? I hit the shopping part of it, so I might have got it wrong. Is it more like? It's more like. Does this make sense? More like a few small boards on top of each other.
Yeah, that's what it looks like. Yeah.
Okay.
I just posted the wiki for it.
That's the one. Yeah.
Okay. Nice. Thank you. Yeah, that's what. Exactly.
Yeah, the inventor of that is a man named Sven.
Yeah, he's still alive, this dude, apparently. Yeah.
Okay,
he's not only still alive, he's still putting content out on YouTube of the solo boats that he makes.
Okay, so drink the Kool-Aid. I have a question.
Go ahead.
This brisk sextant, it looks like just some blocks of wood or whatever. It's my first time hearing of it.
It's tempered in opaque glass, very similar to like welding glass.
Okay.
When you look at the
so you don't get blinded.
Right, exactly.
Yeah.
So when you look at the sun, the sun rays enter this and they go through a double refraction. And because it is refracted twice, we can tell through known and controlled objects, we can tell exactly the angle it's going to refract at.
Where do you look? Do you look into it?
So do you see the picture I posted? He's actually wearing it.
Yeah, let me remove my dumb one.
So
I see the one Geo posted.
Right, and you see that's Sven right below it. He's actually wearing.
Yeah, he's wearing. I was like Google Glass, never caught on.
Right, that's his sextant actually on his face.
No way. Really?
Yep.
Oh shit! I have heard about this. Okay, so what does it do? It basically optically puts whatever you're looking at on the horizon for you?
No, so it reflects it. It refracts it and refracts at exact degrees. And as you're watching and those different degrees touch the horizon, then you mark the time and you can get a solar sextant reading from it.
You're like, okay, well, fuck. It's
You get an angle.
Central,
right, exactly.
Central time, Central Standard Time, or
then you can take that angle and do a lot with it, right? Do a lot with
no,
that
you
angle.
can't do fuck all with it. Actually,
you can't actually do fuck all with an angle. I stand by that. Actually,
so with the angle, and the time,
just don't say that to Nathan Oakley.
With just those two pieces of information, I can give you a circle and you put you somewhere on that circle.
So a circle is how many angles? All of
Infinite.
them? Yeah.
Right. You're somewhere on the edge of that circle.
Yeah.
That's all. I don't know where, but you're somewhere at the edge of that circle. You give me 2, 3 of them. Now we can talk about.
That would be a circumference, right?
No, it would be intersecting circles.
All the circles are going to intersect only at this one point, and then that's where you're going to be, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So somewhere on the edge of a circle is a circumference somewhere, right?
No, there's going to be a point where you are, where all the circles meet.
Right. Along a circumference. I think that's what Drake was saying.
Yeah, you're somewhere on it. Once you get enough circles, you're exactly at that one point.
Right. So not just an angle.
It's an angle and a time.
Right.
And not a angle.
Not a right angle. Not a right triangle.
What else? There's something else, though.
Almanac.
An angle, a time, and a book. Maybe a certain almanac.
Not only do you not have only just an angle, you have multiple things. And if you did have a right triangle, it would assume, it would assume a distance. I'm just saying.
Well, the angle gives us the distance.
What, the baseline of a triangle?
The angle gives you
60 nautical miles per degree.
That's the baseline?
Yes, that is what modern and antique nautical is. Every boat uses 60 nautical miles as 1 degree. That's just what it is.
But I have one contention, and I am not the smartest motherfucker in the room. I guarantee that.
Huh?
But that 60 nautical miles is based on Polaris, not anything else.
No, that's not true.
Okay, what's it based on then?
It was based on the original 27 navigational stars, of which Polaris was not one. It is now expanded into the over 150 known and useful navigational stars.
So
that same.
Okay, so how do you have latitude if it's not from an angle from Polaris?
Because there's 50% of the world that you go that you don't see Polaris.
Yeah, but it's not based on all that.
Sailing into Sydney, I did not see Polaris.
And
doesn't mean it's not there.
If you can't see it, though, how are you going to get your angle to it?
I could see stars through my 360-degree vision. None of them were Polaris. So
do the math. Just do the math. If you have a zenith angle you're at the North Pole. Let's just say you're at the North. And you do the math, and you're zenith, and you're going, you
can
the other way.
So I can give you a visual on what the math does.
Yeah.
Point at where the sun comes up.
That Polaris is not the sun. That's a false equivocation, I think.
All of the navigational stars are all circle equatorial and can be seen through the vast majority of the travelable and usable world. That's why we use it.
Yeah, I get it. The sun goes, left to right, east west.
Right. So point it where it comes up. Point it where it is in the middle of the day.
Okay. Well,
point at where it goes down, and then keep going. Hand forms a circle.
Sure, but the sun is not Polaris. That's all I'm trying to say.
Right, but its movement is comparable through the night.
Right. That's moving. Polaris is apparently not.
Well, it is, but
it wobbles. Okay, we can agree it wobbles.
It has proper motion.
Okay, the sun doesn't wobble. It moves. So that is coming from Polaris, not the sun.
Hold on.
So,
Are you gonna address the fact that I claimed and can prove there's proper motion to Polaris?
I didn't hear what you said. Sorry. What are you saying? I don't want to get sidetracked of what you're trying to say.
Right.
So,
there's proper Polaris moves.
Yeah. Well, you can
it wobbles. It goes around in circles. It also drifts.
Okay. So
how long does the circle take?
The sun doesn't wobble or drift. It moves. So
23 and a half hours. Or
that's
23:45, whatever it is.
That's what I'm saying is
56, yeah.
Polaris is the one thing that kind of sticks there. And so that's where the latitude comes from. It doesn't come from the sun moving. So that's what I'm saying is you're moving, you're taking the 60 nautical miles from Polaris, and then you're transcribing that into like every other star. And I'm trying to figure out how that actually.
Why do you keep saying the same things? And when I correct you and I tell you the way it really is, which is, I agree, a little more complicated, do you go back and say the wrong thing again?
Oh shit! I'm probably not listening. Sorry.
So 60 nautical miles per degree, when it was officially ratified, was not using Polaris. It was using the 27 navigational stars that are all circle equatorial, not circumpolar.
Okay. I wasn't saying circumpolar.
Right.
Hold on. Didn't they chop the mythical sphere in half at the equator? And they say you can use either circle. And that's how they got their degrees?
Well, that's exactly right. He just said circumpolar. And I said I don't agree with that.
You don't. What don't you agree with? Do you disagree that we have circumpolar stars?
No, that's not what I said.
Then do you disagree that we have circle equatorial stars?
No, I didn't say that either. What I said was,
what are you disagreeing with?
Well, okay, I'll shut up and listen some more, but my only point is that the 60 nautical miles that we get our latitude from only comes from Polaris, not anything else moving. Okay, so that's your contention. Okay.
When 60 nautical miles was codified in Greenwich, England, it used the 27 equatorial stars, navigational stars, of which Polaris was not one. Because guess what? Polaris is circumpolar, not circle equatorial.
Circumpolar.
Yes.
What do you mean by that?
Circumpolar star appears to rotate around the stellar poles, of which we have two.
Okay.
Surely you've seen star trails where they form circles?
Yes, I've also seen star trails where the moon coincides perfectly with no parallax.
Aren't all stars circumpolar? I mean, what is
Well,
equatorial
that's
even mean
what
in
I'm
that?
trying to understand is what do you mean by circumpolar? To me, circumpolar means
It goes around the center point at a pole.
yeah, at 90, like around a farcical sphere.
I mean, I get it when it comes to like navigation on a globe or whatever. Like circumpolar navigation would be starting at the North Pole, crossing the equator, crossing the South Pole, crossing the equator, then coming back to the North Pole, and
Yeah,
then circumequatorial navigation would be starting at like Mexico, heading east,
cool.
and then returning back to Mexico.
Yeah,
That's cool. I don't want to get you on edge. That's not my. That's not what I do. I'm actually trying to learn.
Right. So, if look at pictures of star trails, if they're forming circles,
yes,
those are circumpolar stars.
Okay, well, that's why I.
One. Go ahead.
Well, that's why I brought up the moon, because if you actually have a moon in that, it coincides directly with those circles that the star trails make, and
yeah,
there is no parallax. There's no lagging. The moon makes it the same. So
lagging.
Don't know. Other than I have no.
Hold on. What do you mean? There's no lagging.
The moon follows it. The moon follows all the stars, all the star trails that you're saying.
Yeah, obviously. The whole
perfect.
Everything you're standing on a rotating body. Everything is going to move in the same direction.
No, you can't prove that.
You're right. I can't. What I can do is I can show evidence of it, evidence that you're citing.
The evidence I'm citing kind of throws your evidence out the window because of the moon.
Circumpolar. The fact that we have two poles in the sky limits the possibilities to something at least three-dimensional.
Okay.
The fact that we don't have hard corners really kind of starts limiting our choices a lot further. Sort of stuck with this potato.
Yeah, I don't want to limit your possibilities, and I don't mean to kind of derail your point. What was your point? Continue, please.
My point was celestial navigation works on a globe.
Yes, because of Polaris, and I'm saying the navigation or the 60 nautical miles. I thought was based on Polaris, not every other moving stars in a book.
I recommend you look at the Admiralty and how they actually codified the nautical mile.
That's to me that's a deterrent. Not somebody can say nautical mile. Yeah, I have actually looked into that, but I forget.
So a nautical mile up until
69 non-nautical miles.
No, that's not correct either. But a nautical mile up until recently was defined as 1 minute of declination change observed. That was the definition of a nautical mile.
Yeah, but from
only
Polaris. From Polaris.
No, there's no Polaris in there.
Oh, from where then?
Any astronomical body.
Well, how the fuck did you get latitude?
So it'd be like any star at the same time of day on the same day of the year. The fortunate thing about Polaris is that it's in the same spot at any time of day, at any day of the year, at any hour of the day. So it's fortunate when it comes to Polaris.
Would you need a certain book or album?
What?
If you're in the southern sky, can you find your latitude using any old star without a certain book, a certain almanac?
No,
I
no.
could get
Without the almanac, you're screwed. No.
no.
I mean, you might start from
I could.
scratch and
Let's just
reverse
make that
engineer
clear so
everything.
everybody.
Hold on. If I can, I believe I could. I wouldn't be as exact because I have bad eyesight, and actually picking out Sigma Australis is hard for me. However, I believe I would be able to get within a few degrees. And I've
Look,
It's a lot
maybe
of effort.
maybe a seasoned guy like you that's been out from a kid, right?
Right.
And you might
So,
know at
yeah.
any particular month. Sorry,
Yeah, what's your point? Somebody who
you
knows
mean
how to do it
anybody,
can
any
do it?
old person can do it?
Anybody who knows how, yes. I could teach you
So a
how in about
seasoned
20 minutes.
to any old star, you're saying any old star. You don't have to know the time or date to find your
No,
latitude in the southern sky.
No.
no.
Right,
You
as
need,
long as I can,
the
as long as
season.
Just an angle.
as long as I can see Sigma Australis, no, that's good enough.
You mean
So
as long
one
as you
particular star. You're saying one particular star?
One particular
You don't
region,
need
yeah.
you need the season, the time of day, all that.
and be able to
that's
see
enough.
land?
No, with that I can give you my latitude.
You're also
You give
going to
me
need a whole year's time span.
no. Well, I mean, I wouldn't know what time it was unless I had another observation, such as I don't know the sun, or you guys just
Given a
tell me.
year, given a year's time, yeah.
Oh,
Well,
I could do it now. I learned it as a child. I
take those
can learn how to do it
calculations
now.
and I'm sorry. So to take those calculations that you said that you were wrapped your feet around the pole of the sailing boat. You said you can give those those measurements or whatever, those angle measurements, multiple angle measurements to the skipper or whoever, the navigator, in 2 minutes.
Yeah, 2 minutes per sighting. That's pretty slow. Hopefully, you can get it faster.
Okay, and then so what
with
happens?
a transit.
What does he do with it after that, and how long does it take after that?
What?
So
2
do you
more.
know
To
what
be
a
fair to him, he
transit?
went through the procedure before. He went through the procedure. Pretty detailed. But
Do
you
you
know
know
what
what
you
a
missed out,
transit
bro?
is?
The math
Hold on.
and the
I would like to be able to answer the question. And
Yeah,
the
yeah,
answer to that
yeah. I'm
answer to
sorry.
that
I didn't mean to
question
be
is
confrontational. I'm sorry.
no, it's fine. But the answer to that question is you draw a transit, and so you are constantly working on your transit line and moving it along with you. So I know I am heading at this bearing, and I am going this speed. I do a reading. I go, okay, I am right here. I do a reading 10 minutes later, going the same direction. Yep, I'm still on that line. I can then draw that line out for as long as I maintain that heading and that speed and be pretty accurate.
I'm sorry, but by heading you mean a compass reading.
Yeah.
So a compass.
Compass is how you. I mean, this is how we sail. This is
Not by it. You don't sail with a. You don't sail with a section. You sail with a compass.
So you use your heading.
Your heading implies a compass, correct?
Not necessarily. Actually, most of the time, what you want to do is you want to choose something that's out in the distance you can sail towards. If you're land, say, hey, sail towards that mountain. If you're out at sea, you say, hey, keep this star between this little triangle of sails, and that's what you want to sail with because it's a lot better for your eyes and you're a lot more accurate.
So if you're out at sea, you would say, hey, hang on to my compass so we know where the fuck we're going. You have a compass, and therefore you have a bearing, and therefore you have a compass. Okay.
You
have a compass, not a freaking sextant.
You have a sextant as well.
No, you don't.
So how do the people on the GGR know exactly where they are?
Because they have a compass.
Have a compass. They can tell you within 2 nautical miles where they are. How does that work?
Yeah, you could be going on a particular heading from any point on the Earth. It doesn't give you a location.
That's true, but you're not sitting there with. I'm imagining. I haven't been on the Drink the Kool-Aid's boat, and I imagine people don't just sit there like, "Oh fuck, we're lost. Where's the sextant?" Like
You're right.
that doesn't make any sense to me.
So you're
they used to.
starting
People who used to navigate back in the day understood ratios really well.
Used
and
to.
in particular,
Used to back in the day.
In
Correct.
particular, you could use your hands. So your knuckle to knuckle is, let's say, 10 degrees.
Yeah, I know. It's like 5 hours before sunset.
Yeah. So you're drawing and updating your transit line. All your readings, you're going to have one in the morning, you're going to have one in the afternoon, you're going to have one at sunset, you're going to have a couple during your midnight watches, and they're all going to get a reading that refines your exact position along your transit line.
Good. You're not sitting there with your relying on your sextant.
Yes, you are. That's
No,
what gets.
Of course you are. Of course you do.
No, I would think
you take multiple readings through the day. You plot your positions. You know what direction you're going. You use your compass.
Are you
pick
talking
headings.
Are you
try to stay on course.
Are you talking about back in the day?
Yeah, back in the day, or you could do it today.
I'm talking. I'm talking about currently on the ocean in the GGR. This is how they are doing it right now.
Okay.
This is also how I did it as a child and grew up doing it. So if you have questions, I'm trying to answer them.
And by GGR, you mean Golden Globe Race?
Correct. The Golden Globe Race, which is a recreation of racing before they had modern navigational equipment. For example, the only GPS units on board there is a download that is in a locked box to be used for emergencies only, and there is an EPIRBs beacon, which is an upload only. The captains do not have access to the emergency except for something goes wrong. And the other one is an upload only that doesn't tell you where you are. So this is how they are navigating.
So if you open if you break the seal on the GPS box, you're disqualified, I assume.
Yes. With the exception, there was a vessel in this craft that sunk, and the 2 people who were closest to it were instructed by race crew or race committee to break that lock and get their GPS unit out and assist in the search for the down skipper.
Right.
So they're actually plotting courses and the whole bit, taking measurements, putting it down, doing the adjustments, the corrections, and all that while they're racing.
Right, and it's one person yachts.
How many stars are involved?
Currently, I believe there's 153 navigational stars that are plotted and registered, but I could be wrong on that number.
What if it's daytime?
If it's daytime, use
the sun. Yeah, okay. That makes sense. What about the moon?
What I was trying to lead to that question was, I've heard nobody really in this arena describe the process from beginning to end. So far, Kool-Aid, believe it or not, has done the best because he's the only one I heard say after the angle that you have to make corrections on the sextant. He's the only one I've heard say that.
Yeah.
Not that I'm an expert, right? But I just did some cursory research, right? It's not hard, right? Now, the trick here is, and the hard part here is, It's not just taking the angle and doing the sighting. Anybody can do that. The way he explained it. Bottom lip to the sun, the other one is on the horizon, you tilt it, boom, you wiggle it, whatever, right? You get to 90. That's easy, right? The hard part is the math. What do you do after to find where you're at? That's the hard part.
Yes,
I can try to explain that if you want. I'm going to butcher it and it's going to be really hard to follow. If I can recommend the YouTube channel Practical Navigation,
It's really easy, SC. It's much easier than you think. If you have
It's
an
not
elevation
easy,
angle,
bro.
if you have an elevation angle, and you subtract 90, subtract the elevation angle, you'll get a co-altitude angle. You multiply that by 60, you'll get a linear distance to the subsolar point, or the GP of the star.
Yeah. You think? Yeah.
So,
I've heard all that, and that's
I've
not
seen all the
it.
videos that I've seen all the videos, brother, all online. It's not complicated.
About the Haversine data. What about the Haversine formula?
So the Haversine's fine, but over larger distance, you still end up with air. And if you're going to use a Haversine formula on a globe map that's been projected, well, then what do you expect the answer to be? Off the Haversine
But
formula?
you think you can navigate data? If I put you on a boat in the ocean, you think you can navigate? You're talking about it so easy.
I think
you think you can do it?
I own a sextant. I have a basic understanding of the
I
calculation.
didn't ask you that.
What I recently discovered is a quick calculation. So let's say I didn't have an almanac, and I needed to find, because when you're looking at the sun in the daytime, to find your latitude.
I don't recommend anybody do that. Do not look at the sun.
when you're in the daytime and you want to find your latitude, you need an almanac. But I just came across a formula.
It will burn your eyes.
Hold on,
Yeah,
man.
I just use
do not listen to data under any circumstances for navigation.
All right. Well, at least just don't interrupt whoever's speaking, so we can hear what's being said. Please.
I'm only kidding. You're right. You're right.
I've been just regurgitating what I've been taught. I own a sextant. I've applied it. Now, have I been on the?
Hang on, time out. Why would you just?
Hold on, man. Don't please, Sugar. You're interrupting, bro. Please.
Okay. You're right.
Just let him finish whatever he's saying.
Okay, I'll let him regurgitate.
Yeah, that's all it is. And most of the basic navigation, you require a right angle triangle to get an elevation. And then what you want is everything is coming from a circle anyway. So you're going to be using basic Euclidean for all the practical applications of it. So but what I found is if you wanted to find your latitude in the north or the south when it's not the equinox, it's recommended that you have an almanac. But through more research, I found there's actually a formulation that you can use to help you find particularly the declination, above or below the equator, depending on the seasons, to help you when you take your observations at solar noon, 3 observations that are done at solar noon. With that information, you add it to the declination to find your latitude. That would require a lot of practice on my part. Because even just doing it at the rudimentary level with Practical Navigator, like the guy recommended the website to go look at, getting practice with the angle measurements is something that you would have to do to really hone in the math skills. But it's not impossible, and it's not crazy hard. There's a simple method that they navigated with in earlier time frames, right? So
blah fucking blah.
So
yeah, you find it complicated, do you? I see that's noted.
What
right?
did you just say that we weren't talking about for the past? What did you think you just added to the conversation, dude?
He did. He actually brought up the fact that he can do something mathematically I don't know how to do. Data. Will you please tell me?
He didn't say nothing. He didn't say nothing.
Would you please tell me how to figure out the angle of 2 lines that do not intersect?
What do you mean, help you figure out an intersection point with 2 lines that don't intersect? How would you want me to do that for you?
Yeah, how would I make an angle to create a triangle when 2 of my lines do not intersect?
You'd have to have a practical example and showing where you're making the optical measurement.
Celestial navigation.
Yeah, so you're adding in refraction errors, left, right, and center, right?
No.
Yeah, okay. No?
So
Use a sextant.
Yeah.
Right, with the sextant.
And you still have to add in, there's at least 4 error corrections with a sextant. The instrument error is
Adam,
number one. Then you have
how
refraction,
you
then the height above, which is your dip correction, and then there is the fourth. I can't remember the fourth correction, but there's at least 4 using the sextants before you can get an actual measurement.
you claim there's a right angle triangle. In this
How
right
do you
angle
get
triangle,
it to get any elevation information?
can I
You
finish
have
what
to
I'm
get
saying?
a ratio. That ratio is devised from 3 angles. That's how you get the from a triangle. You get the three angles from
How-
it. It gives you
Okay, stop. Where are you getting your 3 angles?
your 180. So each corner. So
Where
if
are
you
you
have an
getting
elevation,
can you
so
point
listen,
at
if
these
you have
3
an
angles?
elevation,
Because
if you have an
2 of your lines.
elevation, if you have an elevation immediately that elevation that you have now observed, which is a point in the sky, that is a ratio.
No, it's not. It's an angle. An angle is not a ratio.
They're all ratios, buddy. Don't you know the
No,
3, 4, 5?
an
Don't you know the
angle.
3,
You
4,
have to have
5?
a triangle.
3, 4, 5 is a ratio, buddy.
You have to have a triangle to have
3, 4,
ratio.
5 is a ratio. All
An
triangles are ratios.
angle.
All triangles are ratios.
Angle is not a ratio. That's where you're getting confused with your own.
They're all ratios, dude.
Drink the Kool-Aid.
Yeah. So you keep interrupting.
No,
Immediately, as soon as you devise an angle,
question.
as soon as you devise an angle to something, you've now devised a system that has a ratio. You're devising that angle from that ratio. So if you have a triangle, it's 180.
ratio.
They're all ratios, buddy. I can take any degree and turn it into a ratio. I can ratio a triangle, no problem, and then find the degree of that. If you give me a triangle that has 3 ratios, they're all different. I can tell you the degrees of all those angles. Don't tell me they can't be ratios.
Use a triangle. You have to have a triangle to have ratios.
You have to have a elevation angle with a numeric value or a degree value. That degree value comes from something, right? Or else you don't have an elevation angle.
Value is an angle. That's all. You don't have an angle. You don't have a triangle. I mean.
Okay, talk me through this drawing.
Immediately, as soon as you have a numeric value, that elevation value is coming from a 90 degree.
It's not a ratio. An angle is not a ratio. Quit saying that.
So again, an angle is a ratio, 100%.
No, it is not. It is not a ratio unless you have 3 sides to it.
They're all ratios. Exactly how you get the
angle.
You cannot get the one ratio without the other 2.
It's an angle.
Listen, buddy, you can't get a number value without a number system. You can't get a number value without a number system. So if you're going to get an elevation angle, where are these angles devised from to get the ratio or the degree number?
There is no ratio.
The value of 360
there is no ratio
degrees, right?
unless you have 3 of them.
So in trigonometry, you need 2 values to get
exactly.
the third, right?
Try 3.
Yeah,
try.
No problem.
Try.
If you're going to get an elevation angle, it's derived from some base. You cannot get any angle without a base, or else you don't have an angle. In this case, we know an elevation angle is derived from a 90 degree.
You're claiming
in fact.
You're also claiming a distance with the base of your triangle and claiming it's not just an angle. You're claiming an angle is a ratio. It's impossible unless you have 3 of them. You just said trigonometry.
I think he's saying one angle is part of a triangle. So that's
an angle.
Is not
a ratio. As soon as you call it an angle, it means it's devised some sort of numeric value or ratio is devised from it. Bottom line. As soon as you say angle, you're invoking a numeric system that gives information.
Data.
How do you get an elevation angle? You need a 90 degree to have a base from it.
Exactly.
All right, you guys, let Kool-Aid jump in. Hold on. You guys have been kind of Kool-Aid got over talked a minute ago. Just let him go.
My question.
Well,
my
that's
question is.
I apologize, Gio, because if nobody interrupts Clint Eastwood, flat earth data, he will just continue.
Well, we'll moderate for the monologuing. Please don't monologue as well, data. But go ahead, Kool-Aid.
So my question is, on your triangle, you need 3 angles. You have the one that the sextant is measuring. Got it.
You have the other at the GP of the star. Got it. Those two lines do not ever intersect. Where is your third angle?
So again, you have a GP of a star. That particular GP creates a right angle triangle once you get an elevation. How you calculate the
Don't
distance to
intersect.
the GP, how do you calculate the distance to the GP is you take the co-altitude angle, which is your elevation angle, minus the 90 degree to get your co-altitude angle, and then you multiply it by 60 to get your linear distance to the GP position. This is basic 101 celestial navigation.
How do you get your GP? How do you get your GP data?
The GP is from a right angle triangle. It is the position.
You go to the almanac.
It is the position.
You go to the almanac data.
It is a
Almanac.
position.
No.
It is a position that you require elevation angle to, and the only way
You
to
know
get an
you're
elevation
making
angle
every
from something,
idiot when you say that.
the only way to get an elevation angle to something is to have a numeric base system based on something. You can't have an angle or a degree without a base system that created it.
Data, you're claiming the distance to the sun when you say that.
Again, what base? I'm just regurgitating basic celestial navigation. They literally say a right angle triangle is invoked in the calculations. It's absolutely pathetic and disingenuous.
No, they don't say that. You're saying
they do.
that.
They say it,
Would you please tell me how you're getting an angle
say it.
between two non-intersecting lines?
So we're talking about an elevation angle and how you get that numeric value. Now you're asking about two lines intersecting. I'm talking about an elevation angle and how you got that degree. Where's that degree derived from? You have to have a base. What base system are you deriving that elevation angle from? Oh, it's a 90 degree. Interesting.
Can someone
so all
get
of
him to
modern
answer my
science,
question?
all of modern science, including Bernard Riemann,
Or at
is
least
wrong
address it.
when it's all Euclidean on the surface of the Earth, and basically a certain amount of the heavens is all Euclidean, right? All Euclidean space. They're all lying then, right? Exactly.
Would you please address the question I have asked you 5 times? How do you get an angle?
You're still not addressing my point of getting the elevation angle where it comes from. You need a base numeric system. He's talking about two lines intersecting, which has nothing to do with my point.
No, two lines that don't intersect.
They don't intersect. Did you not realize that the GP from the star and the line measured from your sextant never intersect?
So the GP, as it's taught, is a right angle triangle. You get an elevation angle.
That is incorrect.
You get an elevation angle. Stop interrupting me. You get an elevation angle, which comes from a base system. How do I get that elevation angle? Where does it come from? How do I get an elevation angle? I need a system. I need a system of geometry to get that elevation angle. What system of geometry uses a right angle triangle? That would be Euclidean. That is why the Euclidean geometry here works with Riemannian spherical geometries, because at the surface of 2D you can have interoperable coordinates.
Okay, so
to match the geometry. So the point is that
hold on, dude, you were done, man. Come on, don't make us have to moderate and mute people. Just let people go one at a time. You finished your thing. Let Kool-Aid go, and then go ahead, Kool-Aid.
I appreciate what you said, but would you please address how you get a triangle when two of the lines never intersect? They do not have a point they intersect. It doesn't
anytime
happen
you
here,
have an elevation angle, anytime you have an elevation angle, that position in the like if I look at a building, if I look at a building in the distance, that elevation angle of that building is going to have a GP position at the top of that building. Okay? My elevation angle to that building is going to produce a right angle triangle. That's how I can get an elevation angle. Do you disagree with that methodology?
Yes.
Okay, so that's how they do all the geometry when they're measuring.
It is not.
When they're measuring the height to a building, if I know the degree and the distance to it, I can get the height of it, right? So,
you're claiming a distance to the sun, you dung dong.
Yeah, again, this is exactly how it works. If I have the degree of something, angular size of something, and I know the distance to it, I can get the height of it easy peasy. That's basic geometry function and sizes and distance, right?
That would mean.
Would you please address the fact that you don't have an intersection for there to be an angle at? Could you just address that?
You have no triangle there, right?
So I can address that you're absolutely 100% wrong by presenting you a video done by a professional navigator that in the demonstration, he's giving you arbitrary angles and arbitrary linear distances between the observer and the GP of the star. In process of teaching you how to calculate the linear distance between the observer and the GP of the star, he shows you how to get the co-altitude angle by taking the 90 degrees, subtracting it from the elevation angle, and multiplying it by 60 to get the linear distance between 2 points. Would you like to elaborate of why that is wrong?
Does it work in his drawing at all? Does it work on his drawing at all?
So again, this is a professional navigator. I'll put the video in the chat for you. Put the video in the chat for you, geniuses. Since you like to fight against your own model, your own instructions so well, then ask bullshit questions. Ask bullshit questions that have nothing to do with the context. The fact that an elevation angle, you get one, you require a 90 degree. Something has to be 90 degree.
So with all due respect to the content creator who did that, if I have done the math, I can show you the math. According to the mathematics, the two lines made from the GP of the star and from the sextant do not intersect.
They don't, Data, not at all. You're making an assumption there based on
I'm
a
not
cartoon
making any
drawing
assumption.
to make his point.
Come on, you guys, you're interrupting Data. This is the deal, you guys. If you're going to interrupt, I'm just going to mute you. If someone has the talking stick, they are the only one talking. Don't interrupt them until they're done. And then when they're done, if you get the talking stick, you get to speak. This is really basic. Please don't make us have to moderate and mute and do all this. Just don't monologue one at a time. Don't interrupt them. Zanuck was saying something. Zanuck, go ahead.
Thank you. Yeah, we have an elevation angle, or you can have a GP based on the co-altitude angle. And that is a straight line down from that star to the surface where there is a right angle to a level horizontal. Not the same level horizontal that was used for the elevation angle. That's where you're confused. Just because you saw a cartoon and misinterpreted what they're doing very sloppily just to make a point, you took it literally and assumed that the horizontal that its elevation is based on is the same as the GP horizontal, which it is not, clearly, because that means the star would be 2,000 or 3,000 miles high, and we can measure them not to be. Yeah, that's the exact. Eastwood just posted the picture I was going to post. That gives you a picture of something that is a cartoon, just to give you an idea what these angles look like. But it's not.
Yeah, I'm not into your beliefs or wishes or dreams. I just posted a video in the chat. I just posted a video in the chat. I don't have any bias to the instruction. I have no bias to the preference of the instruction. I'm just repeating the instruction. You guys have a problem with the content creator who happens to be a professional navigator who works for the U.S. military. He gives you a breakdown using a right angle triangle and celestial navigation.
That's a fantastic way to distance yourself from your own argument.
Go and read it. Go and watch it, because it's a transcript there for you too. So if you can't believe the words that are being spoke, maybe you can read the words that are being spoke, and then you can imprint it in your brain. As I just described, and as I just reiterated verbatim, this is not my claim. This is a professional navigator's claim on YouTube who's teaching celestial navigation.
My point.
So I posted it in the chat. I posted it in the chat. I posted it in the chat.
You have a 50-degree angle.
I posted it in the chat. Is anybody interested in watching the video?
Interrupt each other after what I
Is anybody interested in watching the video so that they can see a professional navigator use a right angle triangle?
It doesn't
use a
work.
right angle triangle.
I'm muting.
That's not even close.
Yeah, you guys. Ideally, we don't have to mute anyone. We're adults, so should be able to speak. But now, Data, now you're monologuing. It's like, come on, guys. Just say your piece. 30 seconds. Pass the mic. Otherwise, it's not a conversation. It's chaos and one guy talking.
So
Data,
in the video there, I posted. In the video, I just
experience.
posted a professional navigator.
All right, right here.
At the end of the day, the math that he instructs is not new. The math he instructs.
Okay, you already
allow
said
me to
that.
speak.
Go ahead.
So I will put up all my navigational experience that what he was doing was drawing a quick, fast, in a hurry sketch, very similar to I have done with words in here many a time. If he was to take the time and actually do that correctly, use the actual formulas that are involved, you would see that it is an impossible triangle to draw as the two lines do not intersect. As they do not intersect, they cannot form an angle.
Yeah. Not only
Yeah.
that,
So in the
50 degrees.
demonstration, he's
50, wait,
demonstrating
Data, it's my turn
clearly
now. Data,
how to get an
Data,
elevation
come on,
angle
take
and
your
how to
turn.
get a linear distance. If you can't get a
You
elevation
cannot
angle
have
from a
900
90,
miles.
how are you
Xana can go
devising it
next.
without a 90?
All right, Xana, go ahead.
You cannot have a 50-degree angle and 900-mile distance to a GP with where the 90-degree angle is. That 90-degree angle is to a horizontal. That is not the same horizontal that is based on the 50, because you can see right there that doesn't work out. It never could work out.
It's an
The star would
arbitrary
have,
distance I
for
stated,
example,
Xanic.
for example, if we have a 3,500-mile distance to the GP and we had a 45-degree angle, how high would the star be above the GP? 3,500 miles. You mean to tell me that the stars are 3,000 miles high? Data? No, they can't be, because you can fly
So
along.
here's what you want to realize about astronomy. They document, and they're not heavily biased towards this globe, even though they have a lot of presuppositions. They acknowledge that wherever you measure this apparent angle, you're going to end up with the same apparent calculation, which means there's no distance change to the heavenly bodies above. In other words, it kind of ends up to be around 4,000 miles. Just you basic Euclidean, right? So that's what the Euclidean says wherever you measure it. So if you want to use that as an argument that, oh my God, the stars are measured close, you can. My argument is the elevation angle that you get comes from a base system. You have to have some type of base system to measure your angle from. That comes from a 90-degree right angle
Come on,
triangle.
think about this for a
Without
second.
that base,
Not only,
without
do you know
that
what the
base
altitude
system,
angle for that
without that
drawing
base
is?
system,
Data,
you
I'm
cannot.
talking to you. Do you know what
Without that
the
base,
altitude angle is? You have the
All right, I muted you both. Someone carry on.
Yeah, I mean, Dad, you are like talking extremely long periods of time. My God.
Yeah, it's like I've never wanted to have this VC have to be like red mutes constantly for like either monologues or interrupting. But it's like if we don't do that, the monologuers and the interrupters just destroy the conversation. So if you prefer not to be muted, just don't do that stuff. It's pretty easy. Like just say your piece, pass the mic. That's why we were doing that 30-second thing, like that actually works pretty well. Like one person speaks for 30 seconds. They can't really go over that or it's monologue. And then anyone who interrupts them gets muted. But it's also nice to have it be an open convo to where we don't have to have it be that rigid.
Data, I can say one thing, and please don't interrupt because it's my turn for a second.
Yeah, go ahead.
You say real quick, it'll be less than a sentence. The 50 degrees he has on that drawing. If we have a co-altitude angle of 40 degrees, you'd agree it's 40, right? Because subtract 90, you've said that many times. That would be a 2,400 miles distance to the GP. That shows 900 miles. So right away you can tell this is just a shorthand way to show an example, and there's nothing there that indicates that this is actually the true orientation.
do you think he's the only instructor that shows you where the 90 comes from?
Plus, pardon
me?
Well, to be fair,
Do you think he's the only instructor?
And then you're like 5 sentences in. So.
Do you think the only
5 people are talking?
Do you think he's the only instructor that references a 90-degree right angle triangle to get elevation profile to get a co-altitude angle?
There's not one that is in existence that thinks that horizontal, that base leg is flat. Not one. It's not the same angle. You do not have the same angle from the baseline, which is done off of a local level, with the angle, which is also local level.
Whatever instrument that you end up using will always create a right angle triangle. There will always be a right angle triangle in all of those observations. Yeah. Whether it's an imaginary line that you draw, you are always having a 90-degree to work from.
No, there's no right triangles in this equation or in this methodology. All we know is that there's a relationship between 1 degree and 60 nautical miles. That's all.
I'll post
I'm still talking. We just Gio just got done telling you not to do this. We just got done talking about how there is a 1 degree for 60 nautical mile relationship that precludes you from having a right triangle. It does not work in any way, shape, or form.
You have to have something perpendicular to the horizontal to create a 90-degree.
The horizontal is not
whether you have
both.
a zenith angle and then you're measuring a co-altitude that way, you're still having to work with a 90-degree. That is your base system. So if I wanted to find the GP of a star, the basic shorthand, is like you guys like to put it, would be, for instance, go on any map right now, measure the altitude to Polaris, subtract it from 90, multiply it by 60 or 69, and you'll get the distance to the apparent GP position of the Polaris star. That doesn't seem far-fetched. That doesn't seem
No.
abnormal, because that's what's
Did you do that
practiced
with
in
Sigma
the
on
easiest.
So data. So thank
Listen,
you
that's
for
what's
that.
practiced
Hold
in
on.
the basic
Yeah, that's practical. Now,
mathematics
do
of
this.
celestial
Data, you
navigation.
finished. That's my turn. Geo just got done telling you to stop doing that. So good point. I'm glad you said that. So we can find a JP. Let's say it's 40 degrees, as this drawing depicts. We should have a 2,400 mile distance to the GP. However, make that angle 20 degrees and see what happens, or make that angle
And what
60
happens
degrees
when
and see
you're
what happens.
1
Hold
degree
on,
off? What
Data.
happens
I'm
when you're
not
2
done yet.
degrees off?
Hey, listen. If you make that angle 60 degrees or 20 degrees, suddenly this triangle does not work. So why doesn't it work?
So when you say it doesn't work, are you having a 90 degree, which I know it works because that's what you're deriving the angle from. Whether it's a box, whether it's a triangle, it's Euclidean geometry, which requires a 90-degree right angle triangle.
We want to go through the math together.
So when you say it doesn't work, you are not saying any argument. I'm saying that how it's practiced in celestial navigation, the
Okay,
shorthand
let's go through the
form,
exercise then.
the short
Hold on.
form has,
Can we just
like you
can we
claim,
shortcut this?
yeah,
And
like you
could you just
claim,
identify the three
like you
angles?
claim, it's shorthand teachings of how to get a linear distance. So again, to get a GP of a star, it is
We
taught
heard you say this. Can
to
you
get
please
it.
stop?
Well, this is
and
what's
have a
taught.
conversation with the person?
This is what's taught. So I don't understand what the contention is. If this
I
is
said
what's
it doesn't work.
taught,
There's a reason why it doesn't work.
okay, so it's
Let's go.
taught
You want to go
though,
through the math together?
right?
We can show
So
you why
it's
it doesn't
taught,
work.
right? So Zanuck, it's taught. You're saying it doesn't work, but it's taught. And what is taught? To take a altitude angle, subtract 90 from that altitude angle, and multiply it by 60 to get a linear distance to a GP star. That's what's
So being
taught.
the only person who's actually
So
done
why-
this in chat, can I speak?
This is what they're teaching, dude.
All right, Data, you said your point. Let drink
No,
Kool-Aid respond.
Data. The problem with what he's showing is when you do the math, there are only two angles. If you wouldn't mind, would you please identify the three angles of your triangle?
Okay, I'm just going to repeat myself again. To find the GP of a
Can you
star,
respond to what I said?
you take an elevation angle to it.
No, you can't.
Minus 90 minus that elevation angle multiplied by 60, you'll get a linear distance to the GP. Do you understand what that creates? So if I take a elevation angle and I take
understand
90
you are afraid
degrees
to
and I
answer my
minus
very
that
simple question.
and I multiply it by 60, I get a linear distance to the GP. What did I just create? What geometry did I just create doing that measurement?
Would you please label the three angles?
So if you need me to spoon feed it for you, I'll put a picture in the chat that will show you. Doesn't matter what angle you're making, it will complete a right angle triangle. And if you're going to have it on a curved surface, then the angle
How are
that you're
you gonna
making is
complete
not
a
a
right
90
angle
degrees, not from a 9. If it's on a curved
Can you
surface,
please?
then the angle that you're measuring is not going to be on a 90 degree.
No,
Now, is
I'm
it?
not allowed to speak. Okay.
You're going to have
So-
diverging verticals, which is
Try it
not in
again.
the math. There's
So-
no diverging verticals in
Oh, nope,
celestial
you're gonna start
navigation,
again.
buddy.
Okay.
Unbelievable.
There's no
Data.
diverging
Just
verticals
totally
in
unbelievable.
navigation. It's straight lines and
You're
angles.
literally muting, unmuting, and continuing.
Yeah, you're not wanting to respond to anything I'm saying.
I
Zero,
can't
nada.
respond. You literally overtalk me every
You
single
still
time.
haven't responded. You just keep going back to your.
All right, then we'll
Can I
do
get
this
my
thing.
help?
Yeah, I'll mute and unmute you guys since you apparently can't do it on your own. So go ahead, Kool-Aid, and then I'll unmute Data. And Data, if you monologue, I might have to mute you to let him respond and stuff. So go
I
ahead.
apologize if I've overtalked someone, but Data, would you please identify the three different angles?
Okay, he's done. Data, go ahead. If you
So-
know, go ahead.
If I have an elevation angle, I have to have a horizontal to get it from. To have a GP position to where that star is, it has to have
Can
a
you
zenith
respond to my
position.
question, please?
It has to have a zenith position over the surface of the Earth. It is taught in celestial navigation to locate that apparent GP's position of the star is to get an elevation angle to it. My 90 degree minus that elevation multiplied by 60, I will get a linear distance to the GP of that star, completing a right angle triangle. If I have a GP position,
Go
which
say it
has a
again,
zenith,
please.
which is a zenith position above it,
I'm
And
here
I have
trying
an
to learn,
elevation.
and you're
I have
not
an elevation
answering
angle.
You gotta say things twice.
I have an elevation angle to that
Gio,
position.
would you
It
body
completes
here,
a right
please?
angle.
Yeah, I'm
It
muting
completes a.
everybody who interrupted. Data was not finished, so go ahead, Data.
He hasn't
The thing
answered
is,
my
I
question
keep, I
at all
keep,
yet.
I
Yeah,
keep
but you
repeating
can't
it
force
over.
him to do it. He gets his time to speak. If it's not if you don't feel like it's an answer, then I guess you're not going to
I
get one.
am answering him. He's just not listening to how I'm answering it. All stars have GP positions on the body of the Earth. This is what's noted and timed in the almanacs. If that GP position, I can calculate a linear distance to it, a straight path from the observer to that GP position. I'm giving a process to do that, which is to get an elevation angle. It completes a right angle triangle this way. Do you
Stop.
not understand that?
No,
Do you
I
not
don't.
understand that?
No.
Okay, so think about it. If
Can
you
you
have a
please
star that's above
label
the
your
surface of the Earth,
3 angles?
if a star is above the surface of the Earth and it has a GP position down below it, and I can calculate a linear distance to it, and then my hypotenuse is my line of sight to that, it completes a right angle triangle. Do you not
No.
understand that?
No,
It does.
doesn't.
So
No,
it
would you
does,
please?
and this is what's demonstrated
Okay,
in,
you're
for
going to
instance,
talk
I'm on
over
a
me.
boat. I'm on
All
a
right,
boat,
hold
and I
on,
want to
Data.
calculate.
Data, let him respond, dude.
So, Data, you've now got to the point that I'm having a problem with. I will give you there is an angle at the sextant. I will give you there is an angle at the GP of the celestial body. Where is the third angle?
So the 90 degree is the zenith position of the GP of the star above the surface of the Earth. You're measuring the linear distance to it. That's the 90 degree. Your hypotenuse is your elevation angle to it. So now you have a linear distance. The elevation angle
Here's
is
the
the
third angle.
What are you talking about, dude? The third angle is where the star is to the observer.
What?
You understand if I'm measuring
Those two lines never intersect, Data.
So again,
those two
you're being
lines.
false.
No.
You're being false because if you have
No,
a
I'm not.
hypotenuse, yes, you are. If you have a
I'm being
hypotenuse,
truthful
listen.
as the one who
If you
knows
have a
something about.
hypotenuse, you keep interrupting. If you have a hypotenuse, you must have.
Really? I'm the one
If you
interrupting.
have a hypotenuse or a line of sight to an elevation of a star, and you're getting a ratio or an angle from it, you have to have a base system that's measuring that from. Now, whether you invert
This
those
is
two
literally
angles,
meaningless.
if you invert those two angles, it still will make a right angle triangle because you will always have a 90 degree to derive it from. And the only way to get a 90 degree is to have a linear distance to it, a zenith position above the GP, and a hypotenuse to it, which create a right angle triangle. And that's what's
Where
taught.
is your third angle? And then
So the
how
first
do you
angle
get?
is the elevation angle, right?
Okay,
The second
that's one.
angle is the 90 degree that's above the zenith, and the third angle is coming from the star. So if I have a
How?
measured angle,
Stop.
if I have an
Stop.
observer angle of 40 degrees,
No. Listen, Data.
dude,
Those lines
you can't be
do not.
retarded, right?
No, would you? You're just going to overtalk me.
You have a
Those
horizontal
lines
surface to
literally.
get an
Okay.
elevation profile from. Number one, you have a horizontal
All
surface
right.
that gives you a linear distance to a GP. This is what's
Cool.
literally taught
I've lost the ability to speak in the server. It's been fun.
Dude, you realize the linear distance between 2 points is taught by a straight line, right?
Dude, Kool-Aid, you guys were going back and forth. Yeah, he does seem to just bowl over. So go ahead and say your point.
Me? I have a turn now?
Kool-Aid.
Go ahead, Zanuck. I've been monopolizing.
So Data, if we have a 40 degree altitude angle, like that drawing shows, let's start there. That'd be 2,400 miles to the GP. If we had an 80 degree altitude angle, that'd be a pretty wide angle, right? From zenith, to be like down by the equator. That would be 4,800 miles. Now that doesn't make a right triangle. Those two values cannot coexist in geometry. You cannot have a one-to-one relationship between the angle, the co-altitude angle, and the distance. It does not work. It doesn't work for the obvious reasons of trigonometry. That's why they have ratios in trigonometry. Tangent, for example, opposite of adjacent. That is a ratio. That ratio cannot be one-to-one because it's a triangle. I don't know why this is so hard for you to understand. Now, if you want to show me a situation where that can happen and you can draw me a triangle,
So again, I'm just going to make it very clear.
God
The
bless you.
information that I'm
Thank you
stating,
for,
Zanuck,
I'm still talking. It's your turn to talk, right? Just keep on going.
the information I'm stating, Zanuck, is not my own. It's coming from people who teach celestial navigation.
You're
So
misinterpreting
the best
it.
part is when I bring up these arguments, they're not my positions, and the fact that you
All
fight
right.
against them so hard goes to prove to show you that either one, all these people that are posting the right angle triangle part of celestial navigation are lying or being mischievous or devious, or they're just being straightforward honest. That's
That
how
was
you
an
get the
appeal
ratio,
to
Or you're
authority.
misinterpreting what
right?
they're saying.
No,
That
they
was an
literally
appeal
say a
to
right angle
authority
triangle,
who's sitting
brother.
in
It's
chat
all good.
disagreeing with.
And
They don't
every
say right
image
angle
that you
triangle. No one does.
every image that you ever see in a measurement that has an elevation angle will always complete a right angle triangle. As long as that elevation position has a known GP to the surface,
Yet
you'll
you'll never
complete
find
a
someone who
90.
actually says that ever.
Wait,
So
guys.
there's videos online that already say it. I just posted one for anybody interested.
I've already watched
It
it. It's
already,
very
yeah, it's
crude,
arbitrary in the
and it's
numbers
just
because
for
it's giving you an
babies.
example of how
It's sexting for babies.
measure. It's how to measure your linear distance between 2 points, and
Hey,
it
guys.
is taught
Not
in
linear
it's
distance. Distance.
linear distance is a straight path, right? It's just
Not a
between 2
straight
points.
path, though.
It's a triangle.
It
It's not
can't
a
be a straight
curved.
path. I just got to telling you why it
Yeah.
can't be a straight path.
Yeah.
Guys,
Did you
So you
not
can
hear
have
me?
whatever math you want.
It's not a matter of
The
linear math I
simplest,
want. It's a matter it's
the
triangle.
simplest
You said it's a
math is the math
triangle. That
described.
can't work if you're agreed.
The
As
simplest
you said,
form
you've
of
read
math.
about it and watched videos. If it's 60 nautical miles per degree, that can't work, Data, on a
It
triangle.
works on a
It won't
Guys.
a
work.
circle.
What part of that
It
don't
works
you
on a circle.
understand?
Thanks. It works on a circle. Thanks. Just
Hold
fine.
on,
And
guys.
the circle works on a plane.
No,
No
it doesn't
problem.
work on a circle. It doesn't work on a circle either.
The circle works on a plane just fine.
You're claiming a distance to the sun.
Doesn't.
Okay, guys.
No, I'm not claiming
that
anything. I'm using a
goes-
process to
goes-
calculate a linear distance to a GP of a star. That's what I'm calculating and using the
So when I have
basics,
that
most
20 degree,
simplest method ever.
All right,
Yeah,
Kosho is next. Go ahead, Kosho,
Yeah.
and then Sugar if he's trying to get in.
I only got one thing to add, and hopefully it'll clear this up. I just want to say first and foremost, Danik, you're my buddy. Flat Earth Data. Could we just let each other finish, and because it's hard to get in, right? For me or anyone else who's trying to get in, can we just keep it short and let it finish? Okay. I'm only gonna say one thing, and that's Flat Earth Data isn't wrong. Like there can be a triangle formed in his idea of what's happening, but that triangle doesn't make much sense because he's assuming that the base of the triangle, like the distance to the GP, is the base of the triangle, and that it goes along the surface of the Earth. And that's not how that's not at all a line involved in this measurement. The base of the triangle, or the base angle for that triangle that you're talking about, Flat Earth Data, is simply a horizontal line from the position of the observation. So there's no
Again,
triangle that connects. There's no
it's
triangle
not my
connecting to
argument. It's a position that I regurgitate that's being taught in celestial navigation. It's there in the
You're
drawings.
regurgitating
It's there in the
You've
exercises. It doesn't
assumed a
matter.
straight.
It will all derive itself from a 90 degree.
So Data,
Whether
am I
it's
seeing what you're saying?
imaginary, mathematical, or whatever, to get that angle, that degree, that ratio, you need something to base it off of. And in
Not a
this world we
conversation.
live terrestrially, it's Euclidean, which means there's usually a 90 degree, 360 degree, or 180 degree, 120 degree, 60 degree. There's always a base
how many
reference that
minutes
we're
is this
referencing
gonna
from.
How many minutes is this going to last? So the very thing that you're saying, this is not my argument. What are you doing here? Just dumping this off, monologuing, and then going to go take off? What the hell is that all about?
So when I bring your own model to you and your own education to you, you fight as hard as you want.
I'm not done.
Fascinated by that, dude. I'm
Data,
fascinated.
I'm not
by
done,
that.
please. I'm not done, please. The very moment you have a right triangle, look at Xanax. He's got distances. You're claiming a distance to the sun? Fuck's sake.
Is that what you're getting out of it? At the end of the day, it doesn't matter if you take the right angle triangle and invert it. You have the center of the Earth, or you have the height to the sun. Those are both pretty far-fetched claims, right? Knowing the center of the Earth and knowing the distance to the sun. Pretty bold claims for a little peanut on the Earth, right?
Yeah. Can I respond? You're claiming a right angle triangle. You have Xanax.
So again, you're deaf to hear. I just presented a video with a professional celestial navigator who worked for the U.S. military using right angle triangle to teach you. So would you like me to reiterate that again for you one more time? I can definitely repeat it.
Can you please shut?
Can I am a professional celestial navigation. I've been a celestial
Right on,
navigation
bro.
instructor.
So he's wrong.
That's great.
Can I
Zenit
finish?
is
Literally every accolade you gave him, working with U.S. military, all apply to me. And I am saying he was doing a shorthand version. When you do the numbers correctly,
so I'm not wrong,
right? You literally can't let me finish.
So I'm not wrong, right?
Fuck up.
Data, can you hold yourself back, please?
Yeah, but I'm not wrong, right?
You are wrong.
Are wrong.
Absolutely wrong.
No, I'm not, because it's not my information. I'm using it from professional celestial
You're
navigators.
misinterpreting and
You're
misreporting
now
what you
making
read.
the claim that they are wrong.
Let's
See
let
how
the
I
guy
done
who's just
that?
trying to speak
See how
say
I did
something.
that? I got you guys to claim that your own people that teach this own model are wrong, and you actually go out and vocalize it on the internet.
The data. If I have a distance, say I have a measured angle from near the equator of 5 degrees, that would be the sun is only a few hundred miles above the North Pole. Does that sound
Awesome,
logical to you?
good imagination, bro. It's a good
No, that's not
thing. It's a
imagination.
good
You
thing.
measure that.
It's
You
a
can
good
actually
thing when you
measure
use
that.
geometry.
If you
You can
no,
use it
trigonometry,
you
simple
can use it
trigonometry.
efficiently and
Go
effectively,
take
even though there's lots
a
of other
quiet.
anomalies and errors,
Quiet.
right?
Go take a co-altitude angle of 1 degree and see how far the object will be above the GP position. Go ahead. Can you do this math? Let's see if you're actually talented enough to do the simplest math we've talked about here.
So divert, project.
It's not divert. It's if you
Yeah.
say you
Yeah.
understand it and are reporting what you've read correctly,
So I'm just
then that should work.
regurgitating what they teach,
Okay.
and they use a right angle triangle to derive the elevation angle
Not.
information
Because
from.
there's a little
But more
angle there.
importantly,
Doesn't mean it's a triangle.
they're
It means it's
not
a right
biased.
angle. It's data. Let me say something.
They're
before you
not
interrupt me,
biased.
please.
They're not afraid
Can
of
I say
using
something
Euclidean
without you interrupting?
geometry on the sphere surface.
Okay, you're done? Okay, great. Now my turn. Don't interrupt. Thanks.
But you
They do
zealots are
have a
really
right
cheerful.
angle. You couldn't help yourself, can you? We do have a right angle, and that is
Well, I don't
based
understand
on
why you're so afraid of the right angle
Can I
triangle,
please
bro.
finish
Why
the
are you so
sentence,
afraid of
Data?
it? Why are you so afraid of it? They
You
teach
let
it in
anyone
class.
finish a single statement? Just
I
one.
let them always finish, man, all the time.
Gio, is it possible to finish a thought? So if you are right in that there is a right angle in this picture, it is the right angle between the level orientation perpendicular to plumb at some point. The observer has this right angle, and that will be a right angle with respect to a zenith, and then a deviation to the co-altitude angle of the position of the star, or a GP at the point where the star is a right angle to what? The horizontal, which is also an orientation perpendicular to plumb, or it is plumb. It is perpendicular to
You know what?
horizontal. Now that
You know what you gave me a
horizontal
great
doesn't
idea for, Zanuck?
hold on. The horizontal doesn't meet the orientation from the observer at all. There's nothing that insinuates that, although the drawing may look like that. Is this what you reported on? That's not what's happening. And I've just shown you if you have a 1 degree co-altitude angle, that would mean the sun is a few hundred miles high.
Does
Does
it
that
really?
sound logical to you?
I don't know. I'm not the sun. Don't know where it sits.
Do you think if you called your buddy on the North Pole or someplace in the north, you say, yeah, the sun, look up, it's only 100 miles away.
And you know what? If you think that's going to deviate from the fact that it measures as such, in other words, the angle can be inverted. You can take the right angle and apply it whatever philosophy you want.
It's not philosophy. It's called trigonometry. Trigonometry is not philosophy.
Reality behind it is that they teach that the Earth is Euclidean.
They don't teach that at all. You got it wrong.
They do teach it in the math.
No,
they do
you
teach it.
have read it
And
wrong and are regurgitating
what you want to do,
it
what you want to do is you want to think that really small Euclidean pieces on a big massive sphere, or the idea is non-Euclidean pieces on a flat surface, which would make more sense.
Then triangles don't
right?
work, and that the
It's
sun is
not
a couple
about
hundred miles
it's not
high.
about being right. It's about using
It is about you being right. It's about you thinking
It's
you
about
know
using
something you don't.
celestial navigators that are online who teach celestial navigation, who use a right angle triangle to devise a linear distance.
No one uses a right angle triangle.
To devise a linear distance between 2 points. I
We have
presented
a
a
celestial
video.
navigator here. Why don't we let him speak?
I presented a video. Well, this is the thing. Now you guys are
He's afraid
claiming,
of
this
what
is your
I'll
guys'
say.
claim. You guys are claiming that these
Why don't you,
celestial navigators
Data,
online
do me
are
a favor and
wrong.
let him speak.
So your claim is not with me.
Okay,
Your
you
claim
said
is with
that,
these
and I've said my
navigators
piece.
online,
Obviously, we're
right?
talking past each other. Let's let him speak for a few seconds. Both of us be quiet, okay?
Using the model we do, the lines never intersect. If you actually do the math, I will 100% agree. I have shorthanded that exact same drawing. It is a shorthand to draw it, but when you actually run the math and you do it correctly using 60 nautical miles per degree, the lines do not intersect. The sphere is considered to have an infinite distance.
Like I said, dude, you can look at angular arc minute, you can look at angular relationship to the body of the Earth, you can look at all that. The fact remains is that the fact is that Euclidean is the most simplest process used, which would indicate that you're using right angle triangles, straight lines, and angles to divide the information.
We are not.
Which is corroborated in the math and in demonstrations and examples. If you want to call it shorthand, and then want to go into more complicated maths, in other words, basically have other algorithms to correct for errors, sure. But basic fundamental practices is straight lines and angles. It's Euclidean geometry when it comes to basic navigation skills.
All right, so Kool-Aid, are you saying that the line from the sextant to the GP doesn't intersect? Which lines are you saying don't intersect? And is it because Earth's a globe? I guess just clarify that if you could.
So the two lines that never intersect are the line made from the sextant through or out to the star,
right,
and the line that is made from the GP out to the star. Those two lines never touch each other.
Why not?
Because the distance is infinite.
Why? Where are you getting that from?
It is a requirement. It is a requirement of the mathematics.
Yeah, so this is what all the ancients say, even modern science says, is that they cannot measure any difference to the stars. It's almost as if the space is Euclidean, but they're trying to find non-Euclidean representations. There is no angular size change, there's nothing. So they have this constant measurement all over the surface of the Earth. This is what's written in all these old books.
Yeah, so Kool-Aid, I could see some fundamental problems with that. It's a huge assumption that you're making, and there's some more complexity because what it's doing is it's putting planar geometry into the celestial sphere, but that's a little bit of a side thing. That's going into more detail of why they're doing that. But hold on, I understand that you think that has to be done, but where are you getting the actual real world information that those don't intersect? Because if you're somewhere on Earth and I'm somewhere on Earth and we both see the star from a different angle, and let's say I'm right under it, I'm at the GP, and you're somewhere to where you're elsewhere, but you can see it at an angle. How do you know that me looking up at the star and you looking at the star, how do you know that those are not intersecting somewhere up in the sky?
So when you're dealing with the distances we're dealing with, the tiniest percentage matters. You will get the lines that will run parallel to each other, but they can't actually ever touch, because as soon as they touch, you have a position for that star, and the position for that star doesn't work in the mathematics. It
doesn't work on the mathematics of a globe. Yeah, because the Earth isn't a globe.
Right. And if we don't use these mathematics, we don't find our positions. Our circles of equal altitude end up looking like oblong squabs that don't intersect at all and are completely useless.
Right. It's because you're using a globe model, and that's not, the Earth isn't a globe, so they're not going to fit. But making the star infinitely far away is an assumption, and it's adding an assumed planar geometry. The reason I'm saying planar is because if you're saying those lines never intersect, then you're essentially saying they're parallel. And that's a planar geometry. So it's an assumption.
No, so it's measured, because the measurement of the GP is literally a measurement, and the measurement from the sextant is a measurement. These are both measured. They're not assumed.
No, I didn't say those are assumed. I said that what's assumed is that the star is an infinite distance away. I think you were talking over me. That's what I was
measured to be. That's required to be by the measurements.
No, you're taking angles, and those lines will intersect because that's how geometry and reality works. Any two lines that are, when you're creating that type of structure, like if we went into a huge warehouse, a massive warehouse, and the ceiling's 30 feet tall, and it's absolutely massive, the size of a whole city, and you were under one of the light bulbs far away, and I was looking at the light bulb from whatever 1,000 feet away or whatever it may be, those lines of your sight looking up at the light and me looking at the light are definitely going to intersect because they're in reality and they're at the same point above both people.
You're completely right. In that situation, our lines of sight would intersect. And the reason that they would intersect is because as we move away from that light, we will have an exponential relationship between our distance and its altitude. This is what is expected on anything flat. We don't see that same thing when we look at the celestial bodies. We instead see a linear relationship of 60 nautical miles to 1 degree.
It's not always a linear relationship, though. That's false as well.
Is.
No, it's not. The only place that seems to be quantified is no. Yeah,
That's
1
how
arc minute is
sextants work. Linear relationship between
based on
nautical
the
miles and
distance to
degrees.
the equator.
You both
based on the
interrupted.
equator only.
Hold on, you both interrupted Data. Please don't do that. See, every time we have to do this, we have to interrupt the thing. So Data, you guys both interrupted him. Let him go ahead, Data.
So it's not 100% accurate when it comes to linear distances. It's just referenced that way to the equator. It doesn't if you look at star charts and the way they look, it's not a constant 60 degree per latitude. It actually goes all the way from 69 to 68. So it does change based on where you are from the North Pole to the equator. So
that's just
not
a
true.
lie. The definition of nautical mile is 1 degree of altitude change.
That's only at the equator, buddy. That's it.
It's not.
Yep. It's only at the equator that's been quantified to be the angle measurement.
Would you like me to do it tomorrow in Michigan?
Do whatever you want. You can do whatever the fuck you want. The point is you're using Euclidean geometry on a horizontal surface.
It's done literally every day.
From plane to plane, and what you're dealing with is refraction and optical effects, right?
No, what you're dealing with is the Dunning-Kruger syndrome because you finally run up against somebody who knows their shit.
Again, you still didn't understand that linear distances can be calculated by an elevation angle subtracted from the 90, which is a right angle triangle. You still don't understand you still don't know how that process works, do you? You call it shorthand. That was your reference to somebody who's so experienced and knowledgeable. You call it shorthand. When it's the most simplest right angle triangle used in celestial navigation, and you say that it's not, and yet you're experienced. Dude, I call horseshit.
Of course it doesn't, because we know the horizon drops below eye level.
Dude, it's literally taught as a right angle triangle.
Below eye level
so
greater
again,
than a flat surface would dictate.
You're just full of shit as well.
When you're looking at the
You're just full of
horizon,
shit as well,
and
dude.
you're 3 miles away. When it's 3 miles away, it should be 0.0 flat. We measure 0.04. So they put that 0.04
It should be
in the
what it
adjustment.
could be. I'm talking about what's actually taught.
Data. We all gave you yield so you can talk. Just shut up. When we have this 0.04 measured for the drop of the horizon, when it should be 0.02, they use the 0.04 for the adjustment of dip. You know that, right? Plus any refraction that you might have.
You're
so
talking
that
about
shows you right now that
measuring
line
optics again,
could never be a part of a right angle triangle because it's dipping for the horizon. The level now is above the horizon, so it's going to miss the surface of the Earth.
So you bring it up with the celestial navigators that teach it. I'll present it. I'll put another thing in the chat for you just to
he knows what he's talking
about.
help
you out, right? Just to help you out.
Kosho just posted what I just said.
He first denied my method. He said that my method was false, and then he comes around to say that the method is only shorthand when you get into more complex math. So give me a fucking break.
Yeah, it is shorthand. Because those
it's not shorthand, it's basic. It's basic navigation when you learn how to get an angle, how to find a linear distance. Why are you interrupting me, dude? Why are you interrupting me? How to find your linear distance between 2 points. That was the exercise in the celestial navigation. It's quite easy to do. I repeated it as verbatim, as taught by the celestial navigator, and I had everybody on this channel that's a globe zealot refute it, and then this professional navigator to say, well, that's just shorthand version. Do you realize how stupid you guys look?
Well, Data, I think what they're doing is they're, in a way, in a nutshell, when they draw it like that over a flat Earth, that's kind of the original way to do it, of course. That's the way it's been done since the dawn of time. So I think when they do that, they probably do refer to it as like almost like a colloquialism, or if maybe that's not the right word, but like they actually, as like a general, because you would, they believe the Earth's a globe. So
So how would they do it if they saw a lighthouse in the distance? There's a couple of methods to do it that way too, right? There's still Euclidean. You still have a hypotenuse, and you still have straight lines and angles. So if I was looking at a lighthouse and I wanted to know how far I was away from the lighthouse, I could do that, right? That's a direct relationship, the same process I would get as the elevation to the star and the distance.
Miles.
Well, it still doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. I could square root the observer's height and
just go
multiply
off the vertical. Just do an angle off vertical. That'll tell you
it doesn't matter. The point is that you'll be using horizontal surfaces. You'll be using horizontal surfaces to get elevation, and you'll be using right angle triangles.
Telling you earlier that math does not work.
Hey, you guys, hold on.
Anytime,
I don't know hold on, Data. I don't know who's interrupting who, but you guys, we can't hear anything when you're both talking at the same time.
Anytime there's a hypotenuse involved,
wasted. But all right, either go ahead, Data. But you've been talking a lot, or I was gonna say the Navigator video that you posted. That guy believes the Earth's a globe. So you do have to somehow.
I understand that. I understand that.
Hold on. Dude, don't interrupt me. Just give me 20 seconds. What Kosho just posted is that's not really a technical diagram. I'm sure he made that, but that is what they say is in the sort of, if you want to call it mainstream globe sextant navigation, that's what they claim is going on. So I'm not saying you have to concede, but you do have to at least understand that the mainstream world is claiming this. Although there is a blend from the original way of doing it, which you're talking about, and of course the way you're talking about doing it is reality and the way that it actually works. But they've got this ad hoc version which fits their globe coordinates and their altered structure of coordinates, and it's kind of an ad hoc fit, but it does fit enough that someone, no offense to drink of Kool-Aid, but someone like Kool-Aid can be convinced Earth's a globe, and he can be taught sextant navigation, and the Earth is still not a globe.
Do you realize that their globe, the geodesic mathematics, is designed to work on a 2D planar surface as if the Earth is a plane and a sphere at the same time? This is what Bernard Riemann's function was in trying to differentiate between the three sets of geometry, whether it's spherical, hyperbolic, or planar, right? So the Earth has already been quantified a Euclidean at a larger scale. What is it? Or let me finish that. As a collective state, what is it? So if you have a coordinate system and maps and you have error corrections, you can correct for all of those errors, all of those corrections. The fundamental practices of linear distances were done with straight lines and angles. Whatever system you devise to encompass the full capacity can only be abstract mathematical and model format, because you'll never be able to see it in its entirety for what it actually is in reality, right? So all of these globers to struggle so hard against the acknowledgement of Euclidean, the Earth being Euclidean terrestrially, to quantify that it's something more because you have a mathematical abstract system that apparently works. Okay. Every little section is flat in between.
You know what you call something that is flat at an infinitesimal limit?
Well, that's the idea behind calculus, right? And the infinitesimally small, and like Bernard Riemann says, you can't have non-Euclidean pieces on a flat plane, but you can have Euclidean pieces on a massive sphere.
I think Nova was trying
to address anything I said.
Go ahead, man. Your mic's a little low. It's kind of hard to hear you, but go ahead. Nova.
No, that was it.
Well, I don't think we could hear you. Your mic was low. I guess. Do you want to say it again?
Is it better now?
Yeah.
I just said you basically didn't really address anything I said.
Well, I don't think anyone heard what you said, is what I'm saying. So say it again.
Okay. The first thing I said was, what do you call something that is flat at the infinitesimal limit?
An infinite plane?
Possibly. Or?
Horizontal?
Zanuck, do you want to pitch in for him?
No idea, dude. Who knows?
A horizontal plane?
Any curve, even a sphere. That's
if you have a philosophy of what straight lines are doing, right?
Earth being made up of Euclidean sections and like
No, I'm not. I'm just
little
regurgitating what
tiny
Bernard Beedman
sections.
said.
Okay, then you don't understand it, because what it means is in the infinitesimal limit, even a curved surface like the mostly spherical Earth is flat. That's not useful in large
I
scale.
understand the explanation. Would you like me to read it from their book in their own mouth, what they state? They acknowledge the Earth is planar. They acknowledge that the Earth, section by section, is a planar surface, but as a whole, it has to be something greater. They literally admit this struggle, right? Would you like me to read you? I could read you something that's along the lines. Give me a second.
That doesn't sound like that helps you.
It's not whether it helps me or not. I'm indifferent to what you believe the surface of the Earth is and what it entails. I'm just observing, reporting the argument and the story behind the idea of your, not you particularly, but whether it's my zealotry or globe zealotry or whatever person is zealot about, it's a behavioral reaction to something that what. If you didn't know that basic celestial navigation could use a right angle triangle minus from the elevation angle multiplied by 60 to get a linear distance, that is basic stuff. And if you get really, really upset and angry over it, I find that really fascinating.
It is also basic stuff that does not work in large distances, and that is very obvious.
As large distance goes, it's well established that you're going to have errors and angles, because even if you're out a small portion over
That
larger
does not
distances,
account
the
for
angle of error increases. That's what's just established. Not only that, every instrument you use has error correction. The environment that you're in, altitude you're in, they all have these various correction functions that you need to establish in any premise, whether it's measuring the speed of light, whether it's measuring theodolites at 3 different positions. There's a lot of assumptions that are going to go into visual anomalies.
This is not
when we're talking
error.
when we're talking about measuring anything, we need a base system. A base
This is
system
not-
with the least amount of errors possible. And Euclidean geometry was chosen for that.
This is not measurement error. The numbers perfectly fit a spherical surface.
What numbers?
I'm not saying they do, dude.
If you're measuring the angles to stars.
Oh, you think so, huh? So what? How have you concluded that? Because, I mean, just on a foundational,
I conclude it basically every day.
Okay, so how have you done it in the physical world? And I'm not talking about in front of a computer and mathematical equations. I'm talking about in the world. There's all kinds of mathematical models that you can get lost in any mathematical model and be given data that you think fits it. What have you done in the physical world to establish it, if anything?
I've literally modeled the appearance of stars and planets in the sky from different positions on the Earth. I don't have that project with me, but I've done that.
You're a model guy. I got something for you. If you like modeling, I'll give you an example.
What do you think a model is?
I'll give you an example of something to do.
That's that you
Wait,
don't.
Can I say one thing before you go triple? Just because I was talking about this before, and I think you're just taking me as like off the cuff. But actually, I just did the calculation for a 1 degree elevation angle somewhere, where we know that's 5,400 miles because co-altitude would be 89. Do you know how high the sun would have to be, or the North Star would have to be? 94 miles above the GP.
You know what's awesome is that
miles.
in the Gleason's
data. You see how ludicrous
in the Gleason's
your
map.
logic. Wait, can I just finish before you jump in? I know you're excited. If I measure 1, 2, 3, 4 degrees,
totally.
The height of the North Star would be like as high as a kite. All right. We know the stars are not high as a kite because you can fly over the North Pole or fly over anywhere and know the stars are still very high away. Right?
Yeah.
They're not 100 feet off the ground. They're not 1,000 feet off the ground. They're not 3,000 feet off the ground. But we measure that if we have a 1, 2, 3, 4 degree elevation angle. So that right there should give you a clue that you are completely wrong about everything you said.
You're under the assumption that all the tools used are not without error, especially long distance Euclidean geometry. Yeah,
I didn't say that at all.
So if I have three observers and they're 400 or 500 miles apart from each other, and they have a local star that all of them can see, with the method that I just told you, they can find an intersection point relative, well, depending on the distance, and that's a few hours away. They can find a rough estimate where they could all meet using the formula that I just mentioned.
No, because everybody will be 60 nautical miles per degree, plus or minus a fraction of a degree for any kind of error you might think of. And that
No,
does
it's
not
because
work on a
each
flat surface.
All right.
Data, what is wrong with you?
each circle
Seriously.
has a radius, and that radius
What
is
is
your
wrong?
line of sight. Each of
If
that
you-
radius that
You guys, hold on, dude. No one can get in, and you guys just go into this loop of over talking. We can't hear anything. So I guess I'll just start something a little bit new, and then I'm going to Data. It's a question for you. So since I asked Nova what he did to verify the spherical these lines to the stars matching up spherically, he didn't really have anything other than a model, or maybe he's still going to come with something else. But Data, what do you have to confirm that it's working in a planar geometry, if anything, or is it just your own theory and ideas as well?
Well, the conundrum is that to encompass a large mass portion of the Earth would require a lot of data that I don't have access to. So it leads me to what's there as far as modeling goes. I'm also limited to the modeling program and what they tell us the world is, being these ratios, sizes of the sun being 400 times bigger than the moon. It's a little harder to model. So I'm limited on these tools that I have to express the model. But what I have done is take up more aircraft and nautical study to understand how to navigate on a planar surface. And if the geometry is Euclidean, how do I use it on a planar surface? Well, to my surprise, there's a lot of these straight line and degree calculations that help with this linear distance between 2 points. So me applying that information to see how accurate it is shows me that while measuring optics, you're going to run into some errors, more so than if you draw the ratios on a piece of paper and do it as pure mathematics versus optical. So through the process of applying what's been taught as sphericity to reality is hard to model both globe and planar for the limitations in the programming and the access to the data that I have.
Fair enough. Yeah. And I think if we had those data points, it would be conclusive.
Well, no, at the end of the day, I don't think so, because the Earth is so massive. The idea is that between 2 points, if you had that information, you probably have a good inclination of what the Earth is. But I think because there's so many anomalies, the shape would still be in question. Like, it's not a perfect sphere. We know that, right? That's why there's so many variations of calculations when it comes to calculating the flattening effect or the equatorial bulge effect, or those anomalies that we see, right?
They claim those, yeah, but I think that's the way that they're fudging the real shape of Earth, by adding those other kinds of things and all the calculations and some of these mathematical models as well. Because I mean, since the dawn of time, humans have been going out and using all kinds of different tools to measure angles to the stars and then map the Earth with that. And it's always been planar. It's always been two coplanar systems, although it is viewed as a celestial sphere, but ultimately it is viewed the way you're describing, right angle triangles with the stars above. Like there's a real thing to up and down. Like the stars are up, the Earth is ground, and there's a coplanar relationship between the stars above and the ground below.
Well, it's almost like they described it as, you could describe it as a cylinder effect, right, on a planar surface, where the idea is all these straight lines do actually meet and curve, and the idea that they come to, because on a planar surface, you're not going to have parallel lines converge, right? They're not going to complete circles. But parallel lines on a sphere or a cylinder will complete circles, right? So it's interesting how they went through all of these processes to understand how to get all these angles and devised all these systems mathematically. And they're completely honest in it. I mean, like I say over and over again, they admit that the Earth section by section by section is planar, whereas as long as the eye can see. So there's a pretty big conundrum there of wrapping your mind around a surface that would operate like a cylinder, in the sense that everything would be flat, but because you can roll a piece of flat paper around a cylinder and make concentric circles, the idea is that you could have that geometry work in that system. But to stretch your mind that way, it just, You know, it's not hard, it's not a hard stretch to look at the heavenly bodies and go, well, the Earth could be that like that, right? I mean, that's the everlasting imprint in the average person's mind. Heavenly bodies look round, so the Earth must be round.
Well, they do kind of look like round circles, and so if the Earth's a round circle, doesn't mean it's a sphere.
Jupiter very clearly is spherical.
Yeah, they appear all spherical. Like when I look at them in my telescope. I'll tell you this though. I don't know if I've ever expressed this to this channel, but I'll never in my life, when I first started doing astronomy, ever think I would be able to see something like this again. I'm going to try, but I saw a star that looked like a torpedo, like had a torpedo head basically, and it was like red and yellow, and it was moving. Like the head of it was moving like it was swimming. And I swear I didn't have a way to record it. And it was not like a typical shaped star. Like literally looked like a torpedo. Like it wasn't like, you know, and it wasn't blurred in or circular like they tend to show you with these flat Earth videos, like the blurred out circles that are bullshit. But if you guys ever see anything like that, I'd like to know if you have, because I'm telling you, wow. What the fuck I saw, I don't know.
Yeah, the stars are wild. They look crazy. Yeah, they're like some of them are flashing like sacred geometrical fractal structures. They seem to be flashing very specific color coding ratios, like different colors in pulsations. And they often do have like sacred geometrical shapes and different designs. The way you said that torpedo head, it reminds me, have you ever seen the sunset when the sun looks like almost like a mushroom head or like an atomic bomb, and also like sometimes looks like a pyramid? I think those are different phenomena because the sun one is the refraction. The one with the stars, that's actually what the stars are in some cases. They actually are these like geometrical pulsating structures.
I don't think they're, you know, obviously, I think that they've been projecting what they are to fit a certain concept of coalescing to the center of mass. And some of these objects that I filmed, this one particular star, I've posted it before. It looked like a fireball diamond, so to speak, like had the color of fire, maybe more on the golden side. And it was like stretching and twisting like crystals. It's pretty amazing. It's not like the typical stars that you see that are round and have got this water flow pattern over top. Nope, I didn't capture that at all. Captured something entirely different. So I've done my research to some degree to at least understand the primitives of being a tiny little person wanting to figure out just exactly how big this place is. And I still think to this day, how much money they spend, what they claim to be military budget is to me what they're using to expand and to explore and to research the boundaries.
Yeah, I agree. They are definitely lying to us, taking our money, and then using that to explore the actual real world. Yeah,
Of course, yeah. Wouldn't you? What's the first thing if somebody gave you 10 billion or a billion? What's the first thing you would do? Well, besides probably do the average things you'd want to do, like buy a house and shit. But would you want to get on a rocket? Would you want to build a spaceship? Would you want to be like Elon Musk or Richard Branson and Blue Origin? Would you do that?
Well, that's implying that they're even going to space at all. That's a little bit of a different, because we were talking about exploring on Earth. But if space were real, yeah, I think we already would have been out there. I mean, they went to the moon with that piece of junk Saturn V and that piece of junk moon lander, the lunar lander. When I say piece of junk, I'm just saying that is not like high level engineering. That's a whole different topic, what they claim it is and all the rest of it. But if they went that easily all the way to the moon, yeah, we already would be out there.
Well, you would think that there would be a treaty, a moon treaty, right, of some sort, because you would, that there's an Antarctic treaty instead, right?
Oh yeah, that's an interesting point. Yeah, that's a good point. Where's the moon treaty? Although, don't they claim that all the countries of the United Nations agree, like, not to set up stuff on the moon? Like, there is some.
Do they? There is a treaty. Holy moly!
I don't know if there's a treaty, but there is like that. Not to put military stuff there.
What are you talking about? Antarctica? Come on, man. You're telling me there's no military exercises there? I'd say
No,
bullcrap
I'm saying they say not to, that you can't go to the moon and just set up other military bases on the moon. That's what I'm saying. There's definitely military shit in Antarctica, but no, I just meant the moon.
Well, China apparently went and landed something recently, right? So apparently they have a dark side of the moon base. In fact, I think they were so interested in going that they wanted to have a missile station. In other words, it would be planetary protection against aliens and asteroids.
Dude, it's called the Outer Space Treaty. Did you know about this, dude?
No.
The Outer Space Treaty, formerly the Treaty on Principles Governing the Activities of States and the Exploration and Use of Outer Space, including the Moon and other celestial bodies, is a multilateral treaty that forms the basis of international space law. Negotiated and drafted under the auspice of the United Nations, it was open. That's why I was saying there's something like this. I just didn't know it was called Outer Space Treaty. It was open for signature in the United States, United Kingdom, and the Soviet Union on 27 January 1967. So this is pretty old. Entering into force on 10th of October 1967. As of February 2022, 112 countries are parties to the treaty, including all the major spacefaring nations, and another 23 are signatories. I've never heard anyone say this in all these years. Have you ever heard of this?
So wait, just before the moon landings, they signed a treaty. Interesting.
Yeah, controlling space. I knew there was something with the United Nations. I just didn't know it was actually called this Outer Space Treaty.
You know what they do?
I just posted it in chat. That's crazy.
Now, I'm not going to say this is causation here, but there's definitely a correlation to how government functions. In essence, is that if they have something planned in the future, they always pass laws or things a year or two before it enacts, and the public responds, and then they already have a regulation in place for the response. It's crazy, right?
Of course. Before they claim to go to the moon, they lay down the space treaty that.
A treaty, exactly.
Regulations, yeah. Key provisions in the Outer Space Treaty include prohibiting nuclear weapons in space, limiting the use of the moon and all of the other celestial bodies to peaceful purposes, establishing that space shall be freely explored and used by all nations, and precluding any country from claiming sovereignty over outer space or any celestial body. Although it forbids establishing military bases, testing weapons, and conducting military maneuvers on celestial bodies, the treaty does not expressly ban all military activities in space, nor the establishment of military space forces or the placement of conventional weapons in space. Oh my God, they're setting it all up for Project Bluebeam. That is ridiculous. So they're saying it's like you can't do war out there, but you can actually have you can't have bases and weapons and stuff, but it does not ban all military activities in space. That's crazy. So they're not going to set up actual bases to where they'll be able to see the aliens coming in. They'll just set up, or they'll just have they'll just claim that they're only doing like defense of, they don't have bases out there to really know what's going on. They're just defending this globe, and then that's when they pull Project.
What they say is that because of the environmental change, that they want to monitor forest fires, they want to monitor farmland, and they have to have all that authorization to do that, right? So I think that's just a build-up to what they want for the Skynet.
It's crazy.
Check out Skynet. That's crazy.
It's funny how they're saying no other country can claim sovereignty over any celestial body out there. Isn't that crazy? Like, who is setting that stipulation? You know what I mean? Like, if you're off the earth, you're out of these people's thing. You're out of their realm.
Exactly.
Like, you're telling me
you
that
have power.
They're just literally like, we're
If you have the
controlling
power,
you even in outer space, guys. Even if you go there, we're just going to say,
exactly.
nope, you can't have that planet. Sorry. What the fuck?
If you have the power to leave the Earth and the mechanism to do it, I don't think you're going to be listening to some guy telling you can't own that planet.
Well, that's what they're saying. The United Nations precludes you in this outer space treaty from being able. So that means that if I built a rocket right now in my backyard, a beautiful big one, and I shot out to outer space and I went to a whole other galaxy, I went to another planet that was totally empty, no one there. I'm thousands, millions, light years, whatever it is, away from Earth. And I'm like, yo, this is my land. I'm going to chill here. Apparently, this United Nations from Earth, the globe Earth, apparently is going to come out and take me off the planet. That's what they're
Federation. What do you call it? The Starfleet Federation beginnings, right there.
Yeah, they're controlling all of space, right? Oh man, thank God space isn't real, because yeah, there would be guys like this that would be trying to control it. We just have Earth to deal with, and they're already doing it here.
I think space is real. It's just uninhabitable to humans. I should say outer space.
Yeah, well, I think there's other dimensions and other realms, but I do think there's a limit to this physical realm. Like, you can't just go out and float out there with balls out there. You don't float around in balls up in the sky. I don't think that's a thing at all. That's not like even part of this physical realm.
Well, the Kabbalahs think that you're a ball of energy before the flesh state, ball of light.
Well, no, that's another story. Spirit worlds, yeah, I could get with that. But I'm talking about physical balls in a vacuum with gases, and that's the way they describe outer space. But being like, yeah, other spirit worlds, yeah, because I do think I don't think this is all there is. And so there is consciousness beyond this realm. And so if you want to call that outer space, yeah, but that's going into a whole nother, but I don't think it's like the one that they claim it is. It's the real consciousness space of reality, of like the larger creator's mind.
See, what I think about is the simplest, even though you can't be simple when it comes to God's creation. I think the simplest way of understanding it is kind of maybe the true intention of the beginnings, like what was purposely meant for you to experience, right? Which mean by the heavens is that it's a pattern-based system to help program you, essentially train you to live here, right? Because eventually, I think over a period of time, you would recognize these patterns, because that's what we do as humans. We see these patterns and then we adapt. I think it's a veil in a sense that its purpose is for us and solely for us, that when it's no longer needed, it will be removed. So in the sense of it being fake in that way, of like a place to go to for humans, yeah, but as a space to dictate time, the pattern for education, I think it's very real in that sense.
So Data, do you think when you pass on that you'll be able to navigate to other realms and dimensions and things beyond Earth?
Well, I wouldn't understand consciousness then and the purpose of it if it was just to be reset and erased. The identity or the individualism that was created is to me lost. I mean, do you understand what I mean? Or Like you're saying that your consciousness will be uploaded, the individual is set, and it can just freely travel in between dimensions. That's what you're saying, right? The identity of who you are is traveling through these dimensions.
Well, like, okay, like when the way we are here, we're like in a human body, we're born, and then we're just in this realm, and we seem to have somewhat limited ability knowledge. We don't have all the knowledge in the whole thing. So what I'm saying is that, do you think when you die, it's another version of that? Meaning you're still like separate from the whole big thing, like you don't have all the knowledge, but perhaps you have a lot more of your knowledge, like in the idea of reincarnation, like you would have knowledge of all your past lives at that point. You would have your whole like soul history. You would also like know other dimensions and realms that you've been. And then could you then go from that state to other realms and places to experience?
Well, it would be. I think it would be based on previous experience, because you kind of, as creatures are, I suppose, we kind of like to be habitual in patterns that we choose to do, right? Whether it's eat at a certain time, shower at a certain time, whatever, right? We have these identities, these things that make our identities. And if you're in these other realms, they would have to, it would still have to imply certain states of reality, which you'd be familiar in experience-wise to recognize your identity. Because if you went to a new realm without any identity, you wouldn't know what experience you would be having. Do you know what I'm saying? I'm saying your current experience right now is the only reason why you can possibly imagine what other dimensions would be like. So that means what you're experiencing now is helping you create your identity, your relationship to yourself in the reality that you're creating. If you leave this reality, then you're saying, I'm going to enter into a new dimension. Well, that dimension still has to have elements of the reality that you left, which that reality was, your identity was created from that reality. You understand that? How would you transition that identity into another dimension?
Yeah.
How does that work?
Right. That's a very deep question. And well, I would say like one perspective on it would be that what we are now is our souls that are essentially in a physical body. The physical body has its like genetics and it has its personality, like its own kind of genetic. That's why we all kind of act a little bit like our parents and our, siblings and stuff. So in that idea, that's like the soul is coming into a body that already has its own like voice, and like you have your voice, I have my voice, we have our inflections, everybody has their own version of that. So one idea is that the soul is like outside of that entirely. So like that whole identity is like a human identity, although our soul is still in here as well. And so in that idea, like when we die, let's say we just go back to our soul energy, which in one perspective, like that has its own personality and its own like sort of knowledge set and experiences and everything as well. But that would be not like a human identity. It would be like our soul identity. And then a perspective is that from that state, then one could transition or traverse into other realms that then maybe even have other beings that you can incarnate into that have their own personality structures. So like your soul could be in a whole different dimension, experiencing being within a totally different type of being, like not even a human being, something else entirely. You're still you. And perhaps if you and I met in that realm, we would kind of still like know each other in that sense, but we're not going to be speaking English and we're not going to be in these particular personalities.
So you have to acknowledge then that dimension that you're going into would have to have laws based in the dimension that you're leaving, right?
Well, then that gets into like, whether there's laws that overlap, like karma, for example. Does karma overlap between dimensions?
No, you'd still have to have a dimension that would acknowledge souls, or somewhere where identity of a soul fits in within that dimension. Because you're creating the idea and concept in this one dimension doesn't mean that it exists in the other one. You're just following through. Yeah.
Well, what if the soul exists eternally, but it's just possible to temporarily not know you are a soul? Like an example, like an atheist.
Well, I can't relate in his mind as far as what he relates himself to be as a soul. If his soul carries a connotation with what a creator and a consciousness of divinity,
Well, I think maybe one of the only
maybe
things it would have to imply is a part of the larger creator that has its own like uniqueness to it in some way, like a separation from the creator into some limited form of it, and then ultimately being a part of it, but not having the full knowledge of it. And any separate part from that could be one definition of a soul.
In a shorter way format of me expressing to you what happens to we when we die, I believe that the identity that's created here has to be in opposition to what all the hardship, all the evil, all the hatred, all that stuff. You have to leave the inverse of that. It has to be the opposite. And I think that identity that you create, if you can pull through the system that you live in and go through all the ups and downs and hardships and breakups and all that stuff that you go through, and you can remain childlike and you can remain in that spirit and that energy, I think primarily that's what we were born into, and that's what we should leave. And on that frequency, I think that all these attributes of life, whether it's taste, touch, smell, laughter, crying, all of these characteristics that make a human being are the dimensions that we seek, right? These are the alternate dimensions that we already have in present reality. Laughing is a dimension, crying is a dimension, right? When I want to enter into the next world, if it's given to me, I'd still want to have an identity that's associated with all of those characteristics, because through those characteristics I can live multiple dimensions. Do you understand what I'm saying? Like, to have a recreation of what we have now but an imperfect system would be the idealistic way to live. Not where we have the technology of screens, TVs, propaganda, but where the technology humanity outpaces technology, and technology hasn't outpaced humanity, right? We've done the inverse of everything.
Yeah, but
so
what
in
if
a world
within the creator that exists, like the all the utopias, like if you like just this idea, let's say you could create anything. First thing you might create is an entire utopia, like this amazing world where there's no pain, there's no suffering, there's no, just everything is just beautiful, just like infinite orgasms and whatever you might imagine as just like bliss and infinite bliss. And how many like realms you could create like that, like entire dreamscapes, realmscapes, consciousnesscapes of complete and total.
I wouldn't say it's more. I wouldn't say it's more bliss.
Would consider bliss. And what if that exists all the time indefinitely? And then in addition, the creator is like, well, how about creating something else? And hence we have this world, a world where there, what we have here. And so if like down the line of creation, it would want to create every possible reality. And this is just
that's
now.
That's what we're in now, right? This is why I think the system is a byproduct of the condition of these characteristics leaving us, which is that humanity that we need, the love of a people rather than the love of objects or things, right? Like I said, we're the inverse of what we should be. But so I think when we die, we learn, most of us hopefully learn, that we must maintain that innocent in childhood as we came here, as we leave, going through all of that crap that maybe, because I believe that, if the earth is given to us and created for us, there must be a philosophy greater than that one exists. And for me, the Christ philosophy doesn't match anybody else that I've encountered, being the ideas that through the repentance of your sins, which if you lie, cheat, and steal, fundamentally those basic things, let alone what else you do, whether you sleep around, do hard drugs, sell drugs, harm people, whatever, we all have this quality in us that either we do ask to be forgiven or we don't. And I find that the philosophy by if you try to live a good life, you don't lie, you don't harm people, it's basic principles, that there is a perfection that follows that. And the idea behind that perfection is that life after this one that gives you that identity that is in the purest form of being human and all of its human characteristics, which is not bliss, but for instance, a family that, you know, you have, let's say, a picturesque scene here where it's a farmland, you raise your own farm, you have your own family. It's a massive family. You've got neighbors next door to you that they have a massive family, and you have a working, very well-rounded working community, right? That idea alone, like a reset, let's say, alone with those characteristics where everybody respects property, families are large, you know, we have a foundation built in Christ's teachings, and that's what we get. That's what would be inherited to us, right? Those sort of elements of existence, which would be a form of bliss, but it would be, to me, in the basic structures of human characteristics that involve not lying, not cheating, not stealing, not coveting, not bearing false witness, not killing, not murdering. Those basic characteristics would be followed through, and in that system you would achieve a bliss. But of course, in the angelic reference to the Bible, people live forever, right? Or for 1,000 years, so forth.
Yeah, I got you.
I don't know a better philosophy, right? I mean, family seems pretty good. You know, if you've lied, you cheated, you steal, don't do that again. You know, if you've had sex with a married woman, don't do that again. You know, eating animals is a whole other conversation altogether for survival, especially if you live up north. It's a necessity. It's not just a basic requirement. It has to be, or it is a basic requirement, but it's totally for thousands of years been proven to be ethical, moral, and part of the process of living here. Imagine, Gio, if you went into one of your dimensions and it was just nothing but comedy. Do you think you would leave that dimension going, I never want to hear a joke ever again?
Yeah, it's like a realm that everybody is a comedian, and all you do is you just go to different comedy shows. Like you put on a comedy show and then you just watch other people's comedy shows. Is that what you're saying? The whole realm is just a comedy realm?
Everything you order a drink, there's some stupid thing that happens. You go to the bathroom, there's some stupid thing that happens. You go to everything is just a comedy routine. Everything.
That's funny.
You go to grab your keys from the table, go to lecture. You leave the bar, you're drinking, but then you grab your buddy's keys. He's drinking, he's grabbing your keys. You're both drunk, right? And you wake up like some strange hotel together.
Well, I think there's no limit to what the creator can do with its consciousness. So yeah, I think this entire realm is incredibly complex as it is. Can you imagine like the idea of of a creator that's maintaining and creating all this? What it would take, like in a human mind, like we can do some pretty amazing things as humans. There's no doubt, very intelligent, incredible intelligence, and so on. But an intelligence that would be able to maintain and sustain this entire realm just with like a hum of light and frequency. All of like the weather patterns and the earth and every little rock that's being worn down by water and every mineral that's going into every soil and every single biological organisms, all the plants and fungi and animals, all happening, all functioning with the sun, the moon, the sky, the stars, the weather, the wind, the rain, all of those factors, the electrical fields. And then also, we haven't even gotten to humans yet. And then also maintaining every single human being's emotion, thought, memory, experience, childhood growth from their childhood to death, and then every single life that's ever existed, every emotion, thought, feeling that every human has ever experienced within any of of the realities we've all experienced. That's all just being maintained in just some kind of multifractal intelligence that's maintaining and holding all of that. It just blows my mind to think about that.
What if the idea behind it though is that when you created it, you leave it be, you let it do its thing that you created it for, right?
Well, I
Kind of
think
like
that
a
would be a
kind of like
subset
a
of it. Yeah.
kind of like a perpetual system. Like basically, you're going to make this one deal, and within that one deal, it's just all going to resonate with itself and self-contained, right?
Well, but I think it still has the creator still has to create the things to happen though. 'Cause it's sort of like it's implied in the original creation of it. Like, let's say the creator created like an ant farm. I don't think it'd be possible for it to create an ant farm and then just let the ants go wild because it is the ant farm. So it would have to also be creating all of the ants running around and building their stuff. So in that sense, it's just like in my mind, it's like different levels of consciousness. Like there's a level at which I don't know what's going to happen to me tomorrow, but I think there's a higher level of consciousness that does know exactly what's going to happen to me tomorrow, the next day, et cetera. So I don't think that I get the idea of creating something and then letting it go, and that may be a level of what's going on, but I don't think it's the ultimate level because if the creator's creating humans, let's say, then it would by function, since it's creating the humans and the earth, it would have to then be creating all of those experiences within itself.
It's definitely a silly position, I think, for anybody to look at the world itself and what it presents as to be random and nothing intelligent made it. I think at this point, being an atheist would be a pretty silly occupation. I think you'd have to have some sort of disposition where you love authority, but at the same time deny its power.
Yep, I would agree. And I think one of the things, I'm not trying to take it into this whole conversation, but the position of the wandering stars, often what people refer to as astrology, the actual meaningful connections between the positions of the wandering stars, Mercury, Venus, etc., in terms of like cycles of our lives and our personalities and our frameworks. As I've looked into that, it's absolutely happening on multiple levels. So that then means that this creator, like everything I said earlier about the plants and animals and the insects and all the biological processes and our own lives and maintaining all that, it also seems to be maintaining a infinitely synchronistic correlation between the human realm, this earth, and the sky in terms of these very specific alignments as those main kind of wandering stars like Mercury, Venus, Jupiter, Mars, all the ones they call planets, those main ones, they're all moving in their different frequencies, in the heavens. And from my research with it for many years, it's intricately timed and connected with each of the archetypal meanings of those luminaries and how they're expressed within our lives in a way where it's like this synchronistic clock system and all these cycles and time periods and emotions and processes and events in our lives are timed with those actual positions as well. So like, to me, that it starts to get to where like atheism is really just not even tenable if someone were to fully comprehend that. Like how could that all be synced up in the way that it is? To me, it transcends any potential to write that off, that it's just random. Although I think there's many other things that do as well. But I think that to me, that's one of like the most transcendent levels of it, the level of correlations. And I can't expect anyone who hasn't fully researched it or investigated it, I can't expect them to understand, the full resonance of what I'm saying. But I know for a fact within myself, it's absolutely happening, and to that degree. So it means that this creator is also like intricately timing the cycles of the heavens with our lives in a meaningful way, which shows that there is like meaning and direct connection and like different cycles to our lives that have a meaningful purpose to them.
That would be more pragmatic or more practical in the sense that if you were looking at your basic, your first idea that you're here observing something, you wouldn't necessarily apply superstition, I think, to the approach to observing things. And I don't imagine we're at that caveman where a phenomenon is deemed superstitious or spiritual in a sense. When, in essence, obviously when there's a creator, it's definitely spiritual. But these observations have intent. Now, whether they have intent as far as our personality or our true path or our direction, I think those are kind of like distractions, and maybe what is novel about astronomy or astrological science, so to speak. But from what I can tell, it has pragmatic and consequences when we follow it, when it comes to seasons and how we plant and tell the summer, fall, spring, all those different time frames that we experience. They have implications due to the seasonal changes. So when it comes to commerce and finances, and when it comes to tourism, those are all relative to weather conditions and seasonal changes. So you end up developing patterns with this migration, if you will, of seasons. And so when you look at the pattern and devise a system from it, you'll notice peak patterns, or what do you call them, higher probabilities. You can devise models from these higher probabilities that make predictions, and that's just essentially what you're referring to. So I don't necessarily know if it's more of just predicting a school of fish as opposing to having...
It's not quite. At least what I'm saying is not what that is. What you just said there. That's not what I'm referring to. Like, it's just statistical models that just happen to, or superstition. That's not. I mean, the word astrology has probably been linked to a lot of different things, and there's a lot of like slandering and different. I'm not even a fan of that term, because the word astro essentially means outside of the environment. Astrophysics, that means it's like outside of the atmosphere. So I'm not really a fan of that whole the astro. And then the ology basically means the study of. So the study of something beyond our atmosphere. Although, I mean, I guess even in a planar stationary Earth model, one could still think of the stars at least above our atmosphere, perhaps. But they're clearly within it. Anyway, so I'm not a really fan of that term astrology in that sense. But I'm referring to just these basic foundational understandings of nature, and understanding what each of the luminaries, as they call the planets, represents, and then looking to see if the cycles of them and the correlations actually correlate with those meanings. Now, you could just figure out the meanings. You don't even have to be told the meanings of them. If you were really keen to it, you could actually figure it out on your own. However, for thousands of years, the understanding of what these are has been very well known, and it's very accurate. Like, for example, Mercury represents the mind, thinking, writing, talking, everything connected to how we communicate. It's the communicator, Mercury, the messenger of the gods, and so on. I know some of these are named after this whole Greek pantheon, but actually, ironically, they did match them up fairly well. And then Venus is the archetype of like love, beauty. It's also to do with relationships and the sort of give and take between in relational fields. It also has to do with artwork, artistry. And of course, Venus is a more feminine beauty kind of dynamic, although men have Venus in their chart as well. Mars is the principle of like action and, taking initiative, athletics, that male kind of assertive energy. But of course, women have Mars in their chart as well. But anyway, so those are just the examples of the first three, very brief. And so each of those would be looked at as like an archetype, like an actual archetypal field within itself. They're multivaried, but they're familiar to all of us. Like the Mars principle of like energy, action, initiative, aggression, anger, all of those energies that are Mars. And so once you kind of like learn the different expressions of it, and then the real thing to it to really prove that it's happening, is to then actually look at the positions of these things in your birth chart and as they move through transits throughout your life, because they're always moving, and see if it actually correlates with your personality, your events that have happened in your life, the different cycles, the different processes, also in relationships and so on. So you're actually like becoming your own scientist and actually looking at the correlations yourself and then matching them directly to your life, currently and in time periods in the past. And it may seem unbelievable to think that there's that much meaning in it, but it is unbelievable the level of nuance and accuracy that is expressed. And so you really kind of do become like your own celestial scientist in a sense, to be able to decipher how the whole system is working in nature, rather than just believing someone else's theories on it. You really don't have to take anyone else's anything. You can just do it yourself, like directly from nature. But it can help to have a little bit of a kickstart to see what, is already well known. So that's what I'm talking about, like the actual meanings of these things. And then as they correlate, like just super simple, like in the 1960s for the whole decade, Uranus and Pluto. Uranus is known as the principle of rebellion, revolution. It's like lightning bolt, that's sudden, unexpected change, all of those dynamics. And then Pluto is the energy of like primordial power and intensification. It's kind of like nature and so on.
Wouldn't people?
Those came together, let me just finish the thing. When those came together in the 60s, it activated that whole rebellious revolution part of Uranus. You could just see it all playing out. It was like the most.
Sure, but wouldn't people that already know, because there's geometry and gematria are the same thing in essence, is that they have sacred ratios and so forth between them. And in gematria, it's just the Jewish version of geometry, apparently, with numbers and letters. In this particular case, when you're looking at the stars, they all tell stories for reasons, right? Just like you mentioned, they all have attributes, but it all just comes from people who worship gods. And Mars is a god, Uranus is a god, Mercury is a god, right? They're all gods. And if you are aware of these cycles, and you are, let's say, politically powerful and have political influence, can't you, because you are superstitious, you do believe in these gods, and you do know when the cycles exist, can you not plan events around those cycles?
Well, they absolutely do. But here's the thing. I don't think it is superstition at all. And it's reality. It's nature. It's actually the way that these forces of reality are interacting and interplaying. So yeah, absolutely. They are.
Well, I do know that
they're actual. They're like they are actual. Like I see. They're like forces of nature. They're like electromagnetic fields. Like for example, like. In the 1960s, Uranus, the principle of Uranus, seems to be correlated with the myth of Prometheus. It's the rebel that steals fire from the gods to save humanity and so on. I don't think this is all necessarily God worship. I mean, one could view it that way, and there are these archetypal kind of stories that are involved, or these like these stories of these gods and so on. But that's not necessarily what the principle itself is. Like the principle, for example, like Uranus, yeah, there's the whole like Uranos like myth and so on in Greek and so on. The Uranos, but just that light in the sky, we could call it anything. We'll just call it, orange, whatever you want to call it, like the orange thing in the sky. That seems to be connected to these principles of like revolution, rebellion, like I said, lightning, sudden unexpected change, breakthroughs, major breakthroughs, like, heightened like technological advancements, all things like that. And so it's a principle in and of itself. And then Pluto is its own principle as well. Now, those were conjoined. They were right next to each other. The only time in the entire 20th century was from 1960 to 1972. So it doesn't really matter if you like see them as gods or if you believe in them or not, or even if you know about it or not. It seems like when those start to conjoin and they come right together at the same position, when they make an alignment, and then those principles of, let's say, rebellion, revolution, et cetera, and then Pluto of intensification and so on, those become activated in the whole realm. And so, like, for example, in 1965, right in the middle of that, there were more riots across the entire world than any other time in the 20th century. And it was the only time that Uranus and Pluto were exactly in a conjunction, right in 1965, in the middle of that whole thing. So it's like, it's not just even a belief or even superstition at all. It's really like it seems to be the way that reality is actually functioning. And it just seems to be connected to these principles, these core principles, through those wandering stars, luminaries, planets. Like, it seems like the creators just create like the reality of rebellion and revolt seems to be connected to and revolution seems to be connected to where Uranus is positioned in its relation to the other things. And then on the world stage, those are the energies playing through. And yeah, the people in control and in power, they absolutely know this. They're hiding it from us by trying to convince us it's superstition, while they're actually using these forces to manipulate us in the way that they want those things to be expressed, rather to us have our free will and express them in the way that we want to. So they grab us, humanity in general, in our ineptitude and lack of knowledge of these cycles, and then they use them to their advantage.
Well, I do know recently there were some astronomical events regarding the moon and some interesting correlation between the market. And as you investigate and check out things, I come across a guy, Waters Above, who basically teaches you that very thing, is using gematria and dates and times to figure out when events will happen, and based on star patterns and orbits and transitions and all that stuff as well.
Well, that would be more of a. Do you know what horary is?
No.
It's like HOR, horary. It's essentially when you try to predict events in the future. So like what they call astrology, you could use astrology for horror. There's something called horary astrology where they're literally trying to predict events in the future using that, but not all astrology is. It's only one form of it. So you're almost describing like a gematria fused with astrology, fused like in a using like in a horary type of way where you're predicting events in the future. Is that what you're saying?
It's more of saying, like, let's say an astronomical event is happening. For instance, there is a cycle pattern of Saturn, and Saturn happens to be entering this period of a cycle, whether it's a third of its completed cycle or 2/3 of its completed cycle. It's at a point in its cycle that's significant, let's say. This is just an arbitrary point, but I do know something with and I believe every 7 years, I think Saturn has a cycle, and it's associated with the Jubilee as well, which is a financial reset in the financial markets. It's called a Jubilee, where they just reset everybody's debt. And that is correlated to star events, apparently. A lot of these financial events are associated to these patterns of Saturn, Mars, Mercury, and so forth. From what I gather, I can't recall anyone's off the top of my head other than the Saturn one right now. But so I think that these patterns are routine, and I think like large groups of people operate in essence like schools of fishes to some degree. At least that's what I've been told. And through those understandings, you can have a higher probability of predicting crashes, resets, when to buy, when to sell, things like that. I mean, this is what's claimed anyway.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly with the markets. Yeah, that's a whole thing as well. Well, that's kind of what I'm saying. Like my understanding from studying them for 20, 25 years now is that they're like foundational. They're like part of nature. They're like fundamentally built into the whole realm in that sense. So yeah, it would completely make sense that all financial markets would be connected in some way to those cycles, which is have you heard that like the controllers, as it were, that they've basically like stolen a lot of this ancient knowledge, and then now they're just using it, for their own benefits, to make more billions.
Well, I was told when I was employed by a camera department, I went to one of the 3D camera operations, and I was told about the technology that they actually had. And in some cases, they're holding maybe even 20-year advanced technology. In other words, the technology they currently have in some parts, apparently, it'll take 20 years before they release it. And so if you're looking at what they claim is a progress of society, they're the ones who are controlling the advancement of that progress based on how fast they release the technology.
Yep. Oh yeah, no, they definitely know about these cycles, and they're using it all to their advantage. Yeah, for technological advancement and just for control of society in general.
What I'm saying is that the technology that they have, they're holding back purposefully, because I think a lot of the technology they do have will actually render a lot of jobs useless. I don't know if you've heard of this chat.
Yeah, they're going to mix that with the Great Reset. Yeah, they're going to unload a bunch of new technologies in addition to causing financial changes and then controlling a whole restructuring of the societies essentially in all the countries.
Well, check this out, dude.
We all got to find a way to dodge that in our own way.
You found you won't? Have you found Chat GPT?
You won't do it. Nah, dude.
No, nobody will be too comfortable.
Well, they're gonna get more control, but I think they're gonna be willing to give up some of it to get more hyper control in certain regions, and I don't want to be in those regions, namely big cities. So I think we'll have a chance.
Have you heard of Chat GPT?
Yeah.
So apparently, it's already being. In other words, a guy tried to get it to write a article on oil, like to write a defense in oil, right? And apparently, the program came back with a disclaimer saying that due to climate change, it couldn't elaborate on any oil, like any discussions when it comes to oil and stuff. So I found that quite interesting already. The chat, and here's what's interesting is that the Chat GPT is intentionally going to be replacing lawyers in about a decade. So what it means is that you can get a legal contract done with this chat. The intentions behind the software is that you can get any legal contract done without a lawyer.
That's crazy. It's all crazy. I think lawyers are all, that whole realm is like, there's a lot of corruption in that in general, but yeah, they're going to be
the idea,
do that with everything. Yeah, they want to mix blockchain with AI to basically create this like cardboard world of control and try to fuse that with the screens and the cell phones and the virtual reality and possibly
they're going to get rid of the cell phones now, dude. The cell phones are next on the block. They're going to reinvent the idea what the cell phone is.
You just have a contact lens and then you control it with your eye is one way they're going to do it. Or
you're going to put a phone in your eye.
Contact lens is going to be your screen, basically. That's going to be your phone screen. It's going to be fucking in your like all day, right there.
I watched an interview with a businessman, and he claimed that because they got to be sustainable, right? So the idea that you'll have these flat screen TVs 20 years from now is basically in this guy's mind is going to be non-existent because they have of the 5 and 6G and 7G technology they have.
That's crazy. Yeah.
Yeah, they claim that they'll be able to have they'll present a 3D image in 3D space with 5G technology. So basically, your screen will be presented to you in the middle of the air. So just like a hologram, if you will. And this is what they're convinced they're going to achieve in the next 20 years.
Well, I think like in NASA, they're already using the contact lenses. That's what they're doing with a lot of the ISS fakery. A lot of that shit that's floating around in front of them, that's just a virtual layer. And with the
we're talking about augmented reality, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. And with the contact lenses, they can essentially see, or they see something in their contact lens floating in 3D space. So they can grab it and look like they're holding it, and it can look somewhat convincing. But of course, we've seen when like the wire goes through their arm and, glitches and all kinds of, shit like that. So, but yeah, like they're already doing it to where they can see the object in what looks like a TV screen in their contact lens. And then all they have to do is grab it and make it look like they're holding it and kind of sync it up. So, and they can also sync it with sensors to the hand as well. So it would go with his hand and shit. But yeah, so if they already have that technology, then I think that's going to be one thing they're going to want to roll out. But probably not everyone is going to want to do a contact lens. So yeah, you're right. They're going to have other ones as well that are projection.
So one of the new phones apparently is Solano. Solano's going to make a new phone, so it's going to head towards the crypto world. But ideally, they claim that the cell phone has you'll never have a smarter smartphone than you have now, so to speak. There's no more extra advancement on the phone that can be achieved. This is what they're claiming, right? So the next invention is the next level, which is two ways: transhumanism, or having another version of a phone, but just in a different format, like a pair of glasses. Right? So they think they're going to issue a pair of glasses, just like you have your watch. You can have a watch now that has a data plan in it, cell phone. So when you go running, you can actually answer phones on your watch, right? So it's just going to be a reinvention of what you think the phone is. And Solano and
a digital tattoo. That's way in the future. A digital tattoo that
people
works.
are going to run out once the UBI comes. And for instance, if you sign up, they did a trial program. I think it failed, but they were paying people to exercise. And
yeah, they're already doing that. Like a bunch of coins have that. Where there's already a bunch of cryptos that you can buy their shoes or you can use their apps as well, but you can actually buy the shoes that go, and the more you walk or run, you get paid in crypto.
Yeah, so apparently people were making $200 a day, but they some people found glitches.
We should tell Jeremy when he's at work to wear the crypto shoes. I should tell him that. Oh shit. That's a
what you have to do is
if you have a job where you're on your feet, like you just make crypto while you're running around. Oh man.
I don't know about the crypto shoes, but I do know that you had to buy a crypto NFT, and it was a pair of shoes NFT, and that allowed you access to the platform.
Yeah, that's what it is. That's what some of them are. Yeah, they're like NFT shoes, basically. They're like tokenized. Yeah. One is called Step app.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Yeah.
Yeah, and then there's another one I think called FitFee. Yeah, FitFee is another one. Oh no, that's it. Step app. Yeah, it's the FitFee. But there's another one as well. So there's one that's actually bigger than that one. Yeah, I don't know what I think about that. It seems kind of a little bit strange. Do you get paid for walking?
Well, the idea is that they want to move towards this sustainable environment, right? And so less entrepreneurial and more, you can be more sedentary, I suppose, but that people still need to be productive to some degree and healthy. So incentivizing staying at home and getting paid to exercise seems like a pretty good goal if you wanted to motivate behavioral changes in people, especially if you wanted to introduce universal basic income. You're going to want to have people change their lifestyle while you introduce that income, right? Because you just end up with what? I mean, what are the statistical, what are the increases in like in harming activities or harmful activities when people have no purpose, staying home all day long, don't have families, don't have prospects, a job. You know what I mean? What will that do to person's identity, right?
Well, that's what I'm saying. It is a whole interesting idea. Yeah. I could see the ways that it could perhaps for some people be motivating in that way, but
I think people don't get motivated. I think people are motivated by a little bit of fear, and the fear is not being able to pay rent, or you know what I mean. People do. Unfortunately, that sounds like a little unfortunate or maybe callous, but usually that's a good sense of fear, because if you work hard and save your money and do good and have goals and aspirations, then the fear can be subsided, right? Because you've built confidence, you've got a routine, you've got a job, and now you've got this situation where you've stabilized your expectations, and so your expectations of sort of, now you're content, you have no more fear. Where if people are given money and they stay home, there's no real value in anything. And I think that's much more worse than a little fear whether you can pay rent.
Yeah, there's this other one called Sweatcoin. And yeah, they also have a whole thing where you can, the more you walk, the more you earn. And then they have, like, it says here, thousands of goods and services from the marketplace, from high-tech shoes to iPhones, anti-gravity yoga classes, Apple Watches, and more. That's what it says on here. I don't know, man. It just seems like another, like, are they like, we can't even walk for free anymore? Is that what it's going to get to?
What I'm saying is, how do you?
Because I get the idea of making money. I get the idea of
There's no money
choosing to buy
involved.
shoes that you're making money, but on the other hand, it just feels like you're selling out to walking. I'm not saying you. I'm just saying doing that in some way.
You can't. It's not there's no model in making. How do you make money in that model? You can't. There's no money. There's no product generated. So it's just really a Ponzi scam. It would have to be subsidized for it to work. That's the only way it could work. There's no money. There's no product to sell. No benefit. You're actually paying people to walk. But how does that generate your income?
Well, one thing is that they sell the shoes. The shoes have cost, so they're getting people's fiat money essentially for the NFT. When I say fiat, I mean, like, someone's using something, so they're getting that resource, kind of like a stock in a sense. So yeah,
but if you're buying those shoes for $40 and somebody's making $200 a day, well, then you're just, it's a greater fool's theory again, having somebody pay more for something that is, it's exactly that. It's just somebody willing to pay that price. I just don't see how you can, eventually you'd peak out and there would be nobody buying the shoes for a period of time. So you wouldn't be generating any income, but people would be absorbing what was left of your income. Right? You would need a constant growth scenario for this to be a successful business. And that growth would outweigh the.
Well, the shoes are.
How about like a pyramid Ponzi scheme? Would that work?
Well, that's essentially what it all appears to be anyway, right? I mean, the utility would be as if it operated in a way that would make things cheaper or more efficient. In this case, there's no utility in this program because it would be just based on how many people purchase the shoes versus your payout. And eventually, the growth wouldn't be able to keep up with the payout. And so it would collapse. So that, to me, would be a scheme because you would already know that.
But who's getting paid out because you're selling an NFT? People are buying it. It's all going to the main source. So nobody's losing money, just the people who buy it.
No, see, the company is paying the person out in crypto, which then they convert to fiat. And if you are having,
hold on right there. What company is paying who?
So Step is a company, for example. So Step would be you join the program, you buy the NFT that allows you access to their program, then you start doing their program, and then you get paid based on how much you walk. That's the idea. But to get access to their program, you have to pay the upfront fee. That's fine. Now, if you get paid $200 a day, that's great. That's going to come from the income created by the sale of the NFT. Well, eventually, growth will cease to be exponential, let's say. It will somewhat slow down, if not stop, and then decline a bit. That's every growth of every business. And if that happens, then there must be still income to come in to pay out the people that are, using the service to make money so they get a salary. Well, if you have no turnover, then you have no way to cover the cost. And this company, by the way, I think went bankrupt. Step, because of this very thing, is that there will be a peak point where nobody's joining and buying NFTs to offset the payout.
So I don't know anybody getting paid. I don't know what that's but the NFTs are just digital art, right? So it doesn't pay by itself. It's just a collector's item. Here's a company named Step that's paying you money. Well, that's a scam right there. You pay the entry fee, then they're supposed to pay you down the road. Obviously, it's going to stop at some point.
Well, what he's talking about is it's called Step App, and the coin is FitFi. It's like FITFI, crypto coin, and it's called Step App. And I actually don't know exactly all of how it works, but essentially you buy their shoe, and their shoe functions as an NFT. So it has like an NFT with it. So the shoe comes with an NFT. So it is a physical shoe, but it also represents an NFT on their blockchain. And then when you walk, the shoe registers your steps, and then you get paid in the cryptocurrency for walking or running. There's actually a couple of them. Step App is not the only one. They call it fitness finance is what they're calling it. So there's actually a bunch of these kind of things that are.
From what you said, it sounds like a mega scam.
They call it Move to Earn, M2E. It says, is the newest development in a long list of projects that rewards users for interacting with a blockchain protocol. The idea was first pioneered by decentralized protocols like SushiSwap and Compound, which incentivize investors to provide liquidity on their platforms by distributing their native token to them for free of charge in addition to the earned fees.
But I mean, who would pay somebody to walk? Like, could it buy a bomb of beer?
Well, like there's ones that pay you for playing video games. You know about those, right? Like Axie Infinity is one of them.
They're pay to play, bro. That's a falsehood too. They pay to play.
Well, there are some where you literally, like Kosho was doing that one. He was trying to build like a macro for it so that it would just win every time. But of course they had it, varied, so you couldn't do that. But no, there are some games that if you win, you'll get paid a portion of a crypto. And if you just keep winning, in theory, you keep getting it, the crypto. You don't have to pay anything. Although sometimes you do have to start your account off with something. So yeah, they are getting something in that sense, but there are ones that just pay you for winning, essentially.
But what service are they getting for exchange for paying you money? What are they getting? They don't just pay money for no reason.
Well, what's kind of wild about
by itself doesn't help anybody.
Yeah, no, that's a good question. I don't know. You're talking about like the Step App one, like what their full model is?
Anything you're talking about, if someone's getting paid money, there must be a return. They're not going to pay money for no reason. Just by itself in a game doesn't do nothing. It doesn't help anybody or anywhere. So I'm just wondering, where's the money coming from?
Well, there's this other one called STEPN. Here, I'll read this. In the fall of 2021, STEPN announced, this is a different one. It's a different crypto. It's the same kind of idea. Anyways, this one's called STEPN. Announced the world's first move to earn game. Instead of players getting rewarded for their participation in a project or game, this pays users for walking, jogging, and running in the real world. STEPN was an instant success, and multiple other projects have already copied their concept. Dot Moves rewards users for juggling a football or dancing a choreography. This other one called GenoPets let players develop their game character through real-world activity, and Step App is building a decentralized version of STEPN. So yeah, they already exist. There's already a bunch of them. I don't think I could give you a full rundown on how the entire business model is, because but I would.
Now, let me tell you this: dancing could generate money, because if you have like a hot girl dancing, that could get TikTok views, but not walking or whatever other things you were saying. So I'm skeptical.
But these already exist. Like you can do these now if you want. You could get paid for walking right now. It's probably not a ton, because I think the way that they do it essentially is, see, they have their crypto coin, and their crypto coin is worth whatever it's worth. Now, as long as that crypto coin has value, like they obviously had to have a lot of funds to start those up, and one that's like FitFi, which is the Step App one, is large enough that obviously it has to have quite a bit of funding. But once it has value in the market, it's at that value. Now, if it crashes in value, yeah, that's a problem. But if it maintains its value, and if they have a system where they're giving away their token or their coin, you know, for people walking, it's like this balance between the fiat system, the new cryptocurrency system, and each blockchain has its own way of functioning. So some of these blockchains create new tokens on the chain when you do the thing, like either watch the video or play the game or whatever. So it's almost like, and then some of them don't work that way. They work differently, but some of them actually print it off as you go, make new crypto as you actually earn it. Other ones have a limited amount of the crypto, and then you still earn it, you know, a portion of it. But my point overall is that if that coin has a stable value in the marketplace, then they can actually give their coin away for people doing stuff. And obviously, they're going to probably have other products that they're selling. I'm sure there's other parts of the business model as well, but they're trying to build a network. But I mean, it does work that way because if they're giving out crypto on their own blockchain, but it's holding a value within the fiat system, then they're able to basically do that and just give out their crypto. And as long as the system doesn't collapse, in theory, it can keep going.
Like, it might sound nice, but like really, like if that was like solve the homelessness problem, you know what I mean?
Yeah, just get everyone who's homeless shoes, you mean? And just see, and then at least these shoes. Is that what you're saying?
Are you saying they have to buy the shoe?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, you got to buy the shoes, and then
okay, so there you go. So they're taking money. They're taking your money for the shoe, and then they're paying it back to you in their crypto. So it's a win-win for them, right?
Well, the NFT, it's the NFT that goes with the shoe. Yeah, exactly. Apparently, because like,
I'd be more impressed if they'd pay you in Bitcoin. That's real money. As far as the money in crypto, I'm not so. I'm a little more skeptical on selling it for money. But if it's like Bitcoin is real money.
Well, I mean, FitFee right now, that coin, Step App, which like I said, the ticker is FitFee, which is why I'm saying that, but the name of it's Step App. But it's kind of a long ticker. It's 5 letters. But anyways, it's worth 0.027. So a little bit more than 2.5 cents is what it's worth right now. Like 2.7 cents.
Do I pay you like 10 FitFee a day or what? 10 per one per step or what? What are we talking about?
Well, that's the question. Like, yeah, I would like to know how much the shoes cost, and then how long does it take for you to walk to even pay back the shoes, let alone making anything, you know?
So maybe it wasn't an instant success. Maybe it's an instant success for the company because they sold 100,000 shoes.
Okay. Well, yeah, I'm just laughing because you and I are going off somewhat limited information. I don't know. I know sort of the basics of this, but I don't know all of how they're doing it. Let's see if... Okay, here it says, how Step App works. There are 3 ways to generate income from the game process. Microtransactions, non-sneak purchases using credit cards and crypto, staked play in competitions between players using governance tokens, FitFee, and tournament gaming. In competitions at the global level, including regional leaderboard, users need tickets to participate. Collected funds go to a prize pool. So there you go. In addition, there's also NFT income through the NFT marketplace. A commission equal to 2.5% is charged from all transactions on the platform. So, okay, there's a commission involved as well. And NFT sales. Limited edition sneakers are dropped once a month. So, boom. That's kind of, it looks like how they're doing it. Yeah, so they've got tokens and leaderboards and competitions and credit cards and marketplaces. And yeah, so it's like a whole kind of platform. It says users complete fitness quests, thereby pumping and improving their avatars, characters of the metaverse. During competition matches, users train both physical fitness and social skills. By completing quests, users receive income in the in-game currency, thereby maintaining their physical fitness and earning tokens.
It sounds like there's have a lot of different ways to make money, like selling tickets and stuff, and probably pay very little back out.
It's built on the Avalanche blockchain.
That sounds stable.
Avalanche. Well, you know about Avalanche? It is a pretty stable crypto. Yeah, it's one of the bigger ones.
Was it that FTX that went broke? Which one was it? What's it called?
That's an exchange. The coin, the exchange was called FTX, but the coin that they had was called FTT. But that's a different one. Yeah, that's FTX.
Wait.
No.
So the exchange went broke, but is the coin still valuable?
FTT? No, it's a goner.
So they both went broke. It's just
that's
like
a whole story in and of itself. But
if you live long enough, you'll just see more and more scams. There was back in the day this genius guy.
I guess actually, sorry. No, I didn't mean to interrupt you, but I don't want to give out false information. I guess FTT is still. I just looked it up. Apparently, it's still worth 92 cents. But I think a lot of the exchanges have all removed it. I think that's more what I meant. Like so I guess it's not gone. The token's not gone. The exchange is completely gone though, as far as I know. Yeah.
I don't remember the name of the thing, but there was this guy way back in the day, like 1900s. He was selling property from the island of from Golden Island, right? It was a place people go to, and the rivers of gold, you know. So he was selling this land, and then he found out the place never existed, right? But he sold so many of these land plots that he made himself rich. You know, it's just like if you live long enough, you'll just see these more and more scams like come up, like the same kind of idea, bringing money in, but giving very little back out. Oh, it crashed. Oh, went bankrupt. Damn, shucks. Try again later. Next time you'll be more lucky.
Yeah, I think that's going to be happening a lot in the crypto world because there's all these new blockchains and tokens, and some of them are not backed by very much.
I mean, just to look at Bitcoin, like Bitcoin obviously is the biggest one, right? But how many thousands of coins have failed in the wake of Bitcoin? And Bitcoin isn't really even doing that great considering it was 60,000, now it's 20,000. So you have to think about like, what's your success chance of buying one of these tiny coins and then getting rich, or at least making a great return? Probably slim to none.
I hear you on that, but that's what's wild about these crypto markets is that there's literally thousands of them. I mean, there's thousands of stocks too, but there's so many different cryptos, and yeah, a lot of them don't have a lot backing them. But like that one Avalanche I mentioned, that's a pretty big blockchain. I mean, there's a market rank for all of these, and Avalanche is number 18, which is pretty low considering. I mean, it's number 18.
Bitcoin number 1?
Yeah, I believe so.
And they still have the Ethereum. I remember the Ethereum, and they still had the not Dogecoin, stablecoin. I forget this. Number 3, number 4.
Yeah, I figured Bitcoin was. I think it's always been one, but I just double checked it. I just wanted to see if there was some other claim that it. But yeah, it's still listed as 1. Yeah, and probably Ethereum is 2, I imagine. Yeah, I think they're all ranked. I mean, I don't know like how official this ranking is. Yeah, Ethereum is 2, because it's like coin market cap, but like I don't know if it's an official ranking or if it's just their ranking, but it seems pretty accurate. So my point was about Avalanche being 18. That's a pretty solid blockchain. So I mean, and they actually have a lot of utility. Like they have a lot of things connected to the whole Avalanche network. So that one, I'm not suggesting anyone do or don't invest or anything, but you're talking about like a long-term kind of investment. So I think ones like those, I mean, it's still possible some of those could go under too, like even the pretty low ranked ones, the biggest ones. But I'm just saying that's very different than some of these other ones that are way lower rank,
Like 1,000?
Well, like, okay, that Step App one, okay, that FitFee Step App we were talking about, its rank is 2,671.
And that's the one that's 2.5 cents?
Yeah.
Okay.
Although their values all vary. Some of them are worth even fractions of a penny, and some of those are even high rank. But I'm just saying this FitFee one was ranked 2,671. So, yeah, that one's fairly high, which means it doesn't have as big of a market cap. And so, yeah, I mean, if someone were to invest a ton in that would maybe not be the.
So if you buy Bitcoin, and let's say we all bought $1,000 of Bitcoin, that would maybe move the price up. And does the company who made Bitcoin get any of that money, or no? If we just buy the coin on the open market.
Well, I guess my general understanding of how it works is that, like, let's say you and I create a coin and we call it Godric Geocoin. And and we go out there and okay, so, and let's say that there's like 10 million coins total. I'm just making up a number. So we have all 10 million. Now, let's say we start giving them out. So now we've given out 5 million to people, but we still have 5 million of them. And then there's a value on that coin. It's worth 1 cent, 2 cent, whatever. If a bunch of people out in the world came and bought a bunch of that crypto, like you said, a bunch of people bought $1,000 of it or more or whatever. So you enough of it to make the price go up. You're not really giving that money to the people that own the coin and the company or business, whatever it is that they're doing. You're not really giving the money directly to them, but you are essentially boosting their coin to some degree to make their coin worth more. And then if they have 5 million of the coin and you have 5 million of the coin, then they, you could sell some of yours and get the money for it to then fund your project. So it's a little different than a stock, but it's almost similar in that way. So it all has to do with the value of it. And the owners of these coins obviously own a good amount of their own coin. So it kind of gives them that like more than 50% controlling, thing within it. But that's why they're going to go under. A lot of them are going to go under is also because of that. Like, because when the bottom drops out, the whole thing will drop if it goes the other way.
I mean, if you can really make money, I'm not stopping you. Go ahead and let me know how much you make. That's all I gotta say.
Well, I think it's a much smaller market cap than other markets. That's for sure. The total crypto world compared to stocks and forex, it's a lot smaller.
What is the saying going? A fool and his money. ... Fill in the blank. A fool and his money is soon parted.
Well, what about the people?
However, I'll admit that I don't know what the hell I'm talking about. I'm just skeptical in general. The guy who made Bitcoin, I'm sure he got rich, or whoever had Bitcoin at 20 cents or 2 cents, whatever it was at one point. That guy got rich, but like, I feel like that's like just 1 in a million,
Well, I think the crypto world has been kind of like the Wild West in a way. So yeah, there's been all kinds of crazy stuff people have been doing, just swinging the prices all over the place, and new coins that come out and they go up hundreds of thousands of % within seconds and stuff. You hear about that guy with that coin Shiba Inu? He bought like $8,000 worth of it and literally just became a billionaire from only buying $8,000 worth.
Yeah, but he'd have to sell it to cash in. And if he sells it, then it'll go back down, right? So it's like one person's gain is another person's loss.
Yeah.
You can say that, hey, I have enough coin and my value is $1 billion. But if he doesn't sell you that coin, they can come down and he can lose everything. So he has to sell to cash in, right?
Well, yeah, that's a good point. So you're saying that if he started selling it and the price started tanking, he really wouldn't get the billions out of it. Yeah,
exactly. He can't get $1 billion unless he walks away with $1 billion cash, which means he has to sell his whole cash. And then if he did that, it would probably crush the price. So when you hear a news line, this guy has $1 billion, it doesn't mean he's really worth. It's like Elon Musk, like he has to sell his Tesla shares to operate Twitter, So he has money tied up in stocks, not exactly the same as cash, liquid rich.
Yeah, I hear you. Yeah, I mean, I think there's a lot of people too that also really believe in certain blockchains and cryptocurrencies, so that they want to actually invest in them, in that way. And I think there's a lot of people that do think that there's going to be a huge, like,
influx, infusion.
a huge infusion of like financial abundance for sort of the generation that's coming with the cryptocurrency and the blockchain implementation.
Right, and those I think are like speculators. I mean, there's always room for speculators, right? But like you got to think about what's the chances that the chance of success and percentage wise, you know. One guy gets rich, and, 1,000 guys lose their money.
Yeah, I guess in any type of exchange that could be said. Yeah, in stocks as well to a degree, but yeah, the stocks have like the company that's in theory should be backing it. Of course, who knows what kind of corruption is going on between the actual stocks and the actual company. Nonetheless, let's just say that it's all legit for the moment, and certainly some companies are. So at least take those. Then yeah, there can be a positive exchange of growth there. So yeah, I think a lot of people feel like there's certain blockchains and cryptos that they want to support, and they don't want to support the fiat system anymore. So yeah, I guess we'll see what really happens with it. It's kind of wild to think, I think it's going to go up though. I think the whole crypto world is going to grow. It's kind of in a little bit of a cocoon right now, before the butterfly breaks out again. So I think it'll get up over 100 grand.
Dude, you should be in sales, bro. That's a great sales pitch. It's in the cocoon. It's gonna break out like a butterfly. Get in now to the ground floor before it takes off. Come on, like how much money do you have saved up?
Oh, dude, you're funny. That's hilarious. Yeah. Well, I'm not.
The cocoon is gonna break out like a butterfly. You just watch.
Well, I think it's gone through phases of that. Like in 2017, it went up to 20 grand for the first time. That was like butterfly flu, and then it went back into a cocoon, and then it went all the way down to like 4 grand after the scamdemic thing came in. It went pretty low at one point, and then obviously it did that whole run up to like 70. It got to like 68 or whatever. It got way up there, and then now it's come all the way back down to like 16, 17. So yeah, I do think it's in a huge retrace right now. So I guess the question is it going to retrace and just go, that's it? It's never going back up? Or is it going to do another run, another big run that might even go bigger than the last 70?
Do you know how Bitcoin actually works, how it generates value? You know how that works? I don't actually. I don't get it.
Well, Bitcoin itself is a pretty simple blockchain to where it's really just the Bitcoins and the blockchain. So there's no other marketplace or operating system or anything else linked with it. It's just Bitcoin. So it just is the value of the Bitcoin, which essentially could almost be viewed as like digital real estate, if you want to call it that, because you have the private key that holds that amount of Bitcoin that is on the ledger for you. Meaning you have that in your wallet, you have that amount of Bitcoin on the ledger, the official ledger. And the ledger is created through mining, which is the computer coding that's done to actually create the hash that is needed to confirm your amount of Bitcoin that you own on the blockchain. So essentially that the value is just the Bitcoin on the blockchain and just having essentially possession of it, having possession of the private key and or the wallet, and the wallet that gives you access to it.
I mean, doesn't it do something though by itself while you're? Doesn't it make transactions or something that gives it value or no? Because otherwise, how can you mine Bitcoin and get money for free? Basically, you have the equipment, the power.
Well, the mining is the computer code that's done in order to process the transactions and to build the ledger. So the mining is actually building the ledger and doing the computer calculations. And then there are different ways. Bitcoin has a way where, once you solve the computer calculation of the hash on the blockchain, then it will give you Bitcoin out of the chain. But there's a limit to that. There's a point at which that's not going to exist. Miners won't get Bitcoin once all 21 million are released. But for now, you can make money doing it. Yeah. So that's just making money for doing the calculations. It's not really generating it on Bitcoin. You just get Bitcoin for doing the actual solving the hash and the calculations. Like all of the nodes are sending the request to the miners. Then the mining computers have to process all of the hashes, and they have to do this very complex, like that's kind of what the blockchain is. They have to do this very, very complex mathematics, which is why they need all the graphics cards. You know, you hear about miners, they need all the electricity in the graphics cards. But that's pretty much why. So then, yeah, once they do that calculation, then they get that bit of Bitcoin, and then the mining has occurred. And then that means that the newest ledger on the blockchain, the newest block on the chain has been added to it. But yeah, I mean, in a sense, one could say it has no value, but it seems to have the value it has, you know? So yeah, it's kind of wild because it really is just like computer code at the end of the day.
Well, Bitcoin, for example, is holding its value. And like you said, it's cocooning, you know?
I think so, yeah. I mean, I'm not even convinced the Bitcoin that they have now is the original Bitcoin. I think they hijacked it. However, it still kind of represents the spirit of Bitcoin enough that you know, it will be the vehicle that is going to kind of carry everything.
And that's another conspiracy. Do you have the real Bitcoin, or did the real Bitcoin get hijacked and give us a fake Bitcoin? Which is it?
Yeah, I know. See, that's why, like, yeah, does one really want to invest in that Bitcoin? You know, that's the whole question. Because if they own it and they control it, then that could just poof. Like, what if Bitcoin goes up to 100 grand, 150, you know, and beyond, and tons of people are buying in, you know, and tons of people own tons, you know, think if they pulled the plug at that point. I wouldn't put it past them.
What do you mean pull the plug?
Well, maybe creates. Well, have you ever heard of the flippening? It's basically this idea that's one of the other. It's kind of this idea that one of the other cryptocurrencies is going to flip and go and be worth more than Bitcoin and overtake Bitcoin. And people have speculated as to which cryptocurrency that might be. You know, oh, is Ethereum going to do it? Or there was actually a time where they tried to do it with Bitcoin Cash years ago. They actually tried to take over Bitcoin with Bitcoin Cash, and it did not work. But they tried. They ran Bitcoin Cash's price up really high, and they tried to pull Bitcoin's down, but they didn't do it. But anyway, so yeah. Like,
flipping, speaking of that, there was a flipping with platinum and gold. You know about that, right? Forever, since the beginning, platinum was much higher in price than gold, mainly because of the rarity. But for whatever reason, I'm going to say in 2000, maybe 8 or 10, the prices flipped where gold went higher than platinum. It stayed up there. So that means something. So for whatever reason, gold is being more coveted. And now that price is like, I don't know, 1,600. And the platinum is like maybe like 1,300. Even though it's rarer, it's less. There's a flipping right there. The flipping.
That's interesting. That is a flippening for sure.
You can also call it a black swan.
But yeah, I mean, people have different viewpoints on cryptos and blockchains and what they're all about. And I definitely think that the controllers have their hands in it for sure. And they've got their networks. And I think there's a lot of evil that's starting to use, you know, a lot, and they're going to be using that. But I also think that there's legitimate blockchains, ones that are actually transparent and honest and actually built on integrity. That's where I think the hope is. The ones that are actually built on integrity. So like, I'm not really that big of a fan of Bitcoin per se, because I do think it's owned by them. I don't think it is the original Bitcoin. So me saying that's like cocooning, like you were joking, me saying that it's going to like go up in price, It will, but yeah, I'm also not really a fan of that particular blockchain. But I do think that when Bitcoin goes up, all the other cryptos are going to be more nourished with resources, to be able to. So even though like they're going to be, because eventually they're going to flip everything over to blockchains. I mean, the blockchain is the future entirely. I'm not saying all these cryptocurrencies are all going to make it. A lot of them won't, but blockchain itself is completely the future of data retention and dissemination. Whether it's being done in a good way, like integrity and honesty, or whether it's being done in a corrupt way. I think it is going to be the future, in that sense. So I think being able to have the option is pretty key. The option to choose which one we want to use. But yeah, I do think there's a lot of good that's will come with the good blockchains. It's really the only thing that gives us hope, because they already run the world the way they do now with the whole system. And then if they're going to transfer over into a blockchain version, there's just going to be more control that they'll have and less that we will. So the only hope, I think, is the positive blockchains that are actually good ones that we can, have as an option.
But isn't the whole point of blockchain that it's not regulated? No SEC, no FBI, no banks going to see your transaction. Isn't the whole point of blockchain?
Sorry, say that again.
Isn't the whole point of blockchain that it's not regulated? No SEC, no banks, wires, no Fed that can hold your funds. Like, if I wanted to send you $1 million, I can just send you Bitcoin, and no one can stop it. You see, and as long as you have the right accounts, right numbers, nobody can intercept it. Am I right? That means it's not regulated.
Well, it actually is much more now. But yeah, there's certainly some blockchains that function that way, the privacy ones. But Bitcoin these days it's a public ledger, so the ledger is public to everyone. But who owns the wallets is the question. But the government has a lot more control over it now than they used to. But technically, yeah, you could probably still, do various transactions. That's a whole question in and of itself. But blockchain is actually, Bitcoin is a lot less private than it used to be. But there's a lot of other coins that have popped up that claim to have more privacy and whatnot. But there's a lot of government tracking Bitcoin at this point. Wallets and for taxes and all kinds of stuff like that. Because there's all this like know your customer, if you know about that, KYC. So a lot of these like exchanges and portals are requiring that you give your driver's license, your social security number, except they don't all, so it's only so they probably don't have like full control over it, but they do at least parts of it. So yeah, it's kind of.
Yeah, but you think they're knock on your door and say, hey, you transferred $1 million in Bitcoin, so you owe us taxes. Like, are you really think they're going to do that?
Well, in theory, even the way it is now, they could audit you. And then when they audit you, in theory, they could request, under perjury of law or whatever, that you have to show them your wallets, basically. So at that point, if you did that, whatever law they have, I don't know if it's a felony or what it is, so I'm not sure all the details on that, but yeah, I do think they have the ability to, legally enforce that or whatever.
Speaking of which, what country can we go to where there's no extraditing back to the U.S.? Like, what country would that be? Like the Caymans?
That you can have what?
That there's no extradition back to the U.S. You can basically hide as a free agent.
I don't know. I haven't looked into that, but that's wild. Yeah, I'm not sure which ones it are.
I guess it's where you guys hang out with Julian Assange.
Oh yeah, you got to be in that game.
Maybe Putin can would entertain us hanging out there, like hiding from the U.S.
Well, dude, we were just looking earlier. Have you ever heard of this thing called the Outer Space Treaty?
No, tell me about that.
Dude, no joke, bro. This is the United Nations. It's called the Outer Space Treaty. And they control the use of space, including the moon and other celestial bodies. So
that is such bullshit. You can't claim planets. Bullshit. I'm
look, I just posted it again in the chat because I posted it before. Dude, I can't believe that in all these years of these discussions, no one's ever brought this up. Have you ever heard of this before tonight?
No.
I knew there. See, the reason I went looking for it is I knew there was a thing like this. I just didn't. I hadn't seen the Wikipedia page, and I guess I didn't know. I didn't know it was called Outer Space Treaty. But I know I looked into this years ago, and I did see that they have a similar to the Antarctic Treaty. But dude, this one's pretty detailed. They talk about like military and outer space. You know what they say at one point? We were reading it earlier. I kid you not, bro. They literally say that if you go to another celestial body, like a planet, you are not allowed to establish your sovereignty there. Meaning they're claiming that they have control over you if you go to another planet.
Bullshit.
They still control you, is what they're trying to claim they're going to do.
They control you even in their dreams.
I know, right? What the?
Even in fantasy land, they control you.
Here, this is what it says right here. I'll read. I know. They control you in their fantasy fake space world. My gosh. All right, here's what it says. It says, key provisions of the Outer Space Treaty include prohibiting nuclear weapons in space, limiting the use of the moon and all other celestial bodies to peaceful purposes, establishing that space shall be freely explored and used by all nations, and precluding any country from claiming sovereignty over outer space or any celestial body.
That's bullshit.
Can you believe that? So if you and I build a rocket and we launch out there and we go to another quote unquote planet, assuming that's even real.
Dude, we go to Uranus. We harvest diamonds on Uranus, dude. If I can make it big, like you would never catch us.
We harvest farts on Uranus. That's what they say, right? It smells like sulfur there. No, the diamonds are on Jupiter. We got to go to Jupiter.
Oh shit! We'll hit Jupiter first. Mine the diamond. Then hit the Uranus for the methane gas.
Get some of that rare methane gas and bring it back with us along with the diamonds.
Yeah, that methane gas on Uranus is the shit, bro.
Oh, it's funny. So yeah, dude, if we went and did that, and we went to Jupiter and we're just chilling with the diamonds, you and I go, we build our own rocket, we go there, we land on it, we take out our folding chairs, and we're just sitting there like, yo, we're just chilling here. Apparently they're trying to say the United Nations is going to come after you and not let you chill on another celestial body. They control you becoming sovereign in the fake.
We claim sovereignty. I think that's what happened to Waco, Texas. They claimed sovereignty.
Yeah, it's just funny that these guys are like, no, you can't do that.
You know how that turned out, Waco.
Yeah. But what's even extra funny about this is that the outer space as a medium of humans floating around in balls in a vacuum is not even a part of this realm. It doesn't even exist in my viewpoint. So the fact that they're also making this outer space treaty for a place that doesn't exist is pretty comical. Guess when this was created?
2016.
1967, 2 years before they claimed to go to the moon.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Well, if you control enough of space, then it doesn't give these billionaires any reason to go out there because they can't claim sovereignty. So that's actually a good rule to have. So no one tries to go out there because they can't.
It says here on
all
that
about control.
Yep. It says here, drawing heavily from the Antarctic Treaty of 1961, the Outer Space Treaty likewise focuses on regulating certain activities and preventing unrestricted competition that could lead to conflict. Consequently, it is largely silent or ambiguous on newly developed space activities such as lunar and asteroid mining. Oh, so maybe you can get away with some asteroid mining. So we can go mine diamonds on Jupiter then, apparently. We just can't.
We'll mine all the asteroids in the asteroid belt. Fuck yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, we can go mine crazy, apparently. It says, nevertheless, the Outer Space Treaty is the first and most foundational legal instrument of space law, and its broader principles of promoting the civil and peaceful use of space continue to underpin multilateral initiatives in space, such as the International Space Station and the Artemis program. Wow. It's all in writing. They even have a thing called the UN Office for Outer Space Affairs, UNOOSA. And it has a huge AE flat Earth map right on the logo. The United Nations Office for Outer Space Affairs, UNOOSA, is an office of the UN Secretariat that promotes and facilitates peaceful international cooperation in outer space. It works to establish or strengthen the legal and regulatory frameworks for space activities and assist developing countries in using space and technology for sustainable socioeconomic development. This one says it was established in 1958. So that's like right around the time of NASA. Same year. Yeah, NASA was 58 as well. So in the same year, they also created this United Nations Office for Outer Space Affairs.
Reminds me of the movie where the corporation owned the baby. What was it called? Jim Carrey.
Yeah, I feel like this is like part of the movie.
Truman Show. So like he was Truman Show. He was in classroom, and he's like, I want to sail the seas like Magellan. And then she's like, everything's already discovered. Too late. Sending for space.
Right. Totally.
Just crushed the hopes of a young boy.
Yeah.
In like 2 seconds. No, everything's already been discovered.
Yeah. Yeah, that is awful.
And like he's like a boy, Jim Carrey's like the best actor thing. And he like looks at him like with the smile, like with that smile of hope. You're like a little child. I want to sail the seas like Magellan, He's like, oh no, it's already been discovered. And then his smile kind of shrinks back. Poor kid.
Yeah. Yeah, I remember that. Well, that's kind of in a way what they even sell us today. Like, you're never going to be an astronaut, so it's already taken care of. Like they're doing their best. We're giving them billions of dollars, so forget about it. Find another career. Although they're going to claim people become astronauts, so
Yeah, I remember in career day, in my high school, the Marines showed up. Different places showed up, like to get your application. As you go into college. But there was no NASA. NASA wasn't there. That wasn't really a career, I guess. Being an astronaut.
Well, in a way, they tried to sell it like it was real. You could just become an astronaut. I even went to space camp when I was a kid.
Not only that, they told us that the women are better astronauts because they have a lower center of gravity. So a woman is naturally a better astronaut. Have you heard that one?
Wait, for what reason?
Because women have a lower sense of gravity because of their hips. They naturally have an advantage in space. So they're much better astronauts than men for that reason. You haven't heard that? Like all the women were like jumping on that.
Yeah. So is that what they claim?
Yes, I'm sure they still claim that. That's why it's a big deal when they sent up the 7 astronauts and they had the teacher there, the first teacher in space, But they blew up into 1,000 pieces back in '88.
Yeah. Yeah, that was a crazy thing that went down.
As it turns out, like 2 or 3 of those astronauts had perfectly good twins, so they carried on the torch.
Yeah, you think so?
Yeah, like lucky you had a twin.
Yeah, they definitely tried to make that such a big deal that the teacher was going, just this regular person. She's a teacher. They wheeled in the TV to all of our classrooms. That was crazy. And then they showed up. Like, did you watch it live when you were in school? I remember we did. They rolled in a TV and showed us, and the thing exploded right there.
Yeah, I saw it in my school. I think I was a senior or junior. Probably, I think it was age 7 actually. They showed the whole thing blow up on TV in school.
Yeah, so those schools are like literally getting like more or less demands from the public school boards that they like have to like roll the TV in so everyone can watch the Challenger blow up. It's crazy.
Well, I mean, it's a great way to kick the can down the road, because this way they don't have to go to space. They don't have to fake it for a while. Because look what happened. We have to, take precautions. We have to build more rockets. We have to be more safe. So maybe like it buys us about 10 to 15 years. We don't have to fake it so much.
Yeah, if that's a psyop, that's a pretty dark thing to do. Can you imagine that? Just how evil that is. I mean, I get the people that believe it's real, you know, even that in and of itself, like, really, when you think about it, let's just say it was real and they were actually launching people in it. The fact that it could have blown up, let's just say it's real and those people all could have died in there. Isn't that enough of a reason not to like wheel the TV into every single school classroom in the entire country to make all the kids watch it? Like, I'm just saying, wouldn't that just be something that they would do, you know, not on live TV? They would just do it and then they would video it. And if it was successful, then they would release it. Now, I like the idea of like doing it live or whatever in a sense, but I'm just saying it doesn't even seem very like socially responsible, even from the perspective, like, let's just say it was real. Like, in theory, it's like a very dangerous thing. It's like, you know, oh, humans going to space and all, you know, for one of the first times and all those stories, you know? So it's like, it just still seems like irresponsible to just show it there where it essentially could end up being like, let's just say it is real. I'm not even saying it is, but like where actual people just died right there in front of everyone. It just seems not appropriate to even show it, even if it was real.
Think about it. It makes it more real because any advertising is good advertising. So it just makes it more real for more people. Oh, look what happened. They couldn't go into space. Oh no.
Yeah. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, when they're selling it like that. Yeah. But even worse, like if it's a psyop and that whole thing, like there wasn't even people in it and they just basically launched up a rocket and had it explode, just a timed explosion. There was no people in it at all. In a way, that would be better because then people didn't really die in it. But in another way, that's like seemingly almost like a darker thing to purposefully know that it's going to do that and then show that to everybody like that as like a psyop. Because that basically, like, I think it impacted all those kids to make them think like space is dangerous, you know, like you don't want to become an astronaut because my God, you know, so that just like changed the whole future of space travel. Because at the time, people were getting hyped up about it and they had to do something about that. And so having the teacher go into space was, yeah, like it's like a way to hype it all up. Oh, look, a normal teacher can go. And then, oh my God, the teacher dies. It's just going to turn, it's like traumatic. It's going to turn everyone off from it, which is crazy psyop. But yeah, that was definitely, in my viewpoint, in a way, an effective psyop that pushed a lot of children away from, you know, young kids away from actually wanting to be an astronaut and go to space.
Yeah, they keep it under control. And you saw the video about they found all those astronauts alive today except for one, right? You saw that video. Did you think that's true?
Yeah, I've seen that stuff. Yeah, that is very interesting. There's this one, I remember this guy who actually went to the guy's house and like basically said, "Hey, sir, can I interview you?" And he said, "Okay." Did you see that one? It was actually like this flat earther dude, and he went to the guy's house. He didn't say he was a flat earther, and he was basically asking him like questions and stuff, and he was actually answering them. Anyways, but it looked exactly like the dude, and it had like the same voice, like the tone of his voice and everything. It was crazy. So yeah, I mean,
You exposed them.
yeah, that's what he claims. I mean, and then yeah, the fact that a bunch of them apparently have twins, and then they try to say they're still alive. I mean, that seems like how could they pull that off though? Like the person that was actually on the Challenger just went right back and got a teaching job. Like how do you think they even could have done that?
Well, the twins are covered with that story, right? The one that's missing, that's a problem. And then the other people, like, they kind of look like them, but maybe they don't look like them. Maybe they're related, or and if they're paid to hush up and to deny it, then can't ever prove it. You can't. We don't have like a DNA testing. It's just like gotta use your best judgment. So the people who saw the explosion, and that's why they have misinformation, because that's like really like low. How dare you say that these family members, they didn't lose their family member, and it's just so evil to accuse them of lying. These people have died. You should, respect the dead. This whole thing.
Yeah.
But flat earthers don't give a shit, obviously, because they're all full of shit.
I mean, I don't think it's like even if people passed away, I you could still have an opinion about what the event was without desecrating anyone's grave or anything like that. So, but yeah, I know they'll try to. They'll try to use that as like a manipulation technique. But I don't think it is that. I think you can have a viewpoint.
I think they were banning YouTube accounts for misinformation.
At the end of the day, I have no way to prove whether those people were on that craft or not. I don't think any of us do, really. So,
Tell you what, though, conveniently, they blew up in the one take where we can still see it. You know how like they show the rocket going up into space, and then they cut it, and then they show you in space. Well, conveniently, I believe, if I remember correctly, they blew the rocket up before they left the first cut, so everybody saw it. Like, look, we can see it, like in the sky,
At this point, I think that.
yeah, the people that were there, the whole thing blew up. Yeah, it just literally exploded right in front of them. I remember some of the footage from that, and people are all like gasping. They're like, "Oh!" I mean,
my point is they couldn't wait till they got behind the curve of the Earth to where you lost the connection. Behind the moon, behind the dark side of the moon, where it lost the feed. They did it right, and as it launched up.
if those guys were actors, why would they even go back in the world at all? Like, why would they go back in the public eye? Is that just like a duper's delight thing that they would want to do that purposefully?
Well, there's whistleblowers, right? So there are people, I believe, good, and or or it could be that they're showing us to our face that they're lying to us. Like it's blatant, you know. Like the idea, like, you know, they have ethics, right? So like they're showing us what they're doing to our face. Then they're relieved the responsibility, you know, if we still believe it.
Literally, like, while I was playing.
Which is what I think happens when they're on ISS. They obviously make stupid mistakes, you know. One of the guys, they're interviewing some kids, and they were supposed to be in the ISS above the U.S. And then one of the kids says, "Where are you now?" And then the guy said, and they were like, the kids were in I don't know, Tennessee or something, and the astronaut said, "We're right across from you." Or she said something like, "We're here on Earth, right across from you." He was telling them, like, obviously where they were not in space, and it was so like subtle that I couldn't believe it. Because similar to when, if you remember, Buzz Aldrin, he was on the Conan O'Brien show, and Conan O'Brien's like, "Yeah, so you went to the moon," and then Aldrin says, "No, we didn't. No, we didn't. That's you. What you saw is in an animation, you know." I'm like, what the fuck? He was telling him, like, right to his face. It was awesome. I mean, it was crazy. He's like, you said what you heard was, you know, that, you know, one step on the moon. And, like, what a line. He says, what a line. I don't think Conan got it. I don't think Conan understood what the hell he was talking about.
Well, no, it was kind of confusing what he was talking about. It didn't really make sense because what they showed was supposed to be the live dude standing on the moon or stepping on the moon. But from what I remember, like, it almost like he tried to say, "No, you didn't see it live. You saw it recorded." But I don't know. That whole thing was weird because
you might want to watch that video again. To me, it's clearly blatant that he's saying that that's not what happened. That's not what you really saw.
I've watched that clip maybe 2 or 3 times. I haven't watched it a ton, but I did watch it a few times, and it is really strange wording what he says. But in my general remembrance of it, I didn't think he was literally saying, you know, we didn't land on the moon. So, but he was kind of leaking it out in a weird way, and maybe just his like a Freudian slip. Kind of a Freudian slip, but he also seemed kind of confused. Like maybe he didn't even know what the public saw.
His job is to cover up, right? He's paid, right? So the only thing he could do is make it very confusing. You know, the same thing he told the girl. Why didn't you go back to the moon? Well, because we didn't go there, and that's how it happened. You know, it's like he's telling you that, then he goes on to say some other mess, some other nonsense. You know, so. Yes, the only way he can really get it out is if he makes it some kind of an esoteric, you know, gobbledygook, to where people think that, what the hell did he say? What is he saying? You know, I know what he's saying. I think I know. Somebody find that clip of Conan O'Brien and Buzz Aldrin.
No, he does seem pretty loopy. Yeah. Buzz is like, he's just ready to Freudian slip every time he's out. Like, have you ever seen that other one where he's making all those faces? Like, who is it, Trump or something, that's talking about, like, you know, all of his achievements? And, like, Buzz is making those faces. Oh, my gosh. He's like a cartoon character. He's just being totally goofy. Like for something that's supposed to be real, like this guy that landed on the moon, he's just like loopy and making all these funny faces that he's looking all like insecure and unsure of himself and kind of like almost like just giving away like this whole thing is just a joke. It's crazy. It's like his body language is just out of control in that one. If you've seen that one.
I'm gonna watch this video and I'm gonna come right back because I can't hear it right with being in Discord. I'll be right back. You still there, Gio? Anybody who's listening, I just posted 9 minutes of the Conan O'Brien, Buzz Aldrin show. In the first few minutes, he does say, I think he says you didn't hear that. That's not what happened. You have to make your own conclusions, but it's pretty clear to me. But there was other ones that were cut. I just thought that was more genuine to show without being cut. So the whole scene is about 9 minutes. I just posted that in the general chat in the live stream. Check it out, Buzz Aldrin, Conan O'Brien.
Riggs, are you listening?